Is Tuesday, March the 7th, at approximately 8:01 a.m. And I'm Cheyenne Johnson, and I'm calling to order the Memphis City Council Committee meetings this morning. It is my prayer that all be well today. The first item on the committee is roll call. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Ford. Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. Will be Planning and Zoning Committee. We have one item. It's a PD 22-06, 4815 and 4825 and 4847 Amy Road and 748 Wilson Road. A planned development to allow an educational facility with associated accessory uses for Pure Academy. This affects District 6 and Super District 8. It is a site plan review and elevation plans from 5/24/22. Do I have someone from Planning and Zoning today to present this site plan?
Yes.
It's been moved, and I second it. Thank you for it.
Good morning, Lucas Skinner with the Division of Planning and Development. Yes, I'll briefly just go back through what we have. So this case was approved last May by this body. If you remember, we were here pretty late, and so one of the concessions that we came about was to have updated elevations from the applicant come back to this body for approval again, now that everything's finished. So again, this is PD 2022-06 for Pure Academy. This is right kind of at the intersection of Whitehaven and Amy Roads. There's a lot of sort of vacant land and residential land sort of surrounding this site. There's already an existing home as well as part of the academy existing on the site. One of the sort of point of contentions that we had with this case last time was the fence along Amy, which we've added a condition to step back with landscaping, so that will be added. So sort of the previous concept site plan showed a few of the buildings. So I'll run through. We recommended approval. The Land Use Control Board recommended approval, and this body again approved it in May 2022. So we added 4 conditions from that May meeting for a maximum of 30 students. Any additional numbers to be again approved by this body. Number 2, for fencing to be stepped back 3 feet at some depth for landscaping. Again, final plat and elevations subject to approval from this body. So again, here are those updated elevations. On the left is the training facility, so larger sort of multi-use indoor building. And then on the right is the dormitory. So on the left in this image is sort of the overall site plan for the site now. The dormitory is there, the long skinny building on the right, and the training facility is the sort of larger stockier building in the middle at the bottom of the image. There's a small floor plan for the dorm in the middle, and then the floor plan for the training facility. So with that, I'll be available for any questions and let the applicant speak as well.
Excuse me, please identify yourself and address. You don't have to stand.
Address, you said?
Yes.
4847 Wilson Road. Amy Road, A-M-E-Y.
Okay. Would you like to share any information in regards to the program or what's actually happening there at the site?
Well, the program information is we are a full boarding school, so we need these new facilities to help just increase our numbers. So we are helping young men and across the city of Memphis. So at this present time, we've been operating for 7 years. We have 20 graduates, and 17 of those are in college now. So we have proved a successful program. And so we're just very excited and looking forward to expanding so we can serve more students.
Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Just want to express my gratitude for the approval last May and for the attention of the council members here who have thoroughly reviewed these plans and given us great consideration. I think in looking at what's on your agenda today, there's some really important items, and I would just say that what Pure is doing is one of the real solutions in our community. And so by furthering these facilities so that we can serve these young men that Pure serves, it's helping us accomplish those goals. So we appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
And Melvin, who's the executive director, he is on spring break with taking the kids. So he wanted to be here, but we didn't want to stop the
But he
process.
also did-
We
But he
understand.
didn't want to stop. He didn't
We
want to delay.
understand for sure. Councilman Ford.
Appreciate it. Yes, I went out there. They're coming along very, very well. Now, I want y'all to, y'all have some graduates. What are they doing? Let people know what they're doing. Could y'all discuss that with me? The ones that graduated, what are they doing? And
They're
where are
in
they?
college, actually.
And
All of them are in college. So across, we have 17 that are in college, and then the rest are they're working. So, but they decided not to go to college. They're here at the university. We have 4 at the University of Memphis. 3 of them are on the football team, so full ride scholarships. Just different colleges all across, actually the Mid-South. We have one in Ohio, we have one in Arizona, we have another student in UT Martin. They're all doing well. We have a program through Youth Villages. We have a partnership with Youth Villages, and they are mentoring all of our college students. So part of our program is to continue and follow through college with them, because we know that can be also a real difficult time. And these are first generation college students. So it's very important that we help them and just help them along with the process.
good enough. And I want my colleagues to know they're going to need a little help during budget time. And we would like to try to make this happen because it's very, they're doing very well with these kids.
They are.
And
I
if
went
we can
by-
get one off the rough streets.
Well, you
We've
know,
done well, and y'all have done how many? So many.
Yeah.
And look what they're doing. That's why I wanted everybody to know where are they today. Thank you.
well, you know, it's a personal thing for me in regards to the location where you are. So I am so pleased to see that which I knew started there is continuing. My father-in-law, mother-in-law lived there, my husband lived there growing up, and they were definitely a family believing in helping the community and reaching out. And I went by there and I told Melvin, I said, I know he's looking over you. He's definitely sending blessings for the organization every day. And I think if there's anything we can do to make it better, I'm all for it. I want to help you and support you in that effort. So again, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, Planning and Zoning, for the presentation. At this time, we need to take a vote on this matter. Let it be shown that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington arrived. All in favor, will you please respond by saying aye? Any opposition? Hearing none, this will receive a favorable recommendation when it goes downstairs. Thank you. Thank you again for coming. Thank you for all that you do.
Very grateful. Thank you.
That concludes the Planning and Zoning Committee, unless there's something somebody wants
and some changes to the project, I asked Mr. Young to come and just tell us, since we're kind of an invested body in the project, about what's going on, status update, what we can look forward to. And then also, over the last year or so, the CCRFC has undertaken a review of its pilot program and made some changes. And I thought that also it was important to use our platform to kind of get that out there and have a discussion about it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Young, you want to start off, say your name, address, and everything?
All right, Paul Young, 5824 Garden River Cove, Memphis, Tennessee. I serve as the president of Downtown Memphis Commission. So excited to be with you guys today. So I have a brief presentation that I have on the screen, and we're going to run through it quickly. And as you have questions, please let me know. I'll try and get through the presentation part relatively quickly so we can get to more Q&A. So as Councilman Carlisle outlined, the City Council has been tremendously helpful with the 100 North Main project. This is a building, the tallest building in Memphis, 37 stories. It was blighted since 2014. In partnership with the city and the county, Downtown Memphis Commission acquired this property in 2021. The City Council also allocated $10 million through Accelerate Memphis to move forward the development. We went through a competitive RFP process back in 2021. We made a selection in January 2022 of a local team led by Kevin Woods and Billy Orgel. That team has been working over the past year to try to pull together this project, and that's what I'll show you how far we've come through these next few slides. So first, just starting with the budget. Right now, the budget for the tower portion of the project, and I say tower portion because it's a full block, the whole project. It's $261 million, about $40 million more than the original proposal. And this is due to interest rate increase, construction cost increases, and you can see that through the slides. When you look at the construction costs, it's about $34 million overage from the RFP, and these are estimates, soft costs. All these things have increased since the original acceptance. This budget is from November 2022. Capital expenditures, these are expenditures, I'll say. These are the costs that they have put in over the past year in site development, architecture, and engineering, so about $1.1 million in costs as per the development team. This is just a quick image of what the proposal is. And so this is a true mixed-use development. It would have hotel, offices, about 60,000 square feet of office space, as well as apartments, along with a rooftop amenity deck and bar. And some of you may remember the revolving restaurant at the top. Their goal is to restore that restaurant. So here are just some of the inspirational images that have been developed for the structure, and I'm just going to flip through these quickly to give you the flavor of what it's intended. These are the hotel images. This is just a sketch of what a typical apartment, 1,000 square foot apartment would look like. Some more inspirational images. This is an exterior shot. One thing I'd like to point out in this image is that you see the tower in the background. What you see here is actually Main Street and Jefferson. So their proposal is to build apartments on the other side of that block, where you now have 4 low-rise buildings as well as a parking lot. And so these slides are actually slides that came directly from the development team, but I wanted to get to where we are today. So back in November of 2016, the development team gave an update to our Downtown Mobility Authority, which is the entity under DMC that's actually leading this project. Their proposal and the request was to do 2 things. One, break the site into 2 pieces, because we agreed on a $10 million acquisition price for the full site. So their request was to break the site into 2 phases. First phase would be the tower. The second phase would be the remainder of the block, those apartments that I showed you. Their goal for doing that is to, defer the overall acquisition cost to lower that bar. $5 million per phase was their proposal. And the second part of their request was to allow them to start the interior demolition on the project while we continue to own it. We own the property right now. Their goal was to go ahead and start, and in return for them improving our asset. Now, they would be doing this at risk, because if they make these interior renovations, demolition, doing all of this clean out, if they ultimately do not close on the project, they don't secure the rest of their financing, their money is gone. It's gone. And so in return for that, their request is that we would rebate a portion of that, meaning that we would count that expenditure towards the purchase price. And make no mistake, we do understand that that in essence becomes a grant, because they would spend $7 million, they would get $3.75 million credited. So that was their request. That is what came to the board. We talked about it on November 16th. We had a series of presentations. We had one on January 18th with the board. The board wasn't ready to vote on it, and so we deferred it for till January the 25th, which is when we actually had the meeting when this proposal was accepted and approved. This slide just kind of shows you what is included with some of that interior demolition. Gives you an itemized budget, the elevator, some of the lighting, temporary power, removal of the mold and waste and all of the things that are in the building, and then abatement demo when they actually start tearing down walls inside. And so this is a simpler explanation: cleaning, abatement, and demolition, those three phases. These are just some images that show you some of what the interior conditions look like today. And then a brief timeline. I will say that when this presentation was given January 25th, the development team expected to start in February. We are still finalizing that pre-development agreement, which, after conversations with our board, we wanted to ensure that there were some things in there regarding insurance. We are also working towards a final development agreement where we're also looking at reversionary clauses, like if the property is transferred and they don't move quickly enough, the property would come back to us, because we want to make sure that we are protecting this asset that we've all worked so hard to secure. And at the end of the day, our end goal for this is a completed project. We all understand how difficult the market has been. There are so many major projects in our community that have had a tough go at it right now because of interest rates and because of construction costs, and it's been challenging. It's a challenging market. And so, our goal is to push and be thoughtful and creative around how we actually get this project executed. And we are actually glad that the development team is still sticking with it and working so hard to make it happen, because they have reputational risks. They're walking around Memphis too, and people are asking them about this project, and they're pushing really, really hard to make it happen. Should I stop there, or do you? Okay, I'll stop there, and we'll talk about this, and then I'll go into the pilot review.
Okay.
I felt like you were talking to me.
I wasn't. I was talking to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Yeah, it's a very difficult project. This body was leery, I think, Chairman Jones, about purchasing the building, but knew it was important. Personally, just to be out front, personally, I always thought the building probably should come down. I know people are attached to it for a variety of reasons, but if you talk to a lot of architects, it's a blue-collar, middle-of-the-road 1960s architecture, and it's going to be, I'm glad they're sticking with it, but it's definitely a bear. So the deal structure's changed from a $10 million purchase to two phases, 5 and 5. But before that even happens, the DMA and the DMC administration is going to allow the development team to go in and do selective demolition.
Correct.
The $3.75 million credit, should they close, where is that money coming from?
Them.
No. Should they close? Where's the credit coming from?
That's the purchase price. The $5 million purchase price for that phase, a credit of $3.75 million would go toward it. So we would actually receive 1.25.
So you're taking the total cash incentives up from $22.5 million to $26 million.
In essence, that is what it becomes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're getting an extra, should they close, they're getting an extra $3.75 million on top of. So they're getting more cash with no, like you said, a grant with no clawback, no loan, no nothing.
Correct.
Okay, because interest rates have gotten higher, construction's gotten more expensive. You guys are stepping up to the plate and giving them cash.
Correct. And,
Okay.
and I will say, just as a caveat to that, it's cash that's at risk for them because if they do not
any
make it
development,
to close,
they've already got $1 million at risk. I mean, that's deal chase. I mean, I got you. That's just deal chase. The only rub is even if they do close and then they get down the way, I guess one of the concerns you could put out there is even if they close, now they own the building, and I know you'll put in the appropriate clawbacks or reversion clauses. If they close and then the development falters between close and
Right.
notice to proceed. But the scary part is that at that point, and we'll see what Mr. McLaren puts in the document, but no one still has a path forward to actually renovate the building. Like, it's $3.7 million that may go down if it's determined ultimately the building is seismically incapable of being built or something else has to occur. We don't have to get into that. That's just a general concern about them starting demolition on a building that we don't know we actually can save. What is the timing? Right now, obviously, the environment has been difficult, and so giving developers extra time to figure it out, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in the pilot phase, but giving developers extra time to figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to move forward in a very rocky environment is understandable. What is your expectation on this notice to proceed, this pre-development agreement? I see it here, and then really what you think when are you expecting them to execute the actual development agreement for phase one, and then how long or what ties to phase two? And we've talked about this, so I hope I'm not catching you off guard, meaning, hey, I'm going to close on phase one and start construction, but now I'm going to tie up 3 or 4 acres around this site for how long? What's the DMC and DMA's thought on, like, we want to see the building, but you don't want to see the surrounding real estate get tied up because they don't want anybody else to be a competitor to them.
Right. Well, it won't be tied up because they won't have control of the site until they close on it. I think your ultimate question is how long will we hold it in anticipation of them closing? And we hadn't determined a specific date, but that will be a part of the development agreement.
Sorry, just to make sure I'm clear. So what you're saying is when they close on phase one, you'll still own phase two?
Correct.
Okay. And so you're prepared, if need be, to move forward with a separate entity or entities to develop that site around.
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
we believe that site is actually easier to develop than.
Yeah, I mean, it's impervious surface. It would be great, barring some sort of environmental issue, which would be great for Under North Main and the garage itself, right? Because this goes back to another thing, which is, are there any other asks based on now that they've spent $1 million? I assume that they have, and as other groups, I think that were bidding, raised issues with the building seismic code in the garage. Are there any other asks before your bodies at this time, or do you believe that there will be further asks coming forward?
There are no asks before our bodies right now. I certainly know that they still have a development gap, and so I can't speak to where the next ask will come from, but they're still going to be working to try to figure out how to close that bigger gap that they have.
And then last question, for the developer, as far as you know today, has the scope of the project changed? Meaning, are we building more or less hotel rooms? Are we building more or less apartments? Are we building more retail, less retail for both phase one and phase two? Or is the scope, as far as you're aware, stayed the same?
As far as I know, the scope has stayed the same. I think if there's any major change, it may be on the office side where they have 60,000 square feet of office planned. But as far as I know, it's been pretty much the same.
Yeah, and that's I will say this, if we're going to put 60,000 square feet of City of Memphis employees, that building better be seismically retrofitted to code and to the appropriate level, or I'd be very uncomfortable about that. And I forgot about that. I'm glad you reminded me, because that's another big piece of this economic package is 60,000 square feet of city space in that building, which is, the city's credit, which could be to the tune of, depending on what the rate is negotiated, I mean, that could be worth millions towards the project as well. So that's another big cash incentive. Well, I wish them the best of luck. It's very difficult. I appreciate the update on 100 North Main. I think for me, just the big thing is that when you start looking at this thing, we're putting $25 million in cash, no requirement, no loan. They're getting an annual lease payment on 60,000 square feet, which could be as high as $400,000 or $500,000 a year. It could be worth up to $20 million in the open market if they sold the lease itself. And no requirement to pay that back. And I think the only thing is we're getting is the building is redone, but we're going to give roughly $50 to $60 million in cash, and we're only going to get 100 hotel rooms, and we're only going to get a couple hundred apartments. I ask myself if that's really worth it, or if they should tear the building down and we can get much more for much less of upfront cash from the city. But you guys are competent and capable, and I'll put it in your good hands. But it's the question that we raised when we first started talking about the project itself, and now I'm really asking it because of where construction is today and how lending requirements have changed. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Young. Thank you, Brett, James, your team. Thank you, Chairman.
So I just want to respond real quick and just say that your comments today are instructive. We don't have the final development agreement, so as we look at what things we include in that development agreement, we will make sure to reflect the comments that we're hearing today.
I know this guy won't miss.
Right.
Okay, let the record show that Councilman Canale, Corvette, has joined us. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Young, mine are more so some reminder type of questions. This was approved when?
So city council's approval?
No, initially that the DEMC awarded it to.
The award to the development team happened in January 2022.
Okay, so a little bit over a year ago. Okay.
Yes.
And then now, I guess if we look at it, the credit, though, isn't actual cash that we're giving them. It's cash that they don't have to expend.
No,
correct?
they are expending it now,
Right.
and we will give them credit for the cash that they've expended towards their purchase price.
They're spending the money.
So what I'm saying, but that actual, so we're looking at, if we're subdividing what would be that block,
Right.
we're cutting it in half, and we're assigning a value of $5 million each.
Correct.
So instead of their figuratively spending $5 million for it, they will spend $1.25.
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the money they had already spent.
But based upon the work that they're doing
Right.
while we still own. So we anticipated that the actual amount of the demolition would be about $7 million. Is that
Correct.
Okay? And so for that, that's where they're getting that 3.75 credit there, but it's not a payment to them.
Correct.
Okay, but now to Mr. Carlisle's point, though, is most or majority of that office space anticipated to be from the city of Memphis?
Yes.
60,000 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, what if we do? What's does anybody? What's the A class?
Market rate.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, may I? So market rate office would be a full service lease. You'd cut a check anywhere between $35 and $40 a square foot.
Okay.
The flow through of that, so if you did 35, which would, I think it depends on the tenant improvement, all that stuff, but we'll just use $35 on 60,000 square feet is roughly $2.1 million a year in annual expense. And then the profit on that usually is probably somewhere around $15 a square foot. I mean, they've got $20 worth of expenses a square foot. So the profit to them on an annual basis is around $900,000.
Okay. So no chump change is needed.
No, not at all. And look, I know and if Chief McGowan were here, he would say, I'm consolidating other departments into one place, which is a benefit. So I want to be fair about that too.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's definitely a real number. And I'll give you one more. The city's credit is AA. So I could take that lease out into the open market and sell that $900,000 net cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put a cap of 5%, meaning a 5% coupon on it, that's worth $18 million. I could go and sell that lease and get $18 million for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no chump change.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so next topic is the pilot revision. So I'll just start this by saying when I started at Downtown Memphis Commission, it was April 2021. In March 2021, this body, along with the county commission, had some joint meetings where the conversation was around pilots, and it was around pilots for DMC, Edge, Health Ed Board, both city and county health ed board. And so one of the clear takeaways from that discussion was we need to ensure that the pilots are bringing the value to the public that we want them to bring. And so this effort began where we started reviewing our policies in fourth quarter of 2021. And I will also say that this is not something that is abnormal. Every 3 to 5 years, the Downtown Memphis Commission reviews its policies and procedures around the pilot program to ensure that they're still hitting the mark. And so we engaged a consulting firm, PGAV, to start this study back in 2021. We hosted over 21 virtual stakeholder meetings throughout the process with a host of other individual meetings, and the final pilot program review report was accepted by the board in April 2022. It's available on our website. I think you guys have a copy of it as well. And so just to fast forward, once we finished the actual report, we had a series of policy committee meetings with the CCRFC. There were 5 of those meetings. And so we had a lot of discussion around the parameters of the program, what are the things that we can do to strengthen it. And our last review of this program was on February 14th, and that's when it was approved by the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation with the policies to go in effect July 1. And so these were the goals that we had for the program when we started, to align the program with the current plans, including Memphis 3.0 and the Build Downtown Master Plan, which are the guiding documents we use for growth in downtown, to ensure that the pilot is still powerful enough to incentivize projects that align with our priorities, but also reducing the length of pilot tax abatements when possible. We want to make sure that the pilots are only as long as they need to be. To streamline the program, providing unified standards, and to increase the transparency of the program. Here are some of the key changes. There are some other things that I think would be less interesting, but these are the things that I think will be of most interest. The length of the program. Prior to our revision, I think the lowest amount of time you could get is 8 years for a pilot. So for those smaller programs that would have qualified for 8 years, they now can get 10 years because 10 years is the standard pilot for most projects. That is what we are aiming towards. That's what the pilot review said. This is in line with the average length for other programs across the country. Understanding how important this program is, we said, well, 15 years is still possible if you meet 3 of the bonus criteria, or if you are willing to truly include affordable housing, which the definition for affordable housing in this instance is what we like to refer to as workforce housing. It's what they call 80% of the area median income. It's for a family of 4, it's going to be roughly $52,000, $53,000 a year. And so if you meet that criteria, you can get 15 years, and 20 years is still possible if the project meets the same requirements for 15 years and it's $100 million of investment. So those large catalytic projects still have the ability to get 20 years as well as 30 years, which has to be approved by the state. So we didn't eliminate that possibility. We just made sure that we had requirements to get there. The affordable housing. So this is one that has gotten a lot of conversation. We kept the standard where if you are a project that's over 50 units of apartments, then you must participate in the affordable housing program. Understanding that they may be challenging for some, because, and I'll explain why, we also gave an additional alternative where if you aren't able or unwilling to participate in the program by providing units that are capped in their rents, then you can pay a 2% fee, and this 2% fee will actually go into a fund to support affordable housing throughout downtown. And so those projects that pay that fee are going to be limited to a 10-year pilot. You can't take advantage of the 15-year if you're not willing to do that. And When I mentioned the cap, so 20% of your units must be held for units for individuals or families that earn 80% of the area median income or below, and the rents are capped at that amount. And so just for context, and I think I printed this slide, I did not provide it to you guys, so my apologies. For context, like a typical rent cap on a one-bedroom apartment would be $1,200 versus the average market rent of $1,348. For a two-bedroom, the average market rent is $1,700. It would be capped at $1,384. For a three-bedroom, it would be the average market rate is $1,992, and the rent cap would be $1,536. And so that just gives you some context as to what that cap means. And make no mistake, it's real dollars for the developers, and it means that where they were counting on getting an additional $300-400 in rent every month on that unit, they will no longer be able to get it. And so that is why we gave the alternative where you can actually pay and put the money in a fund where another developer can also use funds for affordable housing in downtown. It speaks towards our value of being able to maintain a downtown for everyone, because we've seen how cities like Nashville have grown and there is literally no affordable housing in their community. Lastly, just reporting requirements. We want to require those that are doing apartments that they just submit the rental rates and occupancy data. We already collect that data, but we have a more rigorous process where it's not automatically submitted to us. And then projects with affordable housing must submit an annual compliance documentation. And then transparency, us maintaining a pilot impact report that we update annually. And so I think that's the last slide because it's not moving. So I will stop there and open it up for any questions that you have.
Mr. Young, looking at the key changes here,
Yes.
how was the 2% additional fee determined?
Yeah, so we started at 1%, and as we looked at the numbers, it became clear that the number was so low that everybody would select just paying the additional fee, and nobody would want to produce affordable housing, and so we increased it to 2% to make it a real decision point, and that was really the math and the science behind it. Is trying to make it not so onerous that it would put the project at risk, but also make it something that you would deeply consider before balancing those two of, do I do affordable housing and have an additional 5 years for the pilot, or do I pay this 2% fee and have a 10-year pilot?
So if we're looking at and I know that there's no such thing as a typical project, but just on the surface, this doesn't seem like an incentive enough for them to do so. If we're looking at a $10 million project, a 2% penalty is $200,000. To save them $400 a month per unit, 12 months, $5,000, and if there are 10 units for affordable housing, so this 2% for us to have, and this is that $200,000, say a $10 million project, $200,000, that's one time?
It is.
Okay, so, colleagues, I still go back to, we have delegated this authority to outside bodies who are not directly accountable to the taxpayers. And so to have, this number that's the cost of doing business.
I would also just add in that they get 5 years less on the pilot, which equates to more.
Right. So, if we talk about the typical abatement amount, is that greater than $200,000? On a general type of, and like I said, I know there's
but I need to validate that.
So what I'm saying is that if the incentive is less than what they're saving, they'll pay that $200,000. If they're saving more in tax, if they save $300,000, they'll pay a $200,000 penalty to keep $100,000. And so what is the baseline as far as a number of, and this is an issue that I raised before you you were the president of the downtown Memphis Authority. Colleagues, what typically would happen is that the way that they meet that affordable housing, they set up a studio apartment, not a 1-bedroom, a studio. It might be 3, 4. Okay.
So one of the other changes that we said
Okay,
was that
gotcha.
your 20% can't just be one unit type. It's 20% of every unit type.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we've changed that
Thank
as
you.
well.
Thank you. But I'm just, if we're putting in $200,000, I would, what we probably should do is look at it on a per case basis and essentially say.
Retroactively apply, and then you'd at least be able to see. If you
Yeah.
retroactively applied it, you could take a sampling of projects that they've approved in the last 5 to 10 years, apply these rules to them with performance, and see where you end up. You'd give you an academic look back.
Would love to see that. And so, do we have, if we could quantify how many projects have we approved along these lines, I think that would be helpful for us to take a look at, just to see what those numbers
Yes,
are.
our team has done an exercise like that, so
Okay.
we certainly share that with you.
Okay.
So you can see it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Good comments. I'll give you a real market look on the value, not pro or con, but 400. So let's say it takes 50 units basically to trigger this provision. If 20% of the units, it's 10 units at $400 a month, yada, yada, yada. The value of that's $875,000 in market value at a 5.5 cap, right? Like that's what that hit's worth. And I'll circle back to that. I guess my question for you is like, what is the purpose of the Downtown Memphis Commission as it relates to multifamily development?
I would say the purpose of the downtown Memphis in general as it relates to development is to create a vibrant environment. Multifamily certainly contributes to that. It adds people on the streets, particularly during nighttime hours because you have more people living there. So our goal is to incentivize it and help for it to happen.
Good tagline, good elevator line. So I'll boil it down because we're talking specifically about the pilot program, is to incentivize quality development in the Downtown Memphis Commission's purview, which is the parkways and inside. And then you have, and I assume you're keeping some of the mapping, meaning you've got core, I can't remember all of it, core, South Main, whatever. Yeah. I don't have any, I think mixed income housing is very important. And I agree with that. And Brett Roller will tell you, he better, that I started raising concerns about the pilot program and the need to revise it probably 4 years ago because we had a lot of developments that were coming forward at a time with interest rates at all-time lows, construction at good rates, and they were taking advantage of our pilot guidelines in order to build what I would not consider quality developments. And a lot of times it's stuff that people can't see. So 10, 15-year pilots were happening for type 5A wood construction, which is a product, the lumber, that has like a 20-year life cycle. So when you get off the pilot, the quality of the product's not very good. So I'm a very big proponent of making sure that we are getting the product and the development that we want. My concern lies in this. I don't work as a developer for myself. I work for my lenders. And lenders have very stringent requirements in underwriting. Like if you look at what's going on, and I'm sure Henry Turley can tell you about down in the medical district, they will be considered a student housing provision if they've got a lot of students in their new medical development in Orleans Place. That's a totally different set of lender requirements and underwriting. And so, and I think, Mr. Young, you told me that you guys spoke to a series of lenders, and I'd love to see, if you want to do it privately, I'm just curious to know some of those players, whether it's Fannie, Freddie, private banks, I don't know. But here's my concern. In a rising interest rate environment and a rising construction cost environment, I'm very concerned about the onerous burden, even with the 2 years. Like some of these obviously this is brand new. We've yet to execute a pilot.
Right.
But what I would go back and ask you is in the last 24 months, how many pilot in dollar values, how many pilots have been executed or approved rather by your board and how many have closed?
Yeah.
They're like, what percentage is actually closed? Because if we're not getting a close rate and then we're strapping more requirements on and you are trying to be a pro good development, quality development player, why are we doing that? And why aren't we saying and if it's even to incentivize more affordable housing, why aren't we saying, Mayor Harris, Mayor Strickland, I need more. Like, we need more because we have a rising interest rate environment. We need more because we have a rising construction cost environment. We need more because, honestly, in the downtown core, there are very few available sites left for any sort of large-scale development. So those are some of my general comments and concerns. I know, and I'll be fair to Mr. Young, he's right. They can always change the rules, but I'm just a little concerned about the timing, and I'm a little concerned about the lending environment and how lenders are going to react to this at the end of the day. Building it is the easy part.
Right. Yeah. So I'll just respond by saying that we've had that exact discussion. I mean, we even questioned, do we have too much development in downtown? And we don't. We know we still have a lot more work to do, but the onus of responsibility is on us as an entity to ensure that our incentives are still matching the needs within the public. And so what we try to do is find a balance where, the development community still feels supported through the incentive, but also the public is getting the public good that they want and require and are demanding of us. And to your question around how many of the pilots that have been approved have actually closed, we know that many of them have had a tough time. We've done more extensions on pilots than we've done because they're having a difficult time closing. But we do believe that there will be a backside to this as well. And to your final point, if it's not working, we're going to continue to review it. If it's not working, we will adjust. And that's what we are nimble. We're going to continue to monitor the market, and we're going to make sure that we are promoting what's right for downtown.
Thank you, Mr. Young. So I'll close with this. I would love to see with Chairman Jones, and I'm happy to mosey on over to your office in case you don't want to send them out because of proprietary information. But I'd love to see a few sample cases if you guys retroactively applied them, and then I'd like to see the total number of approved pilots over the last 24 months and hard development costs, and then the percent we've closed. And again, I'm happy to come over and do that offline. Because I know some of that. I mean, I know it's all public, but there's certain things that aren't. Thank you for coming down today. I wish you the best of luck over the next 12 to 18 months. We'll see what happens. I will say this: I don't want to be Nashville by any stretch of the imagination, but I'd love to have the velocity so that we have the problem to discuss. Yeah. Those are the things that we want to try and lift up and create. So, and then of course we always talk about multifamily, but I'd love to see office start coming back downtown in a major way too. When you talk about small retail business owners, they thrive because of the retail environment that's created by office workers. And the last comment is that with being over a year at Edge without a leader, and the DMC and the chamber, I think that this body and the mayors and these commissions need to seriously reconsider how we do economic development in the city and the county, and consider consolidating into one economic development body. Having Edge be one body, the IDB be under them, having you guys be the DMC with the DMA and 5 other bodies, and then having the chamber kind of out there as some sort of, private lobbying group. For me, putting all of that economic development under one roof makes the most sense, because I go to Paul Young and I say, Mr. Young, I want to do this, this, and this, and I don't have to go to 6 different buildings and 3 different boards and 4, all of the traps that occur today. And so I think you as an economic development head and your body, working potentially with Mr. Bright for the time being and Mr. Lawrence and the mayors, need to consider looking at a consolidated economic development hub. A lot of cities have gone that way. St. Louis has gone that way, and they've had great success. And I'll acknowledge the fact that you are in the mayor's race, and I hope that that's something that you'll consider as you are putting your platform in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other council member? Mr. Young. Yeah. Let the record show that Councilman Warren made it. Look, let me ask you this question. I understand what they're saying down there, okay? Downtown is okay with me, okay? My district is District 6. Some of it is downtown. Right. Boundary-wise, how far are your boundaries?
So there's two boundaries. There's our CBID boundary. Those are the entities that actually pay the fee. That goes south, as far south as Crump. But the pilot boundary, which means all of the core, which is the Parkway. So we go down to South Parkway, as far east as East Parkway, and as far north as North Parkway and the river.
Yeah, because I know Crump Street is everything is already at Crump, so you come across Crump,
Yeah.
which would go all the way to South Parkway.
Correct. For pilots.
I need to see you because I need some development going down there. You may not. Hey, I don't want all of it to go downtown.
Understand.
You know, affordable housing, things like that. Yep, I need to see you after this meeting because I have some people that are very interested. They may not need any money, okay? But I need you to kind of be part of that because I know it's coming all the way to Parkway, you know.
Would love to.
Those particular areas, you know, they kind of condemn them from the black people, okay? I got to talk black again, okay? They didn't give them no money for those spots, but they want to kind of condemn everything. But I need it to be redeveloped over in that particular area, okay? Just like downtown, because like I said, it's come all the way to Crump, so it got to come all the way across Crump now.
Right.
And then they still moving my people out. I'm talking about my people, and they're not getting anything for it. But if they're going to do something, I want them to be able to get something from that, okay? Y'all excuse me, that's my medicine time. But I need to see you because there are quite a few different developments in which I think which would be very interesting.
Absolutely.
Something that we could kind of do because, like I said, I understand what they're saying, but I want some of my money spent over here because, hey, budget time is coming, and I'm looking to do a lot of things in my district instead of everywhere else that have always had everything that they wanted, okay?
Right.
Before this end of the year, that's why I need to get with you. And, yep, you're in the mayor's race, and might be the right one. Appreciate that. Well, I don't mind because everybody want to get in there. Some need to get out. And you know what? And hey, and as a black person, I want to try to end up in a meeting where I can get some of them out of the race. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. No further business. This meeting is adjourned.
Good morning, colleagues. Today is March 7th, 8th. What's the day?
We here?
At 9:10 a.m. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Creighton, please call the roll.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm not gonna miss this.
Councilman Warren.
President.
Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Johnson. And Chairwoman Logan.
It's the second. Present. Today, colleagues, we have 7 items on the agenda. We have 2 hours. So I want to hear from everybody. We want to get everything in. We have a lot to cover. So we are gonna take a few of the items out of numerical order, chronological order. And we're going to go with item number 7 first. It's a joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting the Shelby County District Attorney and Shelby County Juvenile Court to create and maintain a data dashboard. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. May I have a motion and a second?
Move it. Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilman Carlisle and seconded by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized if you want to have anything to say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And colleagues, I'll be quick since we've got more to do. This is just simply a request from both bodies. Edmund Ford Jr. has agreed to bring this resolution forward on the county side. As Chairman Jones often says, we speak formally as a body. We are pushing for data transparency within the police department. And for me and a lot of the constituents that I have, they want to know what happens, much like when we brought DA Wyrick over to talk about what happens after an arrest for reckless driving. And we saw how many null process, et cetera. And so in all fairness, Judge Sugarman's court out of the Federal Monitor has a data dashboard that exists, but it hasn't been updated since 2021, which was obviously a holdover from Judge Dan Michael. And so for Judge Sugarman, it's mainly please keep this updated and with regular information, on a monthly basis so that the public can go and see what's happening. For DA Mulroy, DA Mulroy called me over the weekend to express to me that he's fully supportive of this, that he and I think his words were, "You're late to the game," were his exact words, but that they have been working on implementing a data dashboard since he took office. And so this is certainly in support of that effort. Again, I think it's really important that people, the public, have an opportunity in a very simple, easy way like the city's data dashboard to go and see what happens to a lot of these cases with macro data. The only way to do it now is you have to have a login for the Justice Portal. You have to have a case number or a name. And it's just very difficult to see what is happening with a lot of these cases. What are the charges? What is the age of the defendant? And so these are just very basic things. This is not to spit in the face of the DA or Judge Sugarman. This is to say, as a body, we're asking you to create these and regularly maintain them so that our constituents can easily access and see what happens when somebody comes in contact with the police department all the way through the disposition of their case. There are many other jurisdictions and municipalities that do this. As we continue to move through the 21st century and with transparency and technology, it's low-hanging fruit. The other thing the DA asked me to do was acknowledge that in the case of the 11-year-old boy that was arrested 9 times, that they did ask for a $600,000 bond and it was denied. And so I told the DA that I would certainly be happy to set the record straight on that. With that, Madam Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. We're going to go to the queue. We have Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Robinson, and Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward, Councilman Carlisle. I think one of the issues that I think we actually have as a city is that we have a bunch of, antique electronic medical antique systems that don't talk to each other. So our outdated computer systems aren't working. So it's not just the DA, it's our police department's got to be upgraded. I think our fire integration has to be upgraded. I think I want to have us pass this for sure, But let's try to come up with a resolution to where we can figure out how we can actually integrate all this, where they talk to each other and the police and talk to our citizens in a way that we want them to work for us. So I do think that's another problem, that this is the first step, and I don't want to stop here. Let's go ahead and get everything combined if we can.
So you want to consolidate them?
We need to consolidate data, consolidate government. Hey, I'm with you, Councilman Carla. We're all there. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Is it okay, Chairwoman? Okay, thank you.
Go right ahead.
I'd like to make just a small change to this resolution. Are you listening? Got it? Okay. Since we're looking at data, I believe all institutions should provide data so that we can make better decisions. We know what we're asking today for the Memphis Police Department, the Sheriff Department's data dashboard. We're asking for juvenile court, but we also need to ask for General Sessions Court, criminal court, and another court that we're on. What's Patrick Dandridge's court called? Thank you. We need the data on that, and we can't blame everything on technology. The old-fashioned way is you get a spreadsheet and you put it in the computer and put it out there. That can be done, and you can bring those spreadsheets together and calculate the data. But I'd like to move that we add all of the courts so that we know not just how it got there, but what happened when it got to the court. Thank you.
Second.
That is accepted as a friendly amendment with a high emphasis on environmental court.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. You done, Councilwoman?
Yes, I'm done.
All right.
you.
Councilman Canali. Were you?
Morning.
Good morning. Were you in the queue?
I was not in the queue.
Okay, you better be quiet today. Anyone else? All right.
Madam Chairman, may I have a co-sponsor, please?
Co-sponsor.
Anyone else want to be added? Anybody that does not want to be, we all want to be added. Please let the
And Madam
record
Chair, I
reflect
just want to say, I want to thank Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr. for being willing to carry this on the county side as well.
You've been talking to my son? Hell yeah.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a voice vote on this item. All those in favor of moving this item to tonight's add-on agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. All right, great work, colleague. Item number 1 is an update on Group Violence Intervention Project, GVIB, requested by the Budget Committee. Like, for those that are going to speak on this subject, please give us your name and address, and you may be recognized.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shandell Ryan. I'm Chief Operation Officer for the City of Memphis, address 125 North Main Street. I'm here with Jimmy Johnson, who is the person who will be speaking about GVIP in general. I just want to start us off with the ARPA discussion.
Okay, excuse me. There's a echo, or can we fix that?
She has to speak closer to that microphone. Just kind of turn it towards her.
Okay.
I'm Jimmy Johnson, the administrator for the City of Memphis Group Violence Intervention Program. Address is 125 North Main.
Thank you. You all go right ahead, Chief.
Just to give a background, at the last council meeting, we were here to talk about the ARPA expenditure summary that was given at the time, and it was a February report, and it basically showed that the project was 19.4% spent. What I wanted to remind everyone is that this allocation was done in 3-year increments, well, actually 2-year increments. So we're in year 2 of that appropriation, and that is a $2.4 million allocation each year. So actually for this year, we are 41% spent on the allocation that was given. So if you see the spend from February was $929,000, and we're up to 983. There were a few more dollars that came through as of February the 23rd when we ran our last appropriation statement. So overall, we're at a 20% spend, but for this year, we're at a 41% spend for this fund, and we expect that we will expend all of these dollars before the program ends. And that's the update for the ARPA. I'll turn it over to Mr. Johnson.
All right, thank you for that. Councilman Carlisle?
Hey, they're still going.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I'm gonna give a brief overview again over the Group Violence Intervention Program. It's a supplemental tool to be utilized by city government, specifically law enforcement, to reduce the violent crimes in the city by identifying those individuals who are at the highest risk of being shot or to commit shootings that are group involved. We have partnered with the National Network of Safe Communities, NNSC, our national partners, Urban Peace Institute, as well as the Hospital Alliance Violence Intervention, the HAVI. As of today, some of the program highlights: our post-contact arrest rates for those individuals who we have engaged with. Only 5% of those individuals that we've conducted custom notifications on have been rearrested or arrested, and only 4% of those participants that have been invited to our community call-in have been arrested again. We are very, very near to expanding our intervention services into Regional 1. The MOU has been signed. We're waiting for our legal to process that through. We have expanded intervention services into the schools, particularly the Fraser Community School District. We are developing a preventive intervention program for the youth that are attending MLK Prep High School, which is in the Fraser Community School District, in collaboration with the Memphis Office of Youth Services. And we are exploring collaboration with juvenile court to offer intervention services to the youth upon their adjudication. The program is broken down into 3 facets: intervention, focused deterrence, and outreach and support. The intervention is separated into 2 pieces: street intervention and hospital intervention. Our focused deterrence, we have weekly shooting reviews in collaboration with the Memphis Police Department, Tennessee Department of Corrections, as well as school security. And that's where we engage individuals through custom notifications and our mandatory call-in meetings. And then we're able to offer them supportive services to change their lives around. Again, our intervention, with our street intervention, we utilize 901 Block Squad as our street intervention group. We have grown that team from 15 to 50 trained interventionists who cover the city in its entirety. They're divided into 5 quadrants, and their ultimate goal is to reduce violence by mediating the beefs between the groups that's feuding in the streets. We also have our hospital intervention program that's up and running at Labana right now. Again, we have neared expansion into Regional 1, and we are in talks with the Methodist network as well. These are the numbers from 2023, from January and February regarding our street intervention. They have had a total of 985 touches with individuals. Again, you can see the quadrants listed below. And out of those 985 touches, there was 443 unique individuals touched. This is from last year. Again, we started capturing this data in October, actually the last day of October, up until December. We had a total of 1,644 touches with 739 individuals. This is the demographics of the individuals that were touched from October last year to date. You can see some of the services that the street intervention team offered, mentorship being the greatest. recreational engagement, mediator, intervention, other, and employment. This is the numbers for our hospital intervention. Again, we only have intervention workers working in Labona right now, but they have had 57 touches. Again, we started tracking this data in August of last year. Our focus deterrence, we have a weekly shooting review again in collaboration with law enforcement, Memphis Police Department, Tennessee Department of Corrections, the District Attorney's Office, as well as school security. And we're able to identify individuals and engage with them through two different processes, the custom notification and the mandatory call-in meetings. The outcome, we identify these individuals likely to be shot or to do the shooting, and identify events that likely will result in retaliation. This is the focus deterrence model. Again, we identify these individuals, we communicate directly to them, we identify what services that will be most beneficial in changing their lives around. Once we connect them to the services, we follow up with them through our partner agencies and our law enforcement officers, and then we analyze their progress through that receptors of services. This is how the custom notification process works. Using the data from Memphis Police Department, we identify individuals that, again, are at the highest risk of being involved in a shooting, specifically retaliatory events. We have initial contact made by our Group Violence Intervention and Program Liaison Officers, which was a resource that Memphis Police Department gave us. We do that for two reasons. The first reason we do it is to allow the individual to know that they're on the radar. We know what they're doing. They're no longer able to hide their behavior, which is driving the violence. The second one is to change the narrative about law enforcement. So now they see law enforcement as not someone that's coming in just to arrest them, take their civil rights away, their liberties away, but now they're giving a hand of redemption. They're trying to talk to them and say, hey, we're here to change your life around. Give us this opportunity. Then we meet with the individual after a planned meeting. We discuss what the program has to offer, and we give them the connection to services. Once we connect them to services, we follow up with them to see if they've been arrested again, if they had any other run-ins with law enforcement.
Madam Chair, can I hop in here real quick?
Please do.
All right, I appreciate this. We've seen a lot of this information. We understand how the program works. The purpose of this discussion was to talk about where you are. Like, this is more helpful. Where you are today, how the work is going, and how we are going to scale this thing up into a meaningful way. This body is anxious to fund more for this program, but what we don't have is visibility into, I give you $1, where is that dollar going? Is it going into the city's administrative costs? Is it going into grants to 901 Block Squad? Is it going into interventionists? How do we train more interventionists? That is the purpose of this discussion. We are relatively informed about the process. We are fully supportive of the process. We want to have a meaningful discussion about how we scale this process.
Absolutely. And I also would like to hear from 901 Block Squad if they could add to that and lend to that presentation as well.
Could I piggyback on that before we go? I was at a conference yesterday that was being done by Memphis Allies at the Hilton. And there they had Thomas Apt, who wrote the book, David Muhammad, who's with the National Institute of Justice Reform, and Fernando Rejon, who's with Urban Peace Institute. And in LA and other places, they're actually developing a peace force right on the other side of the police department, where you have the 901 Block Squad, the social workers, all in one department that are actually initiating parallel enforcement and help going on. So as you're talking about this, Mr. Johnson, if you could sort of tell us how you're developing 901 Block Squad and our social workers and integrating the NGOs or the volunteer organizations that are helping us. That's what I think Mr. Carlisle is wanting to know about and what we can do to scale it.
For everyone. That's right. Thank you, Doc.
And I'm also interested in what is working. I know there's a partnership and all that, but the people that are on the ground, the boots on the ground, are able to inform of what's going on, what's needed, and how it's needed. I'm interested in knowing that, so I'm definitely wanting to hear from 901 Block Squad to know exactly how we can, scale up, what's the most important, what the priorities are, and the like.
Okay, so alluding to the partnerships that have been developed, a lot of this work is based off of that, making sure you have people at the table that's going to deliver the promises that we're offering the citizens. So a lot of the work prior to us tracking this data was building those relationships, making sure that the service providers that we're referring people to, are they gonna be able to hold up? Because what we found, you only have probably one time to make that initial impact on these citizens. If that trust is broken, that one time, it's hard to get them back. It's hard to get them back in. So we have developed a relationship and collaboration with United Way, Driving the Dream. We are able to track our citizens that we refer to them. Again, 901 Block Squad, they offer services as well to the individuals that they contact, and they're able to provide that data, and we're able to track those citizens that they're contacting and making sure that they are receiving the highest level of services to get them from doing what they were doing previously, which is driving violence. Our partnerships with LeBonner and now Regional 1, they have been Regional 1, when they finally came on board with us, they've seen what LeBonner is doing, and LeBonner is able to show their work as well, which allows other hospitals to say, okay, what you're doing at LeBonner is working. So a lot of the partnerships and relationships that we're entering in, we have to make sure that they're able to deliver.
Okay, so you said you partner with United Way, 901 Block Squad, LeBonner, and Regional 1. Pardon me?
Driving the Dream.
And Driving the Dream. And the information on how the dollars are being spent, these are the entities that are being paid.
So we fund positions at LeBonner. We also have 5 hospital interventionists that does the work inside LeBonner as well. Again, we've scaled 901 Block, our street intervention team, up from 15 to 50 now to be able to cover the city in its entirety, as well as the new collaboration that we have with MLK Prep as well. So they have a team of street interventionists that are dedicated to MLK Prep before school, during lunch hours, and after school to ensure that they're mediating those beefs to drive down the violence that they have at their school district.
Okay, so is 901 Block Squad the only organization that you have that are boots on the ground?
As far as our street intervention, yes, ma'am.
Street intervention?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
I would like to hear from them now.
Okay.
You can come on down, sir, and give us your name and address and kind of share in terms of the street and what you do and your thoughts on what needs to happen.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. It's on.
It's on. Yeah, my name is Delvin Lane, address 3385 Austin P. I am the executive director of the 901 Block Squad. The 901 Block Squad is a 53-member team now in 5 quadrants around the city, pretty much covering the whole city. Each quadrant has a quadrant leader and a team, and all these folks are responsible for the part-time staff, 15 clients, and the full-time staff, 25 clients. We do crime scene response. We do mentoring. Like we was out doing a safe passage at MLK just yesterday, and we heard some shooting, and there was a murder just around the corner. So my team left MLK, dispatched over to the Greenbrier apartment where a young man was killed. And so we worked the community to see what happened. We have deep relationships in these communities with the OGs, the big homies, the police officers to try to stop and bridge those gaps. I'm a former gang leader myself, so we can reach into the penitentiary and get things done. The crime is escalating out of control, but I think you take away groups like us and other groups, we'll be at a catastrophic level of crime. And so we out there working hard, trying to develop these relationships as we give young people a different alternative. We putting kids in college and trade school and stuff like that. If they do catch a charge and go to the penitentiary, we track them to penitentiaries so they can come home, and have a different chance at life. It's a lot going on. I know we don't have a lot of time to talk about it all, but
we have 2 hours.
Okay. The impact.
This is important. This is what we need to know.
And so right now, what we've really been focused on is those 10, 11, 12, and 13-year-olds. They have specialized in stealing y'all's cars with the cell phone charges. And one girl can't drive. A lot of them can't drive. We have a 13-year-old stole a car, wrecked it out east, broke her arm and broke her leg. We hooked up with a mentor. The grandma called her 2 days ago, and we all adults in here, so we can talk. The young girl with the cast on her arm and leg was caught in the restroom with 2 boys in a video camera. So I ain't gonna tell y'all the rest of that. So these are the type of situations our kids are dealing with, and these kids aren't kids anymore mentally. There's a book written called There Are No Children Here, based off 2 brothers from Chicago. We dealing with a similar situation with our young adolescents here in Memphis. These kids are heartless. They don't care about school. All they want is a big bankroll, a social media reputation, and a big gun. They're dangerous. So now our young boys are toting the Glock with the switches. If y'all know anything about a Glock with a switch, you can pull the trigger and 30 rounds go off in a half a second. So when the 2 people were shot yesterday out in Valley Forge, those type of situations with these switches are deadly. You're not gonna miss. And so houses are being shot up. We had one house out in Westwood shot up like 8 times back to back to back because we have gang wars going on with these little rap cliques. 700 versus 400. If y'all know the city, that's like 10 streets apart from 7th Street over to the Dixon Homes area. We got AOB and MTB. MTB broke off from AOB, so now they at war. And we had about 8 or 9 bodies dropped from that.
I have a couple quick questions for you. You mentioned organizations like yours. Could you give us name of some of the other organizations as well?
Well, you got it's quite a few. You got some guys out in Whitehaven. They call themselves Hill 901. They doing some work out in the Pepper Tree area. We got Young Man University with J.R. Trail. We got, DeAndre Brown. I mean, y'all know these.
Okay, I just want to know if there was any other organizations we did not know. And then my next question for you is, we talking about a lot of different issues within our cities or areas of opportunity. How many individuals are y'all contacting on average day to day?
So we have right now 357 clients.
When you say clients, what exactly do you mean by that?
So we got kids that we deal with in the community. When they actually enroll in our program, they become clients. So we might touch 2,000, but we actually got 357 enrolled. So that means the parent has signed a consent, and we've did the assessment and all of that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Warren.
The conference, I was at that conference and they were talking, and evidently 90% of the murders are still being done by people over the age of 18. And I know we're talking about kids that you're involved with. How many people are you touching over the age of 18, and how are you involved with that group? Can you give a general idea on that?
About 65% of our people are over 18. So we go 13 to 25.
Okay, and I guess, is there a reason we're not going to 30?
I mean, just based off, that's how the program was founded back in 2012.
So we set it up
We
that
go
way.
to 30, but we don't count them as clients.
Okay, but you're still intervening with those
Oh,
guys.
absolutely.
Okay.
We go down to 8
Now,
all the way up to 50 if we need.
When you're having your weekly meeting, do you have a weekly meeting where police are reporting to you who they're looking for, and you're reporting who you're worried about, or how does that work, and how is that going on with that? And do we need to bring those other groups into that meeting?
So this through the GVIP, we do a custom notification every Wednesday with MPD, probation and parole, and a couple other organizations to talk about those highly volatile shootings that may result in retaliatory violence.
Okay, and so you're trying to protect people from getting killed. And I think a lot of what we have to realize is this: we're really trying to save lives here. So this is a saving life program is what we're trying to do. And by saving lives, we're going to lower the crime rate. So it's a combination. I guess what I'm looking at, we've got a bunch of other programs. You've got the county's got a program, and you've got youth villages have a program. And I'm wondering, is there any way that those are being sort of integrated into what you guys are doing right now? Or are they just separate, running on their own?
Well, we initially were doing referrals with youth villages, but the first 5 referrals that we sent over didn't really pan out to be effective, and so we kind of just slowed down on sending those referrals over because the guys we work with, they're rough. So we did the first initial meeting with youth villages. We pulled up in Raleigh at the Dollar General. We met with 3 of the guys. We had 2 guys come over from the apartment with ski masks on. And these guys from youth villages, they were terrified. I understand that. But that's the nature of what we're dealing with.
I know. All right.
Thank
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'll have a few more later.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle, and then we're going to come back. I want to come back to everything for a second.
Thank you. So, again, my question going into budget season, and I don't need an answer today, but is how do we accelerate and scale this? And it's whether it's through GVIP or GVIP partners or Memphis allies. I personally don't care. Like, I'm here to put the money where I can accelerate the scale. And it may not be perfect on the front end, and it's not trying to throw money at a problem, but I know that there are organizations that have been doing the work, that are boots on the ground. There are organizations that may not be the boots on the ground, but they've got, to Doc's point, like they've got the high-level sophistication, or they've got the network, or they've got the connections into hospital systems or into national organizations or into grant writing, whatever that is. Somebody has got to come to this body and tell us, because for me in my head, I have an arbitrary number of, I think we need another $3, $4, $5 million this budget season alone for GVIP. The question is where is it going to go and how does it hit the ground? The other thing that we keep kind of skirting around and kind of talking about is the Shelby County school systems. Now, we put $9 million in partnership with private donors to expand Boys and Girls Club. There are organizations that are, to your point, like MLK Prep, which is it's a charter school, right?
Yeah.
What is that? Yeah, okay. So they have a little bit of more autonomy. And I'm not trying to bust the school system, which is kind of a favorite thing at times. But the reality is like there's a huge issue. If you talk to Michaelin about what's going on and what she sees just at Hamilton, it's not even truancy. You've got kids showing up, walking out, to your point, they don't care about school. Right? It is and it isn't. And I can't fix the school system. Like, that's not my job. But one of the things that we can do that I'm interested in hearing about is there are demonstrated outcomes of replacing SROs with substitute teachers around the country. And I'm wondering if that's not a place that GVIP as a multi-agency group can start to pilot out, right? So like we fill schools with officers and we talk about having a teacher retention problem, seemingly substituting or supplementing SROs with a substitute history teacher in a classroom in a hallway may have better outcomes for how we interact with students, because teachers have a different approach and a different demeanor and a different way that they engage with students than a law enforcement officer were, especially since we know that we have a shortage of officers out on the ground where I'd like to have them versus in the school. So my ask would be for you guys to look at collaborating and utilizing your platform, your role, and piloting a program that takes an SRO or supplements SROs with hiring substitute teachers on a more permanent role in that role. I'm not saying you can't have an SRO trying to make sure guns don't come into schools, but roaming the hallways, maybe a substitute teacher might be a better fit. Again, there's some really good data out there about that, but yeah, hit it up, man.
So the same engagement that we implemented at MLK, we proposed it to the school system. And to your point, 901 block, they do that. They are walking the halls, and those you confide in them more so than the teachers and the school security. So we are in hopes that eventually, again, we want to make sure we get it right. The same thing with Regional 1. It was a slow process, but we're here now, but we want to make sure that we get it right.
Is that partnership specifically with Fraser Community Schools or solely with MLK Prep?
So right now we're in MLK Prep, but we are able to go into the other two schools, which is Humes and Riverside.
So, Mr. Smiley, we also, outside of the GVIP, just with the Block Squad, we're also at Raleigh, Egypt. We're at Booker T. Washington High School. We have relationships with different administrators. And so without going through Colonel Sanders and his group, we're at other schools too, but it's not with the GVIP.
So your relationship is specifically built based on who the administration is, not necessarily the school superintendent or the acting superintendent, whoever.
Yeah,
that
until
may
it
be.
becomes official with Shelby County, we just get the call from the administrator to go.
That's great.
Okay.
So the reason I'm asking that question specifically is, we're passing a lot of resolutions and we're talking about what other entities should be doing. It sounds like we should be, putting some pressure on the school board and our soon to be superintendent, acting superintendent, whatever it may be. You need to put some pressure on those particular institutions so that they can allow entities like 901 Block Squad to do what they do so that we can get to a point where we're significantly decreasing crime. Thank you.
Madam
I
Chair,
appreciate your work too.
I just have one final comment from Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your wanting to get it right. But nothing's right the first time around. And I would tell you, I'm willing to sacrifice getting some of it right for speed. I mean, we are just at an inflection point now that requires an immediate, swift response. But I do appreciate the intention and approach to have the data to make right decisions. No one wants us to be reckless, but at the end of the day, we've got a lot of groups that have been doing it for a long time that know the way to do it, that we've got to get working. So, again, I'll leave you with this. Budget season is coming. I understand the mayor is going to present his budget, but then it becomes ours. And this body wants to support this initiative in a much more significant way so that it can be scalable and we can see real metadata changes and real trends start to reverse themselves. And you guys are the tip of the spear. So please come with an ask and tell us how we can do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Also, I want to make certain that when we look at the budget request, that it makes certain that we do scale up and put the resources in those entities. A lot of times in Memphis, we have money come down and it pans out to a whole bunch of different administrative type of things. And then by the time it gets down to the bottom, to the people on the ground, there's not a lot of resources there. So we want to make sure, I think I hear my colleagues saying as well, that groups like this, if we have to, get those that have a successful outcome or record or have success, get those groups who are already in place instead of starting something new. If they have a track record and they have relationship, then we don't. That's pretty much where we should be funding. So we appreciate you all for that. Go ahead, sir.
I think one of the things that probably is going to scale this and make the urgency known is just like we did with COVID, where we had a COVID task force where the city led and called other groups to a task force type situation. We need a violence task force where the GVIP group is leading this task force, but we're calling everybody else to the table and we're having regular meetings and regular reporting and talking back and forth with each of these groups to try to get moving. So I would propose that you guys consider how do we bring that about. And, the perfect person to call that to action will be our mayor. And I think that he's thinking about that now. So I'm hoping that we see that happening in the next week or so. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Robinson.
I would love to have an opportunity to talk to you about 4 things. One is truancy. Does anybody in this room know how many students are truant? Tell us what it is. What is it? How many?
A bunch. I don't know the numbers specifically, but yeah.
about 40,000 people.
That's what's driving the crime.
Okay.
Kids not in
So,
school.
and we hadn't talked about truant kids yet, and that's something that we need to concentrate on with the school district. The second thing is there's a program called the Kinglian Method. When you're working with young people, there needs to be a process to get them to start changing their minds about how they think. And I saw a movie many years ago called Hotel Yolanda, where some African tribes killed another African tribe. I don't know how they know who was with what tribe, because they all looked alike to me, about how to love yourself. And that happened in the early 1990s. And Next Friends used to be at juvenile court. And those are the 4 things we need to try to integrate: training, relationship, and get those truant kids off the street, because I guarantee you they're causing a lot of problems because they're not in school. And not only are they causing problems for themselves, but for the city and the taxpayers, because when they don't go to work and don't finish school, then we got to support them in other ways. If we can get those young people off the street, we will be doing our city great good. Thank you. And please don't forget, I want to talk to you about Truancy, the Kinglian Method, Next Friends, and Hotel Yolanda.
All right, thank you, Chief Ryan, as we close that segment.
I just want to make 2 comments really quickly. So we are meeting with those folks weekly. We bring up a collaboration of a lot of different agencies together and talk weekly about this issue. And just to the point of scaling up and the speed with which we scale up, we don't want to create a situation where the program loses its name credit for being able to help people and be supportive. So we're being very careful and intentional about that, because once we're discredited, then we're ineffective. So that's the reason why we're just doing what we need to do to be intentional, but scale up still as fast as we can. And we've done that work to scale up, and we're at a very high functioning phase right now. We know there's way more to do, and we'll come back and have more discussion about that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything else on this topic? Okay, if not, thank you for that. We're going to go to item number 3. It is an update on thank you all for your presentations and information. Thank you for the work. Absolutely. Update on the internal investigation of Mr. Tyre Nichols' case requested by myself. Chief, think if you would give us your name and address.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee. So I just, I know I've been here a couple times. Let me just start, I guess, with a little bit of background, just so we're all on the same page. So the Memphis Police Department and the Memphis Fire Department have been conducting administrative investigations to determine if any employees violated policies with respect to their involvement in the Tyre Nichols matter. These are not criminal investigations. These are administrative investigations. At this stage, the investigation has been concluded. We have had hearings for all of the employees who have been charged to date, and we are prepared to begin to release information to the public. We are uploading approximately 20 hours of video and audio from police video that we will be releasing hopefully tomorrow afternoon, that we are on task to release that tomorrow afternoon. We're going to do it in a public way. It's going to be very similar to the manner that we released the video, the initial 4 videos several weeks ago. The platform will be Vimeo. The Director of Communications will release publicly the link. It's a series of videos, and we'll also advise the timing of when the videos will be ready to be reviewed. We're going to also begin to release records related to the charges and the administrative investigations. The initial kind of charges and disciplinary decisions will be posted on Wednesday, and we are working on redactions for the remainder of the ISB file. And once those redactions are completed, the rest of the file will be posted as well. Overall, the investigation resulted in 4 Memphis Fire Department personnel being charged and 13 Memphis Police Department personnel being charged. More details will be provided tomorrow, but in the aggregate of the 4 Memphis Fire Police Department personnel, 3 resulted in termination and 1 received a suspension. In respect to the 13 Memphis Police Department who were charged, 7 were terminated, 3 officers received a suspension, 2 had their charges dismissed, and 1 individual resigned in lieu of termination. And that is the update. If you have any questions, I'm available.
So is there anyone that struck Mr. Nichols that's still part of MPD or Memphis Fire Department?
No, all those officers were part of the first round of being terminated and also have been charged criminally.
Okay, the 3 suspended and the 2 dismissed, they didn't have any actual contact.
One of the personnel involved in the suspension did, at the tail end, he did place hands on legs, but that was not a strike or an assault. He received a suspension as a result of his involvement.
And the suspension, they'll be able to return to work?
Yes, they will receive a period of, suspension involves a period where they do not work without pay, and then they're able to return to work, yes.
Does that include any type of counseling, therapy, intervention, or anything like that?
These are strictly disciplinary hearings, and they do not involve any other type of
training.
No, they don't involve any other type of like remedies such as the ones that you listed.
Okay. Any my colleague, Councilman Smiley?
So we're talking a total of 4 Memphis Fire Department personnel and a total of 13 MPD personnel. Of these individuals, I think you mentioned 1 resigned. I think a total of 5 others that were ultimately initially found to violate some policy. Of these individuals, did any of them retire, meaning retire in lieu of like resigning? Did any of these individuals retire?
The one that I mentioned, yes, he submitted retirement before we conducted the hearing. What the file will reflect is that the hearing, the disciplinary action did not, we continued to the point that we were able to. There was based upon the information, there was a determination that had he not retired, this individual would have been terminated. But because he's retired, what we do is we would hold that hearing in abeyance, as a technical legal matter. Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. And so, but the hearing officer did make a determination that had he not resigned, and based upon the information
trying to stop or harm anybody that's put 20-something years and they made a mistake from being able to do something. I guess it depends on the severity and the egregiousness of the mistake. And I'm kind of thinking on the fly, which is dangerous. But at the end of the day, you really do have an issue where that becomes an easy out. And for me, I just don't like the idea of that being circumventing the hearing itself as basically saying, I quit, so now I don't have to have the hearing. I mean, this body has the ability to subpoena people. For me, I just don't like the idea of not at least having the hearing. Anyway, I think JB had a couple comments, but thank you, Madam Chair.
I think my particular comments go toward what Councilman Carlisle was discussing. I think we have to, I'm not sure, what we can do. We have to determine a way that we don't allow people to commit these egregious acts and say, hold up, I'm still getting my check anyway. I think at the end of the day, we're accountable to the people who pay taxes. And if we're wronging the people who pay taxes, we shouldn't be allowed to receive dollars that is ultimately theirs. I think we have to figure out how to fix this. It's upsetting. It's upsetting because this individual who I don't know the extent of what he or she has done, but what I do know is they played a part in something that played out very publicly in which they ultimately led to life being taken from a young man. And I just don't like the fact that his parents essentially is paying this officer to go on and live. And that's troubling. We have to find ways to fix that. And that's yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
So can you come back and update us on the ways that you all, you're looking into it and let us know what you're contemplating or looking into, or just give us an update on the progress on fixing that glitch?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I mean, it is complicated, and it does implicate a variety of laws, our local ordinances. I mean, there's a lot of elements that need to be considered, but but we are examining this to see if there are some better approaches that we can take. And so I'll be happy to come back and we can have a discussion about that.
You can let us know what local ordinances I think this body, and we don't ever vote in consensus too often, but I think this body will have 13-0 vote to fix whatever laws we can do on a local level. And if we need to, Councilman Carlisle and I, we don't mind going to Nashville and lobbying on behalf of what's in the best interest of the folks in Memphis.
All right. Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you. Let me make sure I understand. The general officer that actually retired did not receive a hearing at all?
Well, he submitted his retirement before the hearing was scheduled to occur.
Okay.
Okay. So, we cannot compel someone to come to work or attend a hearing unless they're under our employment. What happened at my direction was the hearing was still held. Nobody appeared, but that was not that was to be expected. And the hearing officer made a determination based upon the information that was available to him, knowing that the officer did not, of course, at that point, the officer did not present his side of the story. So it is, and for that reason, we hold the hearing in abeyance because it's not completed in that sense. But again, what the hearing summary will reflect is that based upon the information and what was known at the time, that the recommendation for the action was termination.
Okay, so he was terminated, but because he had retired already, it didn't have any effect.
He's not officially terminated, no, because he submitted his notice of retirement. But I wanted the process to, I did not want the disciplinary action to just simply come to a halt at that point. I wanted because we were in the middle of that process, I wanted to conclude it to the farthest extension that it could. based upon the circumstances.
So I have hearings often, and let's say the defendant doesn't show up in the court. I'm assuming it works similar. The defendant doesn't show up in the court. I put on proof. Was proof put on by the city saying, here's the information we have, here's the reason we believe this officer should have been terminated, or that didn't occur?
Well, the way this process works is the ISB, and they undergo an investigation, then they prepare a statement of charges. And the statement of charges identifies the factual predicate and the policies which, based on their investigation, they believe were violated. Then the hearing is conducted by somebody different, a hearing officer, somebody in the command staff level. The employee is given an opportunity to attend the hearing. They are allowed to have a representative attend the hearing. They are given the opportunity to speak, as well as the representative. The hearing officer then makes a determination based upon the entirety of the ISB file, looks at the charges presented by ISB, considers the information that was presented during the hearing, and then makes a decision independent of what ISB's initial statement was. And then the hearing officer, so there is a whole process involved. It's not as formal as a court hearing of that nature, but it's similar.
To administrative hearing.
It's administrative.
Like, similar to the way that the courts move in workers' comp or something like that. Less formal, but ultimately gets to the point. And I think another concern of mine, and I want to make sure I understood you correctly, when this information comes out to the public record will reflect that there was a recommendation for termination for this officer. This officer violated policies, Memphis Police Department policies, and any other applicable policies that we have. The record will reflect that this officer committed a bad, acted in a manner inconsistent with Memphis Police Department's policies.
There will be a record that shows the charges brought against the officer, the factual predicate, the hearing of the hearing officer, and the for each of the policy violations, the course of action. Yes.
So the reason I'm asking that question specifically is I don't like the idea of this officer being able to use a loophole in some of these laws that we have in place and basically, circumvent the process and live his or her life essentially blame-free. I think there needs to be justice in the sense of no matter where you go, everybody's going to know what you did, and you will always be held accountable for that. And I don't like the fact that this officer is trying to, go around the system. So thank you for pushing for it so they could go forward, that the public record will reflect that you can't get around the system. So thank you.
All right, anyone else? Thank you, Chief Sink, and we look forward to you coming back to give us an update on how you all plan to fix or rectify this loophole, so this won't happen again.
It won't be the next meeting, though.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
All right, next. Item number 2, we have several presentations from MPD requested. Sure. Chief Sink, if you would come back.
You have a very thoughtful council member here. So make sure I understand the pension plan. All right. When we're dealing with pensions, the particular officer has to put money in their pension plan. And then there's a city match. Is there a city match?
I don't. You're testing my knowledge. I'm not as proficient on the whole pension.
So let me ask you this question.
But there is a contribution.
So there's a contribution from the city. Is there any way that we can hold, since we're holding stuff in advance, is there any way can we hold the city's contribution in advance for perpetuity for all I care?
It's dictated by state law.
It's dictated by state law. So Bill Lee, got it.
Yeah.
Certainly not in this instance. And I do want to emphasize that these situations are rare. And we it is something that can happen, and I think that we should have some discussion about what changes, if any, we should be making based upon our own internal processes, and not just with regard to the pension, but just with regard to the the entire process. So in this instance, this officer what he did, there's nothing impermissible about submitting his retirement based upon our current system and processes. So, but
I think
with
I think the simple fix though is you have, and again, I'm glad that they're rare. I think that's important to state. Again, I just want to go back, but it doesn't mean you can't improve systems. And you want to be fair to somebody that's vested in, they've paid in, et cetera.
Right.
But I guess my issue, at the very least, even if it's just in principle, is holding the hearing in abeyance doesn't make sense to me when you have a body of evidence, you have a defendant, right? Why you still can't hold a hearing whether they want to show up or not anyway. Right? So, I mean, you're having a hearing in absentia.
Well, I think that's where I think that there's room for some discussion about making some changes to the process.
Gotcha. All right. I understand you guys want to have internal dialogue, so I'll give you room to do that, but I got it.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think it is prudent upon us to allow Chief Sink to go back and look at that and make certain that she's looking at everything instead of trying to do it on the fly here. So if you would, and we'll reach back out to you if we haven't heard from you to get you scheduled. All right.
You know where to find me. All right.
Thank you so
very
much. Have a good one. All right, on to item number 2. There are several presentations from MPD requested by council members. For the sake of time, which have till 11 o'clock, we're going to hear all the presentations consecutively and save comments and questions for the end. Council members, please make note of your questions and like for you to enter the queue, and we'll give each one of you time at that time to ask all of your questions at once. So we're going to begin with motor vehicle thefts and security at Liberty Park.
2, 4, and 5 together. That's what he's requesting. That's
Is that what we're doing?
Is that what you're doing?
We're doing motor vehicle thefts at Liberty Park, response improvement times, and truancy. Yeah, right there together. And also, is this where the special?
No, for next one.
Okay, all right. Go right ahead with your name and address, sir, and you are recognized.
Nick Walker, Memphis Parks Director, 2599 Avery, and I have with me
Thomas Carrier, General Manager, Simmons Bank, Liberty Stadium, 355 South Hollywood Street.
So we're in the unique position where parking and security at Liberty Park is actually underneath the auspices of OVG, the company that Thomas works for, but is managed by Memphis Parks. So real quickly, the program objective of parking and security at the site of Liberty Park is that all the partners, City of Memphis, Memphis Parks, OVG, Eastern Sports Management, which is the company that runs the Sports and Event Center, and all the future tenants, as we're building a nice, shiny private development up there on Central, that all visitors to Liberty Park enjoy the entertainment, athletics, and activities that they're there to enjoy. So real quickly, the Sports and Event Center, which is the main draw outside of football season, is a 227,000 square foot facility in Liberty Park. It hosts about 200 events a year. The majority of the events are scheduled on weekends. The company that helped us set it up estimates that they will bring 1 million visitors this year, and by the time they're fully staffed up and programmed by 2028, that's about 2 million folks coming through the doors. Inside the facility, the contract with Eastern Sports Management, which was set up by Housing and Community Development, which used a tourist development zone to pay for the facility's construction, they are responsible, Eastern Sports Management is responsible for armed security inside the facility. Outside the facility, they have partnered with Memphis Police to create a shared event calendar, and Tillman Station, which is the closest precinct, provides additional coverage for large events at Liberty Park. The parking plan, it's a really tiny map, but essentially this is the layout of the facility. Eastern Sports Management controls the 2 lots that are just to the east of the building, sort of in between it and the Coliseum. On days when there are large events there, OVG has been contracted to provide security and parking management for that site. There is a fee for folks that come in and park there, which is not unstandard for large sporting events. In exchange for that, there is armed guards at the entrances, lot managers in each lot, and roamers. Anybody who's been to a football game at the stadium has seen the folks driving around in golf carts or in cars checking to make sure that the vehicles are safe. That is what is provided now. So additional security events for Liberty Parking. So there's a lot of stuff that's not just in MSEC and that is not just a football game. We have events like the Universal Circus and fundraisers and walks, the Wing Fest. I mean, you go on food truck festivals. Essentially, about 250 to 300 days a year, there is programming on the property. And so traditionally, that has been the responsibility of the renter. So if I go and say, Thomas, I want to hold an event over here, I'm going to pay you this base rental fee, I'm going to handle the parking and the security outside of the facility. Given a couple of events that have occurred there, we made the decision, which is why the next bullet point says, and it's underlined and bolded, all events on city-controlled lots will be managed by OVG. Essentially, we do not trust but verify, I guess is the line. We want to be good partners with folks, but we also want to make sure that anyone that is coming there, at the end of the day, I just described a business breakdown for y'all that probably very few of you understood. When you hear something is happening at the stadium, something is happening at this sports center, it is the city of Memphis. And so at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to make sure that everyone goes there, has a good time, and leaves safely. And with that in mind, we have decided that all events, whether there is paid parking or not, will have the same level of security there, which will be rovers, folks making sure that everything is safe, and parking managers. Going forward, because obviously we're putting a significant amount of investment, possibly a soccer stadium and a huge reinvestment into the football stadium itself, we are working with a landscape architecture firm to finalize a traffic study to make sure that we're bringing folks in and out of there in the most effective way. OVG, one of the nice things about working with a company that manages a lot of stadiums around the country is that they have a parking management consultant who've worked with several NBA teams, including the one we have here, and a lot of NFL teams to evaluate areas for future improvements. Lastly, we actually had a couple of folks in 2 weeks ago to walk through the site and talk about future security investments, things like pop-up bollards, security cameras, controlled access, things that make it easier to keep the site safe. And all of those things will be incorporated into the plan that we're currently putting together for the redevelopment of the site. And that is all that I have about the parking. So.
Okay, I didn't hear anything about lighting. We need to add that to it.
And that is a part of it. So when we talk about the infrastructure for security, lighting is a part of that, increasing the type of lighting and the quality of the lighting that we have on the property.
Anyone in the queue? Do you all have a timeline that you are dealing with?
Just to be clear, we have already done this. Essentially, after the first 2 weeks when ESM was in control of parking for their event and the Universal Circus, going forward, all parking has been under our control and will continue to be so going forward.
More so talking about your upgrades or the recommendations from your consultants and your benchmarking.
It's a phased approach. There are funds that are still being used because obviously there's work, sort of the last phase, the private development that's going up front. So Housing and Community Development is working with us to prioritize which of those things we're going to do as a part of that private development. And then anything that's not done there that is considered essential, we will do as a part of the stadium renovation. So we're talking, some things will be done in the very near short term, but the furthest out we're looking at would be 18 to 24 months.
Okay. Can you all put together a timeline?
Certainly.
And share that?
Certainly. We'll be happy to share that with you.
Thank you. Any Chairman Jones, and then Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your comment about lighting sparked the idea, and Ms. Ryan, this may be something. If you all recall, when we were having the discussion about lighting and MLG&W going to the LED lighting, I talked about the fact that it didn't seem to include some city-owned property. And I think that there were, so what I'm asking now is maybe we can have that discussion about having whatever we're doing from typical street lighting. If it's the same, it's going to make it brighter, it's going to make it safer. And as I understood it, what was originally proposed or bidded out was just streetlights. And so I don't know where we were as far as looking at the city-owned facilities and also having that as part of it, because, you know, we have community centers. Now that we're talking about Liberty Park, there are other facilities that I think should be included in there. So maybe an update. I just remember having those initial discussions, and we hadn't had any discussions after that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
You said the OVG is going to now oversee all of the parking, and Tillman is assisting.
So what has happened, and Colonel Beasley has been very great about this, is they're always aware of what's going on, and so we work with them. And there were 8,000 people there this past weekend for a volleyball tournament at the MSAC, and MPD had a presence on site. Okay. They weren't necessarily directing traffic or roaming the lots, but their presence there and their additional security presence is very helpful.
Because I have received so many emails from people who their cars have been broken into, people who are afraid. So when you said that we were going to have 1 million or 2 million tourists, we're not going to have that many if we keep getting a reputation that they cannot come to Liberty Park without their cars being broken into.
Which is why we've taken this very seriously. And we've taken the additional measures of going above and beyond even the recommendations to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure people leave there happy.
I just wonder, do we need any more gated areas, or is it too open? Is it?
That's part of the evaluation. We want to. I sort of feel like we're JJ from earlier, but like we want to make sure we get it right, because anytime you're investing capital dollars, you want that security solution to be a good one. So that is why we're bringing in folks to help us evaluate what is the smartest thing. But those will be the things that we talked about in the short term. There will be.
But are we thinking it's going to take 18 months?
No. That's sort of the longer term stuff. What I'm saying is, in the short term, we will have some controlled access points and things like that to cut off parts of the parking lot so that nobody can hang out outside of the controlled parking on game days. But lighting and buildings for security and stuff like that will be a part of the stadium renovation, which we're still a minute away from.
Does OVG have someone driving around?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Please do something. Please.
We are.
Thank you. And while we're at this, reminds me, we definitely need all of the presentations sent ahead of time to council. We're at a disadvantage when we don't have the presentation and having to look at that, and we haven't been able to look through it. Some of the things that you're sharing, some of the questions she's asking would have been given, and not just you, I don't mean to just point it directly towards you, but anyone that comes before us, administration, Chief Ryan, if you could make certain that they you all send over the presentations first. All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Next, we have response improvement times. Thank you, sir.
No, this
Okay, we don't need that. Yeah, okay. All right. Assistant Chief Crow, go right ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, sure.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Don Crow, Assistant Chief of the Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. Before we transition to the response time, we do have Deputy Chief Hines and Colonel Beasley here from Tillman Station if you want to continue the discussion about Liberty Park.
You okay? Okay, there we go.
Yes, ma'am. Just getting the presentation.
All right.
So I have with me Major James Kellum. He's one of the managers at our Emergency Communications Bureau. And as we get ready to discuss response time, there's always 2 or 3 things we want to frame the conversation with. And so we always want to start out by looking at the city of Memphis. The city of Memphis is over 300 square miles. It's the same size, if not just a little bit larger than New York. It's larger than Chicago in square miles. It's larger than Atlanta. It's larger than St. Louis, larger than Boston. So when we look at 2022 numbers, our officers responded to 760,000 calls for service. That's events that they made the scene of. When our dispatchers receive those calls, they prioritize them. They assign them a priority number. For example, a priority 0 call would be the nightclub shooting we had 2 weeks ago in Rain Station where 11 people were shot. That's a priority 0. Everybody drops everything they're doing and runs to that scene. Another example of a priority 0 would be when Officer Joffrey Red was murdered on Poplar Avenue. That's a priority 0. Everyone drops everything they're doing and runs to that scene. Thankfully, priority 0 calls are less than 1% of the calls we receive. The next level of call is considered a priority 1 call, and those are basically calls that are in progress. During 2022, priority 1 calls made up 13% of our overall call load. That included 30,000 calls of armed parties, included 10,000 active domestic violence situations, 16,000 calls about shots being fired, 7,500 calls for prowlers on the scene, prowling either a business, a house, or a parking lot. Priority 2 calls make up 31% of our call load in 2022. That included 40,000 burglar alarm calls, 35,000 suspicious person calls, 32,000 911 hang-up calls, and 58,000 calls about disturbances going on. So if you can imagine this from the position of a
Last one.
58,000 disturbance calls, so people arguing, a disturbance in progress. So if you could see this from the position of a dispatcher, her goal is to make sure all the priority 0 calls are dispatched first. And then once there's no priority 0 calls holding, it's the priority 1 calls. Once all the priority 1 calls are cleared, then it's the priority 2 calls. And that goes to priority 3 and then priority 4. So those are 2022 numbers. When we look at February, this last month, February 2023, our communications workers, our dispatchers, answered 85,278 phone calls from the community. They dispatched officers on 57,200 calls for service in the month of February. So the call load, the volume that our officers are working is extremely high. And then you factor in the size of the city and the distance that they travel. And of course, that's why we have the map up here. Rain Station is our largest precinct. North Main Station is our smallest precinct. So the larger the precinct, the more ground that has to be driven or covered adds to that response time. But we do realize there's room for improvement, opportunity for improvement, and we want to do that. So we sat down with the deputy chiefs, we sat down with the station commanders, we sat down with the communications managers, and we came up with a list of a few things that we're trying to implement. First and foremost, early shift. We are in the middle of a bid process that is required by our MOU with the Memphis Police Association. So we're going to have split shifts at every precinct. You know that currently we have an Alpha shift, a Bravo shift, and a Charlie shift. And when one shift ends, the next shift begins. We have created a bid process for an early Alpha shift. Those officers will come in 1 hour prior to the rest of the shift. An early shift for the Bravo shift. They will come in 1 hour before the other Bravo shift officers. And an early Charlie shift. They'll come in 1 hour before the rest of the Charlie shift. That way, there will be officers on the street 1 hour before shift change to take care of the priority 1 calls. They're not going to take care of priority 3 and 4 calls. It's the priority ones and then the 2 calls that they're going to handle. Hopefully that's going to alleviate the delay during shift change. We've also had the dispatcher set up a protocol that anytime there's a priority 1 call holding that no officer is available to respond to, that they will notify a lieutenant of that priority call. So not only that there's a priority 1 call holding, but the address of it, the nature of that call. And the goal of that is for the lieutenant to either find officers that he can clear up from another scene, or the lieutenant himself go to that scene. Then we talk about TeleServe. TeleServe is a program that we had back in the 90s where more reports are taken over the phone. So reports like identity theft, theft from a yard, something like that, those reports can be taken over the phone rather than having an officer dispatched to the scene. Now, staffing TeleServe is always part of the equation there. The goal is to staff TeleServe with officers that are limited duty, so they're not able to be out in the field, but they can still take this. We also know that this will be some messaging for our citizens, right? Because our citizens are using the call and have the officer come out. A lot of citizens want the officers to come out, but we want to transition to those non-emergency events. If we can take that report over the phone, then let's free up the officers that are on the streets. Let somebody take that. As a matter of fact, right now, without changing anything, you can always go to a precinct and file a report. You can walk right in, the desk officer will do it. Depending on the nature of the call, you can call the precinct, and that desk officer will take that report over the phone. And then we want our communications bureau to actually set up some realistic response goal times, right? Considering the size of Memphis and the workload that our officers have to do, what is a realistic response time? And it's a challenge. It's a challenge to figure out what is a realistic response time. And then once we have a goal, then we can measure whether or not we're meeting that goal. Now, all of this is predicated on recruiting for the Memphis Police Department. If we want to see response times go down, then we have to get more officers on the street. We have to get back to that 2,500 staffing level. That way, more officers, quicker response, more visibility, more of everything. And so everywhere we go, we want to encourage every person to recruit officers, good people, good friends, good neighbors, good relatives to be Memphis police officers. So I've spoken. I never gave Major Kellum a chance to speak.
You don't know him.
But I am happy to answer questions. Major Kellum is happy to answer questions.
Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Good morning. You gave priority 0, 1, and 2 percentages. Do we have what would be those percentages for 3 and 4?
I'll defer that to Major Kellum.
I don't have that today, sir,
Okay.
but I can provide that.
So my next question is, are we seeing what is happening as far as the calls into 545 cops? Are we seeing those numbers? Perhaps if there's more re-education, if we can direct calls to 545 cops, we may be able to improve response times for those priority calls. So do we know, well, if you could provide what those trends are as far as that number?
So all the call types that we take have increased over the last few years.
Okay.
545 Cops is a great resource to steer people to, whatever resource they need. We receive calls for the animal shelter and things like that through their code enforcement calls. But there are also some reporting calls that come in there that we can and do steer toward TeleServe.
I'd like to point out that whether you call 911 or you call 545 cops, the same dispatcher is answering that call. Gotcha. It's just that when they see a 911 call on their board, they have big screens up. If you've never toured the communications center, let's do it today. Please come see it. Please come, not just walk through it. Please come sit down and spend about 3 or 4 hours there and watch the amazing work that our dispatchers and our call takers do. But whether it's a 911 call or a 545 cops call, the same person is answering it, typing it into, we call it CAD, computer-aided dispatch, and based upon the facts they get from that call taker, they assign it the priority number. So when we talk about priority 1 and 2, You realize that those two together make up 45% of the calls. So we're really looking at 55% of the calls, 54% of the calls being priorities 3 and 4. Okay. But vast majority, at least half of them, priority 1 and 2.
Canale. Okay, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assistant Chief Crow, and forgive me if I missed this, who predominantly staffs the teleserve?
So right now, our teleserve unit is housed at the Real-Time Crime Center, and we try to staff it with limited duty officers. So these are officers that have an injury and they're not able to be on the street.
Is there any possibility in the future of bringing in some either reserve or retirees to man that?
Always.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Carline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on responsiveness, we're talking about CAD, how the dispatchers prioritize call. How do we track call responsiveness? So call goes out, and let's say it's a 2 or a 3, or maybe a 3 or a 4. We've got 6 precincts, 9 wards, 9 precincts, 6 wards. 9 precincts, 6 wards.
Each precinct has
right.
6 patrol wards.
And so how do we track? Yeah, how do we track responsiveness? Call goes out and says, we've got a priority 3 call or priority 2 call. How do we track who shows up and when they show up and how they're showing up?
So, sir, we've instituted a policy at the Communications Bureau where anything that comes in as a priority 01, if there's not a car available to send on that, then there's an immediate notification of the supervisor. For everything else on the board, we have a policy in place now where every 10 minutes, everything that's holding will be read out over the air so that the supervisors in the field know what's pending, so that they can begin to look at the resources in the field and try to determine who they can free up to send on the call itself. In regards to tracking the amount of time it takes from the point that an officer is assigned the call to the time that that officer makes the scene, from the dispatcher's standpoint, the entire universe revolves around getting someone to acknowledge and take that call for service. The actions in the field after that would be in the purview of the field supervisor to ensure that the officers are moving forward efficiently. The data is available to show on each call how long it took from the point that it came in from the citizen to the time that the officer made the scene. But as far as from the dispatch standpoint, we can only control the amount of time that it takes to get someone in service to take that call.
Yeah, I think that metadata would be important, Then the other, I guess, germane to that would be how do you rate officers on calls? I mean, do you guys from a performance standpoint look at calls responded to, like per officer? Hey, we've got officer so-and-so always seem to have less responses, seemingly seems to always be busy. And I'm not saying that happens. I'm saying as an example, is that something that we check and look at? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So each precinct has a program where they track officer productivity. Part of that productivity is how many calls for service they answer each month.
Makes sense to me. All right, that's good. I want to go back to Delta Shift, and this will be the last kind of round. I still don't understand the purpose of what the goal by eliminating the Delta Shift really was, and how it did or did it not produce more manpower per precinct by eliminating that shift, and what it caused. Seemingly, and this is maybe anecdotal, and I know you guys are in it every day, but some of the issues that I'm hearing and have heard from officers that I've just encountered in and around the city is it's not eliminating Delta Shift caused some issues because any change always causes issues. Sure. The question is were we able to put more manpower on the street, more uniform patrol or not? And then really the other huge issue that I know my guy Antonio was scooting through here earlier, is that we have a capital problem in the sense that we have too many cars that are well past their typical usable life, and we've got to rectify that problem, I think, from the council and with the administration to try and get our vehicles that are not on average 275,000 miles and just barely held together with duct tape. But I guess I still don't fully understand why Delta was eliminated if it proved to put more manpower on the ground. And I just never fully understood that. And we don't have to spend an inordinate amount of time. I'm happy to have that conversation offline. But it's just something that continually seems to be coming up because maybe getting rid of it would have worked, but because we have a problem with our fleet, that it caused more issues than it actually solved. And I'm not making an accusation. These are some of the anecdotes that I'm hearing.
Sure. So let me start, and then we'll see what Chief Davis would like to add to this. Eliminating the Delta shift did not change staffing numbers at the precinct. The precincts are still staffed with about 90 to 95 officers per precinct. If you go back to 2011, I was at the Mount Moriah, I still call it the East Precinct. We had 140 officers at that precinct at that time. So eliminating Delta did not add manpower to the precinct, but it distributed the manpower per shift. So if you think of it like this, every Alpha shift was having to hire officers for overtime to meet minimum staffing. Every Bravo shift was having to hire manpower for overtime to meet minimum staffing. Every Charlie shift was having to hire overtime to meet minimum staffing. Not every single day, but on a very consistent basis. Even the Delta shift would have to hire overtime. So by eliminating Delta, we added more to Alpha, more to Bravo, more to Charlie, just redistributing the manpower. One, to make sure those shifts are as staffed as we can get them, to be good stewards of our overtime, so we're not just hiring overtime every day to meet minimum staffing. Makes sense. And then the cars are certainly a concern. Every time we hold our precinct commanders' feet to the fire, and our precinct commanders do an outstanding job. They really, really do. If you've never been by the precinct to meet a precinct commander, please do. They say more cars, more cars, more cars, because the lack of cars is a contributing factor to the response time. And to put it in perspective, when one shift comes in, they hand the set of keys to an officer, and he takes that same car out on the street. Our cars are being driven 24 hours a day. And so we have to get our number of patrol cars back up.
Yeah. And
Chief Davis,
for the body, I have a fleet report and Director Adams sent it to me a couple weeks ago, and I honestly didn't open it, but for a quick second, but I'll forward it on so you can see kind of where we are headed into the budget season. Chief?
I'm going to be brief. I think Assistant Chief Crow adequately answered the questions as it related to Delta shift, but I did want to mention about response time. We are really looking at what the goals for the Memphis Police Department, based on jurisdiction, based on the footprint of the city, what is the appropriate response time from the time an officer receives a call? What is our goal? Yeah. Is it 12 minutes? Is it 10 minutes? And we are in the process of doing that analysis, and not just the analysis on the response times, but also on beat realignment. We have some wards that are huge as far as geographical footprint. Absolutely. And Applin Farms could quite easily shift our response time numbers because of the fact that it may take 15, 16 minutes to get to and from a call. So we're looking at how we distribute that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Now we have Councilman Canale, then Covette, and then Smiley will end us up.
Closer.
The benediction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're, okay. Councilman Covette.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And thank you guys for bringing this and looking at the response times. You speak to Communications Bureau will research historical data to determine peak performance and then set future goals. What sort of time frame can we expect to start receiving that information, those goals, that goal setting?
So I'm sorry I don't have an exact time frame for that, sir. We certainly want them to have the same chance to do research and see what our response times were when we had 2,500 or 2,300 officers. And then we want to see what this shift realignment, the early shift, does, see if that helps the response time. Okay. I do know, so I looked at it for the month of February. We talked about February having 57,000 dispatched events. Priority 1 calls in February had an 8-minute response time.
Okay. Well, it kind of takes me close off the first question. 2 months then? Is that enough time? 3 months?
Let's go with 3 because it's always busy.
Okay.
Always busy.
All right.
Unexpected emergencies.
I certainly understand. Let's go with 3 months just to go ahead and start our targeting time. 7 minutes for priority 1. Kind of my next question, priority 0, I guess, is almost immediate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for right now. I'll see you in 3 months on that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Councilman Smiley?
Thank you. I think I'm gonna have a conversation offline with someone. But I guess my really quick question is, so can someone give me the definition of a clearance rate?
So a clearance rate is how well we solve a crime. Clearance rates have nothing to do with response time.
Gotcha. So ultimately, that's where I was going. I was trying to determine whether our response time, is there any correlation to response time to clearance rate?
No, sir. So
Okay.
clearance rate is how well our officers, detectives solve crime. So of all the robberies that occur, how many of them are considered solved? And the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has a definition for solved. So we follow their definition of a solved crime.
Okay. So my conversation offline will be more specifically about where Memphis is in terms of the national average related to clearance rate and what we can do. Thank you all for being here today.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. The last one we'll have before we, I guess we entertain questions. Truancy. I got to get big. Right. Who is going to discuss that?
And we'll both talk a little bit about truancy. C.J. Davis, I didn't say my name earlier. C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street. Just so that this body knows, we have been working with the interim superintendent and a group of individuals that she's put together from various disciplines to really talk about, they don't call it a truancy task force, it's more of an absenteeism task force. So, and of course, Chairwoman, you've been involved in those conversations as well. And we're hoping that those conversations will help us deal with the gap of our young people who are classified as chronically absentee. So the school system right now has about 105,000 students that are enrolled in the system. And out of that 105, the most recent numbers of chronic absenteeism was about 25%. That's about 25,000 children who are chronically absent. But the stats that have been provided to us by interim superintendent Tony Williams was really in an effort to share with the whole task force the breadth of the problems, whether it's homelessness, which we all discussed the fact that many of our young people are homeless and living in temporary types of situation, and also our students that are traveling around the city from home to home, and they have a very difficult time keeping track of those young people as they move from one address to the next. She and her team are working really closely, not just with us and those other individuals, but also with juvenile court, so that we can get a better handle on just what the percentage of absenteeism categorized children are involved in criminal activity. Right now, there are disparate systems that don't capture both. You know, we have maybe a young person that we consider as sort of a repeat offender, but at the same time, what is that child's situation? Do they have a family? Do they have parents? And so on. So I think those conversations and working with the juvenile court system so that there are handoffs for referrals, handoffs for more parental involvement and engagement as well, I think will bode well for the future of the whole issue of truancy in the city.
If I could add to that, Madam Chair. So Tennessee has a very specific law on truancy. I would encourage you to read it. Certainly would encourage Mr. Wade to explain it or provide it to you, but only the school district can declare a child truant. And it's a sequential number of absences. So it's not just one absence that makes you truant. It has to be a certain number. I believe it's 5 consecutive days.
It's 5.
Unexcused absences, 5. And once they declare a child truant, it's referred to the district attorney general's office. And so if you see a child walking down the street with a backpack, is he skipping school or is he truant? And only the school system can answer that.
All right, thank you. Any, Councilman Canale?
Chief Davis.
Yes, sir.
Does Shelby County Sheriff's Office assist with that?
They do. Primarily, the sheriff's offices sort of monitor. They're what is considered the school resource officers in certain schools in the city and the county, and they're the ones that actually monitor that. But we end up with children in our laps because of the fact that they're not in school. So we work closer, I believe, with the juvenile court system, because we're actually the ones that end up either charging a child or taking out a petition, a juvenile petition on children.
So what is the process? They give you a list of the number of kids by name that are truant?
No.
Are you ever sent into the communities to look for these children if they've missed, 5 days in a row?
So I think it's sort of preliminary for me to say that that's the direction that this task force is going, but it's certainly a gap because of the fact that we know these young people are back out on the street or not being supervised. That data isn't being captured and provided to us at this time. But I'm certain that as we look at these gaps, especially as it relates to our most frequent offenders, those individuals that we're really paying close attention to and want to help, in some way, whether it's family help or whether it's, some other type of service, I'm certain that working with Judge Sugarman, we should be able to really identify who are, especially our repeat offenders are, from a criminal standpoint.
So if you see a group of kids walking or wherever, are you allowed to stop and ask them, why are you not, if you know that they are school-age children, can you ask them why they're not in school?
We absolutely can. We can ask them why they're not in school.
But you don't know that even if they gave you their names, if they're on a list that they are habitual offenders.
No, we don't have that information unless it's a person that an officer recognizes, which happens quite frequently, that they run up on the exact same individual. But as you mentioned, an entire group, we wouldn't have any way of determining who is a frequent truant, child, or whether or not this was just a one-time incident where some of these kids decided they were going to skip school.
And so if they say, yes, we were supposed to be in school, what's the next steps?
Well, and that is part of the corralling and calling and trying to identify where they're supposed to be, where parents are. And even if there is no type of criminal activity, that's where we're sort of strapped, mainly because of the fact that now we're putting the 11 and 10-year-olds that aren't really criminals in the backseat of patrol cars. We sort of had this conversation before about not criminalizing truancy, but it's an issue that some entity would need to really, address. Instead of officers spending an exorbitant amount of time out of service trying to find parents.
Yeah, so, but right now, if you establish that, look, we have this group of 4 or 5 that should be in school, they're not. I understand that you're not wanting to introduce them to putting them in the back of a squad car when they haven't committed a crime. But is there someone that you can call at that point at Memphis Shelby County Schools and say, hey, we've got these kids here. They go to X, Y, and Z school. Can they send someone to come pick them up and take them back to their respective schools?
I believe they can, and Don, you can speak to that as well. We have from time to time picked up children, just taking them to the precinct. and allowed them to just sit there until we figure out where their parents are, especially if those young people are in an environment that would be considered dangerous or whatever the situation might be. But did you have something to say, Chief Crow?
Absolutely. So thank you. So Memphis Shelby County Schools does run a truancy center, so our officers can drop them off there. But what we run into is some students are not part of the Memphis Shelby County school system. So if they're not part of the Memphis Shelby County school system, they don't want them at that center. So people that are enrolled in private school, people that are enrolled in homeschool. Tennessee's compulsory attendance allows you to quit school at age 18, or I believe you can resign or withdraw from school at age 16 with the parents' consent. So the officers on the street,
How do they make that determination?
They can't. So the officers on the street take them to this truancy center, and then if the truancy center says, no, they're not a Memphis Shelby County student, we don't want them here, the officer is still with them.
So when you say there, and I'm sorry to hop in, but when you say not a Memphis Shelby County student, we had something like 3,000 students that didn't re-enroll between 20 and 21 during COVID. So that's 3,000 kids that should have been there that technically were not a part of Shelby County schools, but they actually really should be. So where is their place? I mean, they're not, are they, I mean, are they, I mean,
there isn't a truancy center. And that's assuming they're in school, right? They could be homeschooled, they could be private school, they could just have withdrawn from school.
Most of them charter school.
I'm sorry?
Most of them charter school.
That we encounter?
I mean, the ones that are not there, are they charter school kids?
No.
Right. I just don't have any.
We don't have any idea, right?
All right. This is a larger discussion because my big thing is I don't fully understand. It's on the backs of the police officers, and again, it's a data issue, and I fall short of saying, like, do parents of any child need to register with the truancy center? Like, even my children, right? I have one child in public school and 2 children in private schools. I'm more than happy to register little Billy at so-and-so place with this center so that they can identify where that person's supposed to be. What I don't like is the idea of me just being like, yeah, I'm homeschooled, but you don't really know. And so like that, and seeming, I wish Mikeline were here for this because she has a unique, and so does Councilwoman Sturgeon Washington, a unique perspective, because a lot of these children depend on school for meals in a warm place until they don't need it for that moment. They skip 2 or 3 classes, go do whatever they want to do, and then they're back by the end of the day. And so again, it's another kind of revolving issue that seemingly with open communication and actually data-driven solutions, but it takes a willingness from our department, the sheriff's department, and most importantly, the Shelby County schools. So, this body is starting to get to the point where we're ready to start banging away on people if they're not going to be a participant. And we just need to know what is the best path forward to track that information. It's not, look, bringing truancy down will help. It's not a magic wand, but it's got to start to be all of these things. And we cannot rely on SROs or the Memphis Shelby County, the Memphis Police Department to be teachers, parents, and guidance counselors. So,
colleagues, what we can do, we can have them come here. So we'll look at that and get them to come, because we do understand we're asking questions of MPD that they can't answer. It's not their purview. So we're going to ask those that have the responsibility to come as well. And we all can talk and share around this subject because we do have an interest in it. So I do think it's incumbent upon us to reach out and reach out to Shelby, to the Memphis Shelby County school system and all of those areas. We've had this conversation before in dealing with the overnight thing, and the Family Resource Center is there. So we just need to know what's available and how it's working, and excuse me, we'll do that. Thank you for that presentation.
I know we're talking about truancy and everything, yes, and you were saying, yes, some of the children are hungry. I'm in the funeral business, okay? I'm kind of tired of burying 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old children that should have been in school, okay? I'm handling services of something now that stole a car. They got burned up in the car. Okay? I just buried one last week, 15 years old. Should have been in school, but he was out flashing money, trying to be this, that, and the other. Those are problems that we're having. May not be in your community, but in my community, we're having those problems. Half of these 13, 14, 15-year-old children cannot drive, but they steal cars, and they wreck them. Kill themselves, but that's what happens. They steal the car, and before they can get it to where they are, they've had accidents, and they're hurt, killed, or whatever else. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Give a good typical example. The young man that was 15, we had a visitation. I had to call the police. They came to my funeral, okay? But the police that came, they looked, and you know, you kind of see, that car stolen, that car stolen, this car stolen. Kind of bad. They're for this boy's visitation. Weapons, everything else, okay? Those kind of problems that we're kind of having. You know, yeah, they supposed to be in school. They know the school system. They know I can stay out 3 days and go back the fourth day and I'm good to go. Then when I go back, then I can do the same thing over again.
Yes, sir.
You know, this is what's happening. And one thing that we need to do, and they got all the money, school system. I mean, we got to really kind of get hard on the school system, hey, to kind of help you all out, kind of help us out and everything else too, you know, and all. But I just wanted to bring that up. These are the problems that we're having, and I'm just one funeral home, okay? It's about 20-some funeral homes. They're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, okay, and everything else. And some of the officers say, I know these cars are stolen. I'm just going to wait till they move off your lot and then have pull them off. But you can tell. Broken windows out. It's just there. And then with our young people, you know, and I hate to say, but sometimes, you know, when you arrest them and they go to juvenile 3 or 4 times, mom and daddy need to come to the plate and then charge them too, okay? Because you got a lot of them, and you go on Facebook, and I don't like Facebook, but people end up sending me Facebook. And you got these children, fast money. They showing all these pictures, everything else, okay? But if they get killed, they want to go on GoFundMe, but you want to put something on these, with all these pictures on there. If she got all this and flashing this, that, and the other, why go on GoFundMe? Because you ought to have some money. Half of them don't have anything, okay? But this is just something to see, and then their friends see it, and then the next one see it. And that's kind of ruining our young people. And hate to say, mom and dad should come to the plate because, you know, sometimes you have to bring them up, right? You know, just don't let them be out there. I'll give you this, and I'm going to just finish, but this is very important. I buried a 16-year-old selling drugs, supposed to have been at Whitehaven High School. He was a good child to mama, daddy, okay? Grandmama, and I tell this, got on there when he got killed, said he was a good child. Yes, he was, but he was 16. He's supposed to have been at Whitehaven School. But you know, he bought mama this diamond ring. No job. Supposed to have been in school. He's a good child, but he bought mama this ring. Then turn around and say, you know, he's getting ready to send mom and dad on a cruise. He's 16. He has no job. He's supposed to have been in school. So how can he do that? They catered to him. Long as, hey, you're bringing something and giving it to me too, it's okay. Until something happened to the child. Child dies. Now you have no child. I prefer to turn him in myself. At least he may be in jail, but he will be alive. Sometimes we have to be on them too. You know, let them be responsible for their children. If not, let the city, state, anybody else be responsible for them. You know, if you can't handle them. But then again, like I said, some of these parents and all need to quit taking the money that they're bringing in, that quick money, because you can go to jail or be dead. And like I said, I'm in the funeral business. That's what I do every day. But you kind of get bad when you see this every day. And like I said, this week I'm handling one that, you know, you just feel sorry for them.
Councilman Ford, I watched the body-worn camera of that incident where that car caught on fire. That car was taken in a robbery about 2 hours earlier, and there were multiple people in the car. It went off the roadway, struck a tree, and burst into flames, and 3 burned to death inside the car. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Just have to be praying for our children.
Amen. Yes, sir. So kind of keep it in perspective, during the year 2022, our officers arrested 4 auto theft suspects per day on average, 4 per day. In January of this year, January 2023, our officers, who are doing a tremendous job, arrested 6 auto theft suspects per day in the month of January.
And the question is what's the ROR rate from the judge?
Absolutely. So we'll have to bring those individuals in to give us that accurate information. Thank you all for your presentation. At this time, colleagues, we are going to begin. Councilman Smiley was so gracious and allowed us to put items number 2 and 4 on hold. So we're going to begin Public Works at 11:30. Right now, we're going to have item number 4, a discussion on MPD and Memphis Fire Department policy and procedure updates. This was requested by Councilman Smiley and myself. Chief Davis, you're already here, but if you could go ahead. Go ahead.
CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. So over the last several weeks, we have really taken a closer look into not just our policies and procedures, but just best practices. And even though we have policies that exist that address various types of issues and response issues, we also know that there's room for improvement on those policies. And in the last few weeks, we've been able to identify where we could enhance some of the policies that are currently in place and also add some. So just to tell you about a few, one is conducting more frequent random sort of audits on our body-worn cameras. Even though our supervisors audit body-worn cameras and examine them every time we have a response to resistance, random audits will give us a better view of what is happening on a day-to-day basis and whether or not incidents that need to be reported are reported accordingly. And random audits and more frequent random audits will help us with that. Radio communications, even though we have standard operating procedures for radio communications, we're enhancing that that directive, so that no matter what the assignment a person is in, they have to pull out on the radio in reference to the activity that they're having with a citizen, whether it's a motorist or whether it's a pedestrian. So we plan to enhance our radio communications SOP. And also, regardless of that assignment, supervisors all will be monitoring our radios and respond to critical incidents. Right now, some of the DRs will indicate that the supervisor should notify individuals as it relates to a critical incident, and it doesn't specifically say that they should go to the specific, critical incident. So we are enhancing not just our standard operating procedures, but also our procedure as it relates to notifications to ensure that the right people are responding to the scene, whether it's at the critical incident scene or at the hospital or wherever a follow-up might need to take place. We're working on our selection criteria for special assignments to ensure that not just when an individual goes into a special assignment that they have an examination of their disciplinary resume, but during the time that they're assigned to have routine examinations of the person's criteria or meeting the same criteria in order to stay in that assignment as well. Changing the titles and language on some of our standard operating procedures, I think is important as well. We have policies that cover duty to intervene, but the policy itself is not entitled duty to intervene. And specifically, there is a directive that covers it, but we believe that delineating and titling duty to intervene as the policy title is important, not just duty to intervene, but duty to render aid and duty to report. So those particular procedures are inside of other policies, but we plan to extract that and really delineate the difference between that particular policy, that it is important enough for us to have the policy entitled duty to intervene, duty to render aid, and also duty to report. We're revising our night commander policy as well. You have a question, sir? Okay. So we're also revising our night commander policy, and that's also on notifications as well, to ensure that all the individuals that need to know about a critical incident have that information all the way through the chain of command, not just internally, but externally, making sure that other individuals that have a need to know about specific information dealing with a critical incident, they are held accountable to make those notifications as well. That's to include citizens and other victims involved in various crisis incidents. And also, we plan to start a leadership academy this month. Our Leadership Academy will start on the 23rd of this month in partnership with Tennessee State University. And this academy is to ensure that future supervisors and managers have the key knowledge, skills, and abilities to be effective in their roles as supervisors. Our impartial policing training, we plan to, even though the state mandates impartial policing training, we plan to also partner with HR. We've already scheduled an outside entity to come in and conduct impartial policing training, and a segment of that training also involves the community as well. And I was trying to, and also our bias-based profiling SOP to ensure that we have annual reports and analysis on bias-based profiling. This is just sort of a preliminary. We plan to continue to look at the department, do assessments. Of course, we'll have a DOJ review of all of our policies and procedures and other enhancements.
Okay, Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. I think y'all have done an excellent job identifying some policies that that they could use scaling up, so to speak. I have a couple of questions. One, as it relates, I'm having a hard time delineating the difference between the current policy that's in place after, I guess, every shift when body-worn cameras are used, a supervisor currently reviews the footage.
Not after every shift.
So yeah, so let me know what the current policy is, and what the current policy is, and the difference between the random checks, because it seems to me that a supervisor is already reviewing the film, and then the random checks, I don't. So excuse my vernacular, but make it make sense for me.
Okay, so the current policy requires supervisors to review anything dealing with response to resistance if I make an arrest. Okay. There was some type of encounter where it required some kind of physical encounter. So supervisors are required to do that. Random audits will allow us to see just routine encounters. I could have pulled someone over and gave them a ticket and said, you know, have a nice day, ma'am, or whatever the case might be. So we will be auditing randomly throughout the department body worn camera footage.
So it's not necessarily when, I guess, when there's use of force. This is just day to day.
Absolutely.
Let me go take a look at this camera just so I can understand what the practice is, culture is, so I can just get a full picture of what's transpired.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess you was using some language. I don't know what you were reading. You said should notify.
Yes.
What, could you go over that language again?
So, and I don't have the exact. So, the policy right now requires, say, night commanders to notify individuals that have a need to know about a particular critical incident. The policy itself could be enhanced by saying specifically who and what situations that a supervisor should be notified, and identifying all of those different individuals, not just within the department, but even externally, whether it's the mayor's office, whether it's a communications person, whether it's a citizen, a relative, another individual that was a witness that we might need to notify of information that they might have a need to know of. So what we're looking at is our notifications policy, instead of it being generic in a sense, being more specific so that our supervisors and our staff are clear about who is supposed to be notified and when.
Okay. I think, so, when I'm reading a particular law, the language that the legislative body uses matters. So I think one way we could potentially, Attorney Sings here, one way we can potentially enhance it, instead of saying, I'm not sure, hopefully the language doesn't say should notify. No. Should seems permissive. If the language does say should, let's see if we can change it to shall, so that it is mandatory, as opposed to giving some open interpretation of, well, I should have, but it's not an affirmative duty. So I'm not sure if that's what the language is, but when I heard should, I'm like, it could be should.
Yeah, and I did say that, just speaking in general, but our directive will be very specific about what they will do or shall do. And all of our directives, and that's the purpose of them, is to direct what you will do in this situation or you shall do.
Okay, and then you mentioned criteria for specialized units. I'm assuming you're still ironing it out.
Yes, not just for, investigative and undercover units, but also for our task forces out in the precincts, because all of these different work environments require individuals who have certain skill sets, who have certain disciplinary type of records, and we're not just looking at a particular area, but throughout the department.
Okay, and I think this is this is a question for Councilman Jones and Councilman Ford. They seem to remember things. But I could have sworn, I think in 2020, when we passed when we were pushing reforms in the wake of George Floyd, that we requested that then Director Rollins specifically delineate a duty to intervene. You remember that? And I just want y'all to hear this. Apparently, we were speaking to a brick wall, because at this point, it does not appear that we have a duty to intervene clearly, a section clearly set out for a duty to intervene. Am I hearing that correctly?
You're hearing it correctly, that the section isn't entitled that. There is language that captures that behavior, and that's why we were able to sustain complaints. But to clearly delineate,
it means something.
It does. So we plan to ensure that those titles are changed so that those particular policies are set aside, and you can clearly look them up as duty to intervene, duty to render aid.
They can't wait.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for that. And then I'm curious to hear a little bit more about the Leadership Academy. It's in conjunction with TSU.
Yes.
I'm assuming, are the officers going to Nashville, or TSU going to show us some love and come to
University
the great city?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Memphis.
UT. University,
UT.
Yeah,
Okay.
University of Tennessee. They are actually standing up a satellite academy at our police academy here in Memphis. their portion of the 6-week training is specifically about best practices for leadership in command positions and up-and-coming supervisors in police departments, team building, emotional intelligence, several different areas. We plan to also customize and add an additional 2 weeks so that we can bring in other individuals into that leadership environment, whether it's from the private sector, whether it's from government, so that our supervisors also understand the importance of relationships and how they work in the ecosystem of city government as well.
Okay, so is this particular academy set up within using a structure owned by the Memphis Police Department? And this is just a question because I like to know stuff. Are any other police departments using this, or will they be a part of this leadership academy as well?
We will, initially, we will have only Memphis Police because we want to try to do a catch up on our leadership
So this
training.
program was created specifically for the Memphis Police Department?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. And then you also mentioned impartial policing. Is that a part of the leadership academy, or is that something in addition to?
That's in addition to. Impartial policing is a curriculum that the state requires. However, we have our own elements.
I don't think we can trust the state to come to Memphis and do right by us, but go ahead.
So we have our own element of impartial policing as well, bias-based profiling and so on, cultural diversity. But we're working with the city. The city has also hired an outside entity to come in and conduct an impartial policing curriculum for all city employees. One part of ours is also to have sort of a classroom and community engagement piece where individuals from the community will actually be a part of that.
Okay, and how long, as it relates to the impartial policing part of it, how long is that particular course, in lack of a better word?
I don't have that information right.
It's okay, but I'm assuming
one of them is 3 days.
Okay.
One of them is 3 days. It's not just a, check the box kind of thing. It's very interactive, practical exercises and so on.
And is this available to supervisors only, or is this available to any law enforcement officer? And also, is this mandatory, or is this, if you want to be a part of, leadership in the Memphis Police Department, you have to go through this?
We have some segments of it that's mandatory for the entire police department. That's annually. Mm-hmm. And then we have expanded versions of impartial policing from a supervisory standpoint that we plan to include in that leadership training as well.
So the expanded version is new.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for your work, and thank you all.
Thank you.
I have a question about supervision. Do you have any upgrades or any updates regarding supervision, and when you have younger officers or new officers and seasoned or senior officers or retired officers, have you looked at anything like that?
So we are in the process of actually going through a testing cycle for our new supervisor positions that we've been talking about for the last several months, to include that new layer of sort of field supervision and oversight for our officers. What we do find is that it's more important to have well-trained supervisors, and tenure doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best supervisor. That individuals who are trained and who understand the importance of that direct report relationship, whether they have 5 or 7 years on, is just as effective than an individual that has 26 years on. And we're not throwing our 26-year supervisors under the bus. We just find that the training and ensuring that they have all the prerequisites for good training, for good supervision, is embedded in that person's leadership style.
Well, I guess, and I do agree with you, and I appreciate that, but in terms of experience and knowledge, breadth of knowledge of the city and the nuances here, and even psychologically, when there's certain ages, when the risk factor, settles and things like that. I was just wondering if you all have looked at that and put anything in place that would cover something like that? Just asking if that was a part of.
Well, and we do look at, even in our field training, we want more seasoned and veteran, field training officers to work with our new officers, because they do have a better understanding of the department, better understanding of those elements of training that we want to instill in those younger officers. But as it relates to, and I understand your question, making sure that we have veteran supervisors on the Memphis Police Department. Average tenure on the Memphis Police Department supervisors is somewhere from 25 to 35 years. So we have very seasoned supervisors.
Okay, sounds good. We have Chairman Jones, and after that, if you would go into the full report on the specialized traffic unit that you're going to put back at play, go over that then. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. And that's sort of, this is going to be a question that you can get back with me offline. But I would like for you to share the various specialized units that officers of MPD are a part of. So those that are internal as well as those that may be external. So if you could provide that information, please.
I will.
And then a question for you. What type of systems are we using to collect various data, say traffic stops and
So there has been a conversation in the department over the last couple of weeks as we've been looking at how do we enhance our public-facing dashboards and data. I've been working with some entities outside of the city of Memphis, especially those cities that already have public-facing dashboards, and how they integrate that information. Our challenge is the disparate systems right now throughout the city, but we plan to work on identifying either, a company that can help us integrate the data, because shared data and transparency, as we talk about transparency, it's important. And we can't be transparent if we don't have a way to project that data, rich data, about traffic stops, about demographics, about various, areas of the city. And in order to do that, we are working to see who has some models. I have a list of cities. The city that I left has a dashboard that's very robust, but those systems were able to talk to each other. We were able to extract traffic stop data and the various types of important data that we could put on a dashboard. Right now, we have a use of force sort of dashboard, which doesn't capture traffic stop data and so on. So we'll be working on that.
Okay, I would just ask too, as we approach budget season, I think that we should be cognizant that of the things that the council is asking for, there could be fiscal considerations for that. And so in order for us to adequately report that information, if we need to provide funding for updated systems, please make us aware of that.
I will. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
All right, if you all would just go ahead and provide us an update on this specialized traffic unit that you all are deploying. Appreciate that. Is your green dot on? It's on now.
I've got it now. Thank you. Good morning. Steve Chandler, Memphis Police Department, Deputy Chief Special Operations, 170 North Main. So the Special Traffic Enforcement Unit was started February 25th, and it is in direct response to concerns from citizens and from the council itself regarding reckless drivers, speeders, people that seek to disobey our traffic laws in the city, oftentimes at great risk to other drivers. Last year we had 230 fatalities, not all of them as a result of reckless driving, but some were as a direct result of that. And we've all seen, we talked about the fiery crash that happened. We've all seen the vehicle disturbances where they shut down intersections, do donuts. We've seen them racing the cars. So this was set up to deal with that. Why now? We're in a position now, we don't have the officers, as we've discussed, we're shorthanded to address all the traffic situations that are responding to calls. So this was in direct response, setting up a unit to directly deal with the traffic problems that we are having that are leading to some of these fatalities. It will be made up of uniformed officers that are dressed like I'm currently dressed or with the outer shell carrier. They will be driving marked squad cars with blue lights on the top and will fall under the direction of the traffic commander. And they will have lieutenants assigned, and it will consist of both patrolmen and sergeants. And it will be by bid process, which will include an interview.
Colleagues, any question?
I'm excited.
I am too.
Good to have it back. 3 hours.
And I would also like to, I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Deputy Chief Chandler, was just promoted in the last few weeks. Deputy Chief Chandler.
Congratulations.
He's gonna be joining us, y'all.
Yes. Baptized by fire.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation and that information. We just wanted to make certain that the public had adequate information regarding that. Now, we'll ask Chief Sweat to come forward and give the same information. After that, we'll have a presentation from Mr. Boda, who will be joining us
He's been listening to all of this.
virtually. Yeah,
Here we go. Good morning, or it's almost afternoon. Morning-ish, brunchish time. Gina Sweat, I'm your fire chief, 2670 Avery, and with me I have Deputy Chief Angie Sullivan. She's over our EMS division in case there's some questions, that she's our subject matter expert there. Just came to talk about some of the things that we've been doing the past couple of months to improve our operations. One thing I think all of you know, we pride ourselves in being an innovative department, and I think we have shown that. Many of you that I've worked with here on the council, I think we've been able to show you that over the years that you've been on the council and that I've been the chief. With innovation, that always comes taking a look at your operations and continuous improvement. So this isn't something we just started. We do this all the time. Significant incidents we look at and see how we can do things better. Last time I came before you, I just a little bit of conversation about our experience on the job. And just to reiterate, we have 43% of our job has 6 years or less. That's our fire boots on the ground. 33% of the job has 3 years or less. So what that means is we do have some inexperience that we deal with, and the way you deal with inexperience is training, retraining, training, retraining. And we continue to try to do that to reinforce all of the things that they have to get. Now, mind you, a lot of those employees are at different levels in their EMS journey to become either an EMT all the way up to become a paramedic. So we're constantly working with them to try to get the best service we can out on the streets. So as I said, recruiting, training, retraining, and retaining personnel continues to be one of our top priorities. It's one of the things that we deal with, we talk about daily. Some of the things we've been doing as far in the training realm, we have a professional development program that our officers and our chiefs go into before they're eligible for promotional testing or after they receive a promotion if they haven't had the class. A lot of that involves supervision and things like that. We have also the city HR is in the process of delivering implicit bias training to all city personnel. We started our part of that with our leadership over the last 2 weeks, and the majority of our leadership has received that training, and that will be going out to the field personnel in the next few weeks. A new class we've developed, responding to interagency emergencies, where we discuss how to respond to the scene with fire, with police agencies or other EMS agencies or other divisions of whatever type of response. During that class, they discuss ethical considerations, potential injuries, and treatment, as well as liability or legal concerns are discussed. This is a mandatory class for all of our MFD operational personnel. This is a new class, and this training actually started on March 1st.
Okay, and how long?
It's
about a 3-hour class.
Yes, sir. We also, while they're not specifically new policies, we have reiterated our ethical responsibility of MFD personnel. So we adopted a code of ethics for EMS practitioners that was taken from the National Association of Emergency Medical Technicians. We also, an oath of the emergency dispatcher, we took some language from that and put that out to all of our personnel to make sure while we talk about what their responsibilities are, we actually memorialize it in a written form that they understand what their ethical responsibilities are.
Are we giving the fire personnel copies of the ethical obligations to take home?
Yes. This was distributed through our learning management system, so every employee has to log on and acknowledge that they've received that. That also includes when every employee completes their graduation, once they receive the oath of office to become a Memphis firefighter, we administer an oath of office. We also have redistributed that to all the personnel in a written form so that they can see what they swore that they would do when they took this job. So those are some things that we put out just as a reminder. Another thing that we're implementing is working with MPD as far as as you know, MPD is our primary PSAP. The calls, 911 calls go there, and then they transfer the calls to us. So we're working with our partners at MPD to make sure that we're gathering all the information we need for our medical providers prior to them arriving on the scene. We look to be able to fully implement this protocol, hopefully by the 1st of April. We also, we have a mobile training lab, an EMS training lab, skills lab, that we hope will be here within the next couple of weeks. And then we'll be able to take that through our quality assurance personnel. When we identify or if we have complaints come in or various ways we discover that we have employees that need some training or some improvement, or if we get ready to deploy a new medical procedure, we'll be able to take this mobile training lab out to the stations, cluster personnel together, and be able to deliver on-site training, any new EMS protocols or anything that we need to reinforce to do remedial training or anything like that. Some of the things we have coming down the road, we're also looking at how we can expand and improve that quality assurance office so that we review the proper number of especially medical, review medical tickets, procedures that are done on the scene to identify any gaps or any weaknesses that we have in our personnel and to be able to deploy these training resources to get them up to speed where they need to be once we identify those gaps. As far as I've talked a little bit about the policy and procedures here. We do most of that policy or procedure development in-house. Our medical director gives us all of our medical protocols to follow, but there are some best practices across the country that I'm looking at where external agencies actually help with the development to make sure that you're up to date, all your policies meet all your federal guidelines, state guidelines, that any medical protocols meet all the guidelines that are mandated by the state, any things that affects people's employment status, make sure that our policies are in line with that. So we're exploring what that looks like, and there are some software programs out there available that we're looking into now.
Okay, I had one quick question before we go to Councilman Smiley. The training that you're implementing, will it touch situations such as when the firemen that were on the scene needed access to the patient who may have been handcuffed? Will it teach them what do you do in situations like that?
I'll give that to Chief Sullivan.
Yes, absolutely. That's probably one of the things we recognize, that personnel maybe not properly knowing how to engage with the police and who actually has that patient authority at that time. So that is absolutely one of the big things we addressed in that class.
Are you all collaborating on who has authority or what when medical is called on? Are you all collaborating on what happens or who takes jurisdiction?
So those are open discussions we've been having with legal, and as what we find is most everybody has their own individual experience. We're gathering all those questions now and hope to follow up with police and legal to make sure that we're all on the same page with those when those situations occur.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything? Anyone else?
Well, I think I think Councilwoman Logan asked a very important question. I think there was an interview of one of the fire personnel. Essentially, it was their fault, trying to blame the other agency that was on the scene. So my concern was essentially with Councilwoman Logan's concern. I guess my next question is particularly as related to the class. What's the name of the class again?
Responding to interagency emergencies.
Emergencies. And how often will fire personnel be required to take? Is it a one-time thing, 3 hours course, or is this, similar to my continuing legal education I have to take yearly? Is there something that I have to take yearly, or is it one and done?
Something we discussed that the legal aspect will be taught yearly.
Okay. And then I guess my next question, this is probably for Attorney Singh, or maybe you all, of the 4 fire personnel that made the scene, I think 4 of the fire personnel experienced adverse employment action. And of the 4 fire personnel who experienced adverse employment action, were any of them returned to work? I knew he was going to come up here. I was ready.
Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer. So 3 of the 4 were issued terminations. The 4th one was it was a little bit different scenario. It was a suspension, and some additional remedial training will be involved. The issue was it was a different type of issue that was at play as opposed to the interaction on the scene.
Okay, and then I guess it's the same line of question I asked related to Memphis Police. Will this information be made public? Because I think when we were dealing with a very sensitive situation, I think the best thing we can do is be forthcoming to the people, so there's complete transparency. We're not hiding our hands. We let them know what action that was taken by the city of Memphis dealing with this particular incident.
Yes, it will be provided. All of the employees, fire and police, who underwent any type of hearing and charges, there will be records reflecting the nature of the charges and the outcome.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question related to this particular course. I've done a lot of continuing legal education in my life, and some of it is essentially just watching the video. You get some information, but you may miss a lot. But then it's true. But I think the type of courses which I like, but I don't necessarily like, is that checks and make sure I'm paying attention. Ask me a question. Ask me a specific question about something that the instructor or the law professor is talking about, to make sure that I received and retained the information that is pertinent to my profession. In this particular course, is there any type of an assessment to say, hey, I've heard the instructor tell me all about these ethical responsibilities, how you engage with interagency departments. Here is a question about that. Did you learn anything? I want to know that the individuals who are going through these particular courses are actually hearing information, but also retaining information. It's important in my profession, and I deal with, money and businesses, but you deal with the lives of people, and I think that's more important than what I do.
I completely understand and completely agree. So yes, we do have the ability to push out videos through our learning management system, and some generally do that. All of our training is important, but like you said, sometimes you have to have more face-to-face interaction. In this particular class, we do realize the importance of it. Chief Sullivan and her team went through a great deal of effort to find the right people with the passion for teaching this class that we pulled out of the field to deliver the class. We have some very passionate instructors that want to deliver this class to their peers in the field. So they are the ones that are doing that. And there will be, all of our classes, there is some type of testing for cognitive recollection. And hopefully through this class, as we learn from our fire and EMS personnel the experiences, we will continue to be able to deliver classes like this based on the needs that are identified through the questions and things that are generated, and through the pass-fail rate of the exam of what they're actually what they're learning and what they're not, and then where we need to reinforce the message. We'll definitely be coming back and deliver other classes behind this.
I know the assessment portion of it may be somewhat cumbersome to fire personnel, but I also believe it's necessary as we move forward and try to move our city in a more progressive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. So we appreciate the presentation, the information, and all the work that you all do. Continue to do the work that you do. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
At this time, colleagues, we have item number 5. It's a presentation from previous committees. We have Mr. Daniel Boda, the Senior Program Associate of Redefining Public Safety at the Vera Institute of Justice. We appreciate his patience in holding and waiting through this committee, and we're going to ask him if he would give a presentation limited to 4 or 5 minutes. He joined us at the February 7th council meeting, was invited back by several members of this body to give an extended comment on the various public safety ordinances we are considering. And you may go right ahead, Mr. Boda, give your name and address, and you may be recognized.
Yes, thank you. My name is Daniel Boda, and I live at 34 35th Street in Brooklyn, New York. I want to say good morning and thank you.
Good morning.
And thank you, Chairman Jones, Chairwoman Logan, Vice Chair Colvette, members of the committee. As you mentioned, I'm with the Vera Institute of Justice. We're a national criminal justice research and policy organization, and I'm here today to talk about the Driving Equality Ordinance and also the Data Transparency Ordinance that the Council has been considering. These ordinances would provide crucial advances in traffic and public safety for Memphis. Unfortunately, the traffic enforcement and data reporting provisions in the newly introduced Tyre Nichols Justice and Policing Ordinance do not include the same protections, and so I want to highlight that. The new ordinance that's named for Tyre Nichols is where I'll start. We don't know exactly why Tyre was pulled over, but we do know that it was not a unique situation. So every day, police pull over tens of thousands of drivers for a range of traffic violations around the United States. And a disproportionate number of these drivers are Black, and these traffic stops can put their lives at risk. So dozens of unarmed people are killed by police during traffic enforcement every year. Even seemingly innocuous traffic stops can create a range of harms. And so, as just one example, there's a study that found that excessive traffic stops led to reduced turnout among potential Black voters. The newly proposed ordinance intends to address the problem by eliminating overt racial bias and profiling. But research suggests that disparities in outcomes from traffic stops don't necessarily stem from intentional or conscious racial profiling. The racial disparities seem to develop when police operate with a great deal of discretion. Jurisdictions like California or Texas have passed racial profiling statutes and required reporting, and those reports regularly find that there is no profiling and that departments are compliant, even while Black people remain more likely to be stopped by the police, to be searched when they're stopped, and less likely to have contraband when they are searched. So we do have good evidence of an approach that does reduce racially disparate outcomes and harm. It's refocusing police attention on traffic safety rather than on using non-safety related traffic stops. The framework is simple. Police stop vehicles for behavior that creates an immediate risk to public safety, like this new task force that's being discussed, dangerous driving, and don't stop drivers for things that don't create a risk, such as equipment and registration violations. As you've been hearing, police resources are limited, and focusing them in this way allows police to focus on real public safety risks. It also respects the safety of drivers by not putting their lives or safety at risk for behaviors that are not endangering others. Jurisdictions around the country are moving in this direction. So the states of Virginia and Oregon have passed legislation like this. The city of Philadelphia and the police commission in San Francisco have also done so. And ordinance number 5849, the Driving Equality Ordinance, follows this framework. The newly proposed Tyre Nichols ordinance actually requires officers to continue to make these stops and states that warnings should be issued instead of citations, but an officer still has to conduct a stop to issue that warning. And given the limitations of time, I want to also speak to the data transparency ordinance that was under consideration by the council. Last year, Vera launched a police data transparency index in which we evaluated police data transparency around the United States. We looked at 94 U.S. cities, and Memphis was one. Memphis received in the data transparency index an overall score of 48 out of 100. That score places Memphis in the top half of the 94 cities and counties that we reviewed, but it's far from a passing score. Memphis scored highest for making available information about police training and policies, but there was no information publicly available about arrest activity or traffic and pedestrian stops. And those categories received scores of 0 in the Police Data Transparency Index. Also, scores for data about police shootings, other uses of force by police, and calls for service or 911 calls were weak compared to other jurisdictions. So ordinance number 5853, that data transparency ordinance, would begin filling these gaps, and it would bring Memphis closer in line with best practices. However, the new bill omits a number of important data types, and so I would urge you to consider adding them back in. Those data types are especially data about traffic and pedestrian stops and data about arrests. Those are included in the data transparency ordinance, but not in the Tyre Nichols Justice and Policing ordinance. As a researcher, I know these are vital categories of data, but you don't have to have a policy background to understand why a data policy that's named after Tyre Nichols should include data about traffic stops. So my assessment is that the newly consolidated bill would not increase Memphis's score in the Police Data Transparency Index, but ordinance number 5853 would significantly increase that score. So data transparency changes to traffic stop policies won't return Tyre Nichols today, and they cannot alone prevent the next such incident, but information provided by the transparency policy and the data transparency ordinance is a tool to prevent this from happening again. Simply put, if the council wishes to save lives and better the city of Memphis, the Tyre Nichols Justice and Policing Ordinance is not the right tool. The data transparency is. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for your presentation, the information. I'm going to go to the queue. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. Mr. Bo, did I say your name correctly?
Yes, thank you.
I have a question. I'm reading, I don't know, I guess a document by the administration specifically related to the Data Transparency Act, and I'm pretty sure that's not the name of it, but either way. So I think you don't know this, in 2020, when I was proposing a resolution to create what we have now, reimagining policing data transparency, whatever the transparency model that we have now, there was concerns by the previous police department's administration that talk about, the physical note to implement this portal. And there's also, now it seems to be the similar concerns about what it would cost the city of Memphis to enhance what we already have. You've been doing this work for quite some time. Do you have any information, any documentation available about the physical note associated with implementing a data transparency portal to include, I guess, the increased information? Are we talking about something that's going to cost the city of Memphis millions of dollars to, in your opinion, to implement, or we're talking about something significantly less than that?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't have prices of what the kind of solutions that are out there cost. I do know there can be hurdles to to making data available. But I think what we should do is take a step back. The police department has been here and presenting today, and they have presented a lot of information about traffic stop practices and outcomes. And that's not all information that's on the website. So making that data even available in the form of a spreadsheet on the website makes it publicly accessible in a way. I mean, ideally, it would be something like a very nice portal that would have a dashboard that people could interact with. But even making that data that they already have available in a way that allows people to see it and independently analyze it would advance the conversation and would advance transparency significantly. So I think there are solutions that are affordable, and I also know that there's technical assistance available.
Okay, I'm gonna defer. Councilman Carlisle seems to be eager to say something. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, I mean, I see the note that it's costly and burdensome, and I think it's just a matter of will. We're in the middle, as former Chief McGowan said, we've got to bring Memphis into the 21st century. And these back-of-house portals are necessary. I mean, I said it earlier when we were talking about the DA, and I think if we want to hold the DA and the judges to a standard, we have to meet that standard as well. And honestly, I think we should lead and be the standard bearer for it.
Talk about it.
The idea, and Jonesy brought it up a minute ago when he was talking about arrest. Like, he wanted the data because, and I leaned over, it's like, if you have 100 arrests and you don't know 100 traffic violations and you don't know the make, model, the ethnicity, you can't make assertions, right? Like, we have a policy in place that prohibits racial profiling in pretextual stops, but you don't know if we're violating it or not because you don't have the data out there to demonstrate where the trends are for the public to engage with. And like, that's the rub. It's not an HR, it's not an HR issue. It is a metadata issue. And so you can start to analyze trends. So, I mean, I'm with Smiley. I mean, I don't buy that argument. I mean, yeah, burdensome. When you stand up any company, any undertaking like that, just like we're using Oracle at the city of Memphis to do payroll and time cards, it's taken a couple of years. Like, it's going to take some time, but it's necessary. Mr. Boda, my question for you is more on the data and how Vera operates. And I appreciate you emailing my staff back on the bail calculator, which is something I was interested in looking at and seeing how it functioned. But a lot of data has come forward, and it's been a long morning, so I'm probably not going to do as good of a job. But I think for me, one of the things that I want to understand more, and I think generally, it's like it's more of a poverty thing than a race thing, right? But a lot of statistics have come, meaning we have, and somebody in the back wants to shout, but when you look at stops, right, predominantly it's black motorists. And what was the clip? Was it 2 to 1, 3 to 1? I couldn't quite remember. Do you remember when we talk about traffic stops, traffic violations? Your group and I think it's Decarcerate came forward with statistics about at least your belief of the disproportionate share of individuals that are pulled over, and then the number of those that are dismissed. My question for you is are you doing a deeper dive into that data past the race of the driver and whether or not the case was dismissed to understand what they were actually pulled over for, what they were actually charged with, and whether or not the judge used judicial discretion and basically said, hey, look, you may have been guilty of this misdemeanor citation, but based on what I'm seeing, I'm willing to let you go with, dismiss the case or divert the case. Are you diving into those things as far as it relates to the Memphis data with the information you have?
Well, we don't actually have Memphis data to analyze, so that's the first hurdle for anything that would be specific to Memphis. We would love to examine that data, but we just don't have it. So the data that we generally have looked at is either made available by partner jurisdictions or it's publicly available in jurisdictions like Washington State. A lot of that data is available. We've looked at that closely. We did an analysis in Suffolk County, which is the Boston area of Massachusetts. There's data about Nashville that's been analyzed. And there's some researchers who we've been in touch with and talked with who've done analysis of data sets that are national in scope. So aggregation of lots of data about traffic enforcement from around the country. what we see are really marked racial disparities in who's stopped, right? And we see that that's consistent, but it does vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So I couldn't put a number on it for Memphis. But the trend is that it's about 2 to 3 times around the country.
Okay.
The other thing is that when a car is stopped for a non-safety related reason, so an equipment violation, a registration lapse, that kind of thing, those tend to have far higher disparities than the more common kinds of stops, which are things like speeding or reckless driving or drunk driving. So when there's a reason to think somebody's driving unsafely, police, it appears, are pulling people over regardless.
Okay.
When the police have discretion to decide whether or not to pull somebody over, when they have to exercise that discretion because of the need to make choices about where they spend their time, and they pull somebody over for a relatively minor reason that isn't going to hurt anybody, that's where we see the disparities by race really concentrated. And we've seen that in every place that we've looked at specifically. We also see that black drivers, once pulled over, are far more likely, up to 6 times in some places, more likely to be searched during that stop. And are less likely, though, to have any kind of contraband.
Yes, that was my follow-up. Yeah, is how often, and I'll use the term conversion rate, of a primary violation for that is actually amounts to finding an unregistered firearm or a felony amount of a controlled substance. So you answered that, which is, if you could say that one more time for me, please.
It's very small. The rates from stops to the discovery of contraband are extremely low. Generally, between 1% and 2% of stops result in any kind of contraband of any sort, even the tiniest amount being found. We see in a number of jurisdictions that those rates are even, like in Nashville, for instance, as low as 8 out of every 1,000 stops resulting in some kind of contraband being found. And we don't have good enough data to know, but a lot of that is really, we know anecdotally, is very minor possession. So it's not traffickers being interdicted here. It's people with a very small quantity of personal use narcotics or some kind of weapon. It's extremely rare. We need better data, though, in order to understand that more specifically.
Yeah, I mean, and you said it, the last comment, that's my big thing is you often hear big trend data, and I think especially when you're trying to get people to buy into an idea, and I don't care what it is. We be talking about, do you like Coke or Pepsi, right? Like it's really important before you start making big policy changes to really dive into like what's behind it. And obviously you guys are doing that in the jurisdictions that you're able to, and you're looking at national trends. But for me as a local policymaker, understanding really what are the outcomes, what are the driving, what is the police department doing? Are they following their own policies and procedures? That's why I'm such a big proponent of the data tracking. I mean, Jonesy says it all day, every day from Sarah Lewis. If you
can't measure it, you can't manage it.
Yeah, so exactly.
You can't manage it, you can't improve it.
That's right. And so that's the big thing for me. So I appreciate it. I may have a few more questions as we kind of go on, but I want to yield the floor to anybody else.
All right, thank you. Councilman Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. This goes to a point that Councilman Jones made earlier to Chief Ryan and to Chief Davis. I don't want the council to be voting in the dark on this. He requested earlier just more information about what would the cost be to implement a system in which to track the data, the time it would take to implement it, and then I think also the time to the officer that's in the field who would then have to manage that information and input it. How would it change a typical stop or even an atypical one, just a couple of different scenarios? Is that something that can be investigated? If other cities are doing this and tracking this data, can we look at theirs and what's the difference between ours? And can y'all report that back to us in May, either at the first or second meeting, at least before we finalize the budget? And then we can decide with more information whether or not this is something that can and should be implemented in the coming year.
So the actual extraction of data is not impossible. We can extract some data that we have access to now, some traffic stop data. Ian Barton, who's one of our techie software people, has been able to just be able to provide all kinds of dashboards for us. I think and my response and our response was really about how deep the data request was for the ordinance. Some of it would be significantly time consuming for officers because they would have to fill out a separate form to answer all of those questions so that that data and that information could be deposited into some other system for us to be able to track. Traffic stop data, demographics, as far as driver demographics, officer demographics, some of that data we can capture. We can begin this transparency piece. It's just a matter of us building that dashboard up and then adding to it as we talk about what's important to the city, what's important for transparency. We talked about arrests and, taking a deeper dive even into arrests and capturing that data as well.
Okay, for what would take additional cost and time, can we please get an estimate on that? I think that would inform the decisions we're making and would be important to have.
You get the University of Memphis grad students to help. They're researching.
I think there are things that we hadn't thought through that get difficult where you're trying to, like the ethnicity of the driver, for example, is that going to be determined by the officer, or is each individual that's pulled over going to be given a list of different ethnicities and have to check the box or write other that they fill into or qualify? And then a normal traffic stop might take, however many minutes, what has been added on. Because as we also have to think about the time on the street. And as we have a shortage in officers, we talk about over and over again, if we're short on officers, we know we're short on officers, let's use their time as efficiently as possible. And even if we think this is valuable, we should at least know what the cost is, and that should be part of the conversation. So I think we just need to drill down and understand a little bit more of the process, including what others have done, what it costs them, and is this a dashboard not only for us but for the public that can then be added onto and be expanded, as you say, over the years as we determine different things that may be important and given it capability to expand or contract as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilwoman Johnson, I do want to just let those of you that are here from the public community that we will have public comment opportunity at 3:30. We want to get all of the information out for the council during committee, so we'll have the adequate information to make decisions and to vote. And we do have some other committees, so we're trying to stay on. We do appreciate you being here to get the information along with us, but know that you will have an opportunity at the 3:30 meeting for public comment. And we are going to hold Public Works Council Members Committee until, I know. So I know your stomach was growling. We're growling. So we're going to go to Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to talk to the chief. This is going to be simple. I also want to make sure when you do your research in regards to the cost, come up with a system where they record every incident, not just the ones that they think is important, but every incident should be recorded. And I do believe that there's mobile devices that we'll just have to change the whole system out. The officer would then be carrying different type of mobile devices that probably would allow them to enter all that information as quickly as possible. We're gonna just have to learn to interact with other systems, like back to whoever does the car tags, make sure that information is brought in. So a lot of information is automatically coming up once the officer stops a car. They will have the information available. But please consider every stop. Yes,
absolutely. And I think, the cities that are capturing traffic stop data, that's what it entails. It entails every stop. It also is captured in a more sophisticated way these days through devices and of course those devices can be populated based on the categories that are important. Right. The ones that we customize that are important to our city. So we'll be working to determine what is the best, next steps as far as, what our dashboard looks like for the city of Memphis and exactly which data we will be capturing, what what data that's listed in the ordinances that are being presented are most important to our community.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure when you look at the whole picture, whatever the cost is, and how soon it can be implemented as well. Because I know sometimes it takes, like I said, a couple of years, but if you can modify your current system, let's do that right away, and then go ahead and make purchases for the future.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. That brings us down to item number 6. We are going to want to first recognize Attorney Wade. He's going to come and introduce the Consolidated Public Safety Ordinance that, I think the introduction of this ordinance may or may not inform how we proceed with the ordinance for third reading this afternoon, but we'd like to hear his presentation of consolidated ordinances. And I need a motion and a second.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Attorney Wade, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, this proposed ordinance attempted to consolidate all of the 6 ordinances that were that have been approved on first and second reading. And I'll be brief. I think one of the underlying aspects of it is to address traffic stops, to codify some of MPD's procedures that the officers are required to follow for traffic stops, pretty much to educate the public on what to expect and what their responsibilities are. We had one ordinance that dealt with marked police cars, and I think the new traffic division is going to use marked police cars. And the only modification that I made to the ordinance that Councilwoman Logan introduced was that you will use marked police cars unless there are exigent circumstances. And I think we got some comments from the administration saying that it would be impractical and probably imprudent for us to not allow unmarked police cars to make a traffic stop when there's an exigent circumstance. And I think those cars under their current policies have to have under the dashboard lights, so it would be still marked in that regard. But I think you can envision a lot of circumstances where an unmarked police car may see a driver driving with a sunroof kicked out and temporary tags and going an excessive rate of speed, and it's just not practical to allow them to try to dispatch a marked car for that on the scene type of thing. So that's one change that I did make that's in there. I think the question in terms of protectual stops, that's the one thing that the administration had a lot of issues with. When I read that ordinance, I really didn't think it did a lot because essentially it says that unless a tag is not securely fashioned, you can't stop them if it's not securely fashioned. It doesn't seem to address whether you challenge someone having an improper registration, which is governed by state law. Our officers have a duty to investigate all those anti-theft provisions that are in state law. But just because someone has an insecurely fashioned registration plate seems to be a very de minimis and low volume type of activity. And then this thing says periods for requiring lighted lamps. These are mechanical things, but there are circumstances where you may have one headlight in a dark circumstance and you don't know whether it's a motorcycle or a car. It could be very dangerous. There are state laws dealing with other obstructions. I don't know what those are. The issue with certification of inspections, we no longer have those. unlawful operation without evidence of emission inspection. We no longer have those. So I think that there needs to be some modification in that ordinance. But what I did was basically allow officers to provide a warning, warnings where there's a minor traffic infraction, wherein the act is due to operation of an improperly equipped vehicle that does not, under the circumstances, jeopardize the safe and efficient flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic, and non-hazardous violations such as lack of illumination of a single red light or a headlight, loosely secured with visible registration plate, or any other minor mechanical violation. And what Mr. Boda said is that under this ordinance, you would have to stop them to give the warning, but that's not accurate. Under state law and under our ordinance, we give electronic citations. The officer can note it and make an electronic citation, and the Traffic Violation Bureau can mail them the warning without them having to be stopped. The main guts of the ordinance, however, deal with things that are already in MPD's Code of Conduct, which is prohibitions against excessive and deadly force unless there are exigent circumstances, misuse of body cameras, also the duty to intervene and report, and the collection of data with regard to all of those things. I think Mr. Boda's comment was that this ordinance doesn't go far enough in terms of data collection, but I will tell you that this language was taken directly from the George Floyd bill drafted by the U.S. Congress, which I have a whole lot of confidence that they know what the hell they're doing. But we're not in disagreement as to the degree. I think we are in agreement that we do need to track this type of data, and I don't think Chief Davis disagrees at all. I think she was saying that physically we don't do it and can't do it under our existing systems. So, I mean, I think this ordinance goes a long way of dealing with issues that some of the others don't. And I do want to just deal with some of the information that is required under racial profiling. And let's talk about what that is. Racial profiling is the use of race in deciding who to interview from an investigatory activity, who to stop, an automobile, or what pedestrians to stop, and what types of frisk and other types of activities that you do. These are motivated more by race than whether or not you use a protectual violation to do something else. I want to remind you that the United States Supreme Court has said that protectual stops are not unconstitutional. What is unconstitutional is making protectual stops that are motivated by race. And that's essentially what this bill and what the Floyd bill addresses.
That's remedy.
Yeah, and the Floyd bill in this ordinance is a data-driven thing. You make decisions based on data, not based on hearsay that we hear. And so that's what this ordinance is trying to say, is that we have these major activities that we have policeman misconduct about, and we want to have data collected on these activities so that you can make intelligent decisions about how you want to legislate. So that's the overview of it. I'm not going to get into the weeds of it. What this does, because it tries to consolidate all of the prior ordinances, it is on a whole different track in terms of enactment. So this has to run 3 readings because none of the other captions were sufficient to incorporate it into an existing bill. So we'll have time to dive into this, and what I have provided in it is a repealer language which says that even if you want to go forward tonight with these others, as this one tracks through, this ordinance will expressly repeal and replace Ordinances number 5848, 5849, 5850, 5853. What I did not deal with are the two ordinances that deal with CLERB and the one that deals with the specialized procedure where you get the video and the advance notice of deadly force. That's a whole different issue. This one is trying to consolidate those things that I thought you wanted, and also codifying these high topic areas where you have police misconduct such as excessive and deadly force, misuse of body cameras, failure to intervene and report, and racial profiling, which are already in MPD's procedures. So I don't know how they could disagree with us adding teeth to the things that they already have in their arsenal. With that, I'll defer to any questions.
Can you discuss the current status of what's proposed?
If you will hold up, I have two people in the queue, and then we'll go to your note, Councilman Carlisle. First, we have Councilman Smiley, then Jones, then Councilman Carlisle.
All right, thank you, Attorney Wade. So make sure I understand. So this particular ordinance does not deal with the review of body cam footage by council independent. So body cam council. And then the second one, it does not deal with which one? Clerk. So those two are not a part of this. Those two will stand alone.
Yes.
Got it. All right. So, but this does deal with the Data Transparency Act that this body has voted on twice. I'm looking through this draft. Is there anything in here? And if so, could you point me to it that specifically deals with the public portal? I think the public portal is the data is important. It is
Okay, let me address that.
Got it.
On page 14 under section 5, it requires MPD to provide for the collection of data on all routine and spontaneous investigatory activities, which collected data shall be disaggregated by race, ethnicity, national origin, gender, disability, and religion, which are additional categories that are not in the data transparency ordinance. Include the date, time, location of such investigatory activities, include details sufficient to permit an analysis of whether a law enforcement officer has or is engaging in racial profiling, and not include personally identifiable information, which I think one of the comments we had, they could dump all of their stuff. And so this is tailored more to what you really want to do. Now, the police department now has a policy that's mandated by state law against racial profiling. I'm somewhat curious of how they can manage that without having this kind of data. So, I mean, I think this is essential to us getting at the heart of the thing. Black people being stopped. I mean, white people being stopped on pretextual stops is not unconstitutional. But if it's motivated by race, it's a problem. Okay.
So I see this. Some of the information is more comprehensive, but what's not in. Well, the amendment that I'd be making, it needs to be. I'm gonna go through. I treat myself like I'm in law school. Go through with a red pen. But one of the things that I think is necessary going forward, it has to be public. This information here is going to the mayor and the council. Although I like myself, but I don't think the people want me to be, in the words of Councilman Carlisle, a benevolent dictator. I think we need to make it as public as possible. There needs to be some type of mandate here that we're making this information public. I think the reason, the ultimate push for the data transparency portal was one, for the information. I think the information is pertinent, but also so that the general public has access to it. There was an article written in the Commercial Appeal. I think it may have been one of Sam's articles that talked about there was a request for certain records for the Memphis Police Department, and then they received a bill back was, an absurd amount. I was like, this is egregious. We shouldn't be charging people for this type of information. So I think my concern specifically as it relates to the data transparency one is there has to be a public component. I don't think we can get around the public component. The information is great. We can do what we want with the information, but it has to be a component where we're using what we pushed for in 2020, which was the transparency portal, but also we have to put this information in. I think Mr. Boda talked about where there's a spreadsheet so that folks, my dad is calling me, so the folks in the general public has access to this information. So I think that's one thing. And then the other one it does, so transparency portal, I think the other one is pretextual stops. I saw that in here. And what was the other one that's addressed with
body cam misuse?
Body cam misuse.
And also the game changer is really duty to report and intervene.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go through it more in depth, but I think one of the amendments right now I know that I'm going to do, well, Meredith is going to have a good time doing, is making sure that we make this information available to the public, and we can use our current dashboard, but we have to enhance our current dashboard with this information, but also having people have access to it.
Madam Chairman, if I may just, I meant to omit one. I omitted one thing. I'm not being defensive about this. I told you I wanted you to share this with Mr. Boulder and those people, and we, I don't have a problem tailoring the information request in here to be more comprehensive if that's what y'all want. And also, we want to have their comments and make it as good as possible.
Chairman John.
Thank you, and thank you for preparing this. A couple of concerns that I had about it, though, is, and when you made the comment that it would have to have its own track, that's reassuring. I know that we've tried to respond to what the public concerns have been. We wanted to do so in an expedient fashion. However, I don't think that we need to necessarily tie things up. We still can respond. A question that I have, could we not incorporate some of the recommendations in here in the existing ordinances? If we saw that there's some deficiencies in one or the other, we add those, since we had third reading for some of those, we add those and we still proceed in responding to what has been some of the concerns.
Councilman Jones, we're going forward today with the ordinances.
I know, but what I'm saying is that instead of having something that repeals, if we go 3 readings of what's currently in this, it will repeal what we will be passing today. So what I'm saying, since we're at third reading, can we not incorporate some of those recommendations in the existing ordinances that we have and move forward from there?
You possibly could, but it would be somewhat time consuming. I'm not sure we could do it by today. And that's what he's saying. He wants to respond to the public today, but I'm not sure we could change 6 ordinances between now and 3:30.
Well, I just wanted to raise that as we do this. We still want to have some action, and one of the things that I've said, we will not, and we don't have the ability to make all of the changes in just the first 2 months or 3 months of this year. This is, we could very well, June, July comes about, and we see that we've missed something. We may need to add it to that part. There are going to be additional conversations that I want the public to know that this is not this is not our first take at this, but I still want us to have some action versus inaction. And if it's easier for us to incorporate some of these changes, could we or should we not do that? I'm just for, my colleagues' consideration.
All right, Councilman Carlisle.
That's a very fair question. I think ultimately what I surmise is going to happen is that we pass the majority of these ordinances tonight, and then what I think about Attorney Wade's ordinance content aside is that you have one document, one ordinance, one place to go that is comprehensive of the reforms we're doing. And so from a tidiness and a housekeeping standpoint, and all the way to Muni Code, I think having one place to try and find it is probably the best. And so, and to Chairman Jones, is we may not be able to get every little change, but anything that is of importance that Attorney Wade has brought forward, I mean, I think we can amend it in tonight. That way it's already in place. But even if we didn't have a lot of minor changes or even major changes, I would still encourage us to incorporate it into one ordinance anyway, just because I think it's cleaner. That's a totally personal opinion. And I don't think it'll hold anything up to move forward tonight and then repeal these. My question for Attorney Wade is a status update because it's going to go to the clerk. Colleagues, as many of you know, the General Assembly has legislation moving through it currently. From what I understand, it is highly likely to pass. And so we do have we do have several items that deal with CLRB, and I just didn't know if you wanted to address your thoughts or JB, I think ultimately what I'm going to say is we probably need to table what we're going to do until they act. I don't want to fan the flames up there.
So they're going to essentially do away with clerk. We know that's coming.
So the question is, what do we want to do with that ordinance today? I mean,
we can pass it. It'd be in place for 2 months
or less. I mean, look, the governor could sign a law next week. So what I don't want to do is do something that amends their law that's even more punitive.
So I'm gonna say it this way. I think, just because someone passes a law doesn't mean we don't have an obligation to resist it. If we do not agree with the law that's being passed by the state, doesn't mean we shouldn't do nothing. I think what the position we should take is we're going to be on the right side of history, which is putting something in place that serves the people well, even if the governor or the General Assembly says, who cares about Memphis? They always say, who cares about Memphis? So we don't expect them to do anything else, but we should care about Memphis. And we believe this is going to do the people of Memphis justice. We can think this is going to do right by the people of Memphis. We should pass it. We shouldn't be so concerned with what the government's going to do.
All right, easy. I got you.
Because I was going to talk about
look, I hear you, but I mean, you also want to be a pragmatist, right? Like, it's great to say that, and it's a fair remark and it's a fair feeling, but then there's how the world works. And like, that's the thing is, like, I feel like my responsibility is to do what's right for Memphis, which is protect it from punitive action from the state. I don't know. That's why I raised the issue. I don't know. I hear you. I don't know that I had any other remarks. I appreciate it. Yeah. I yield the floor.
Councilman Warren was in the queue next, and then Smiley. Councilman Warren, you recognize.
I think we're living in a real world, and I have a question for Attorney Wade. Attorney Wade, of all the other ordinances that we have up, how many of those have problems that they're counter to state law that are likely to get the legislators to decide that they've got to, quote, fix the Memphis problem and come down on our head?
The one thing I didn't tell you that the training provision is also incorporated. The only one that you have adopted that actually requires someone to do something is the traffic stop ordinance. The other ones are more or less requiring annual review of training, requiring information, transparency, information about independent review of use of force, that kind of thing. The other one actually mandates that police officers not do something. That's where you run into the real problem.
So that one particular ordinance is the one about mandating or stopping pretextual stops. So if we do that, that's against state law.
When I read it, I think everybody jumps to the conclusion that it does, but it's so narrow. Whether a tag is loosely, you can't stop them for that, but you can stop them if they have an illegal registration. I don't think loosely, I think it requires it to be firmly attached, but I think if you want to let them flow and they have valid things, I think some of the things in there the language is not not accurate. But that's the one that we got the most comments from the administration about.
Well, I think,
to give you an example.
And I'm sorry to hop in. I think Michaelin, just because she's not here, one of the points she made to me is like people that don't have the tag holder anymore because it's rusted out, and so they've got it in the back window, right? They've got a tag in the back window. So where does that fit in firmly affixed versus my license plate holder is rusted out, and so now it's in my back window. Should you pull me over?
Or I just had my license stolen. I've got my temporary tag in the back window.
Right. But the point is, the thing that precipitated this was like Tyre Nichols wasn't stopped because his tag wasn't loosely affixed. It was for reckless driving. That ain't stopping. Okay, that's not going to stop. And the police officers, they can stop you for a state law violation, which we're required to mirror. I mean, if we mirror a state law violation, they said, hell with the ordinance, we'll just stop you for not having a firmly affixed tag.
I'm saying if we have an ordinance that goes against, that was my question, does that ordinance go against state law?
In some regards, it does. Yes.
So if it does, I mean, guys, we've seen this time and time again that we do something, and that's what I'm worried about, Club. I mean, we need the state to give money to Memphis and to make sure that we're asking them for money for our sports complexes. And if what we do is just do things that make them think, well, we'll show them, and they've done it over and over again. I don't think that's smart for us to do long-term for the city, even if we want to do it. And my concern is I want it to give Club teeth, but if us passing an ordinance that gives Club teeth for a week, and then they pass a law and we see that it's coming down 2 weeks from now, and that's going to make it even more likely they pass a law and make it where our current Club is even less able to do what it needs to do. I don't think it makes sense. So in my mind, I think we should do the things that aren't going to spit in the legislator's face and make them be more likely to hurt us. And that's sort of real politics, and it doesn't feel good. And I don't like to feel that I'm not standing up for something, but I don't want to do something stupid either, or something that hurts us. So as we look about that and think about it later, let's think about long-term, what we really want to happen. And, you can be right walking in a crosswalk and get hit by a car. You can have the right of way, or you can be looking around and avoid the car. And I'm saying here, let's avoid the car from the state legislature and be as right as we can with it. So as we move forward, that's my comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Chairman Jones?
My question is always, as we've had this discussion, is one of enforcement. We know that there is a 55 miles per hour speed limit once you're in the city limits of Memphis. So has the police department set a priority to say, go after people with speeding or go after people for speeding? If I'm driving 65, if I'm driving 60, I'm breaking state law. But is there a priority that's set by MPD to say, pull everybody over who does 60 miles per hour or more? I would say, no, we haven't. So when we're talking about this, pretextual stops, it's just because I think that the message that we've sent and said that speeding, granted, somebody's doing 95, that's a totally different standpoint, but from a strict law standpoint, 60 miles per hour is speeding. Do we want Memphis police resources pulling over everybody that's doing 60 miles per hour? So I take that along the same lines as we're talking about. Do we enforce somebody do we want to set a priority, and do we want to set the priority, pull over the one headlight, pull over the one tail light that's out? Do we want to do that? So to me, it's all, 55 is on the books, but we don't ticket everybody who's doing 60 or above. So it's about, to me, and if we say that we're not enforcing that, technically MPD officers are not enforcing what state law is. So that's the problem, that's the issue that I'm having here, the balancing act. We can still pass it. And we still are saying, well, we don't want our resources to be dedicated to somebody who doesn't have both headlights operational on their vehicle, or they don't have that tag. It still can be. So that's the problem that I'm having with this. We pass it, but if we're not enforcing it, how do we balance that? Now that's dealing with that part of it. From a clerk standpoint, Councilman Warren, you know that just because the General Assembly passes it doesn't make it constitutional. It's just a matter of whether we choose to fight it or not. They're going to do whatever they're going to do to Memphis, regardless of what we do. And I'm in agreement. Well, look, we've had different experiences dealing with it. What we did on the school board, they said that now they can always go back and change the law. That's the prerogative that they always will have. But we should not let what Nashville going to do scare us and act what is in the, as Councilman Smiley said, acting what's in the best interest of our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Smiley.
Just do what's right. I mean, it's really not that hard, y'all. We dealt with the state potentially, well, when we were dealing with removing the statues, we knew there was going to be some negative, punitive action taken by the state. But we also knew we had a responsibility to the people of Memphis. We had a responsibility to remove those statues. We knew the state was going to take adversarial position toward the city of Memphis. The difference this time, though, is there is not a law in place currently. We were already heading down this course of passing statutes or passing an ordinance specifically dealing with CLRB and giving CLRB some teeth. We need to go ahead and stay the course. We should be lobbying in support of CLRB as opposed to, I'm worried that Big Brother's going to come and do something bad to us.
Those are two different things now.
And the statues is a perfect example, and I don't want to go down the sidetrack, but we did that in December specifically because the state was not in session and the retaliatory action would have stopped the statues from coming down and it would have been stopped in court. There's a reason to act in certain timeframes. And I'll tell you, honestly, the conversation that I've been having with state legislatures and I'm hearing from them is that they understand that there is a crime problem in Memphis. They don't want to give up on Memphis. They want to be supportive and help, but they want also to see Memphis helping themselves on it. And if they think they see, in their opinion and in their perspective, if they see
a lot of these people you're talking about never stepped foot in Memphis. I have a hard time dealing with folks from East Tennessee that never come to Memphis.
Second and a third ordinance. We could put it all together. I think that was a mistake in how we proceeded in the first part.
That may be true.
And honestly, if we went and wanted to start that process over at the first reading of amending the CLRB ordinance with what needs to be changed or added, that would give us a little bit of a window or time to see how the state's going to act in the next month, and whether these efforts are futile or not. And I don't think it would change much in terms of waiting a month and going back through the CLRB ordinance. That would be my preferred path. And then we have a full debate about the merits of what we're doing with also the knowledge of what the state would be doing. But that might not be the will of the body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is that everybody that wanted to speak on that? Okay, we're going to have to decide on what we want to do.
I'll move. What do we got? We got a number on yours yet? All right.
It's just a discussion.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
This is just a discussion. We can vote to.
It's been. We move. Yeah, but I want to move it downstairs for first reading tonight. Yeah.
Is that, did you move?
I think that's just it.
Who is that? Okay, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor of moving it downstairs tonight for first reading? Aye. Any opposed?
One opposed.
So noted. Okay, that item passes, and we'll move it downstairs for first reading. That brings us to the end of our agenda. There's nothing further before this committee. It is adjourned. Thank you. I know, right? It's exhausting.
They're going to be so angry. Good afternoon. It is 1:39 p.m. I've got 1:35. Our clocks are off here. We're going to call 1:37 p.m. And I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Chair is present. The robust committee. Colleagues, item number 2 has been withdrawn. So we have 7 items on today's agenda. I'll be taking items number 1. Nope, can't do that. We're going to be taking items 3, 4, and 5 together. May I have a motion to hear these items?
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Item number 3 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. There's a request to add to fiscal consent and same night minutes. We just had a motion and a second on that. Item number 4, resolution to amend fiscal year 23 council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. A request to add to fiscal consent agenda and same night minutes. And item number 5, resolution to amend the fiscal year council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. with a request to add to the fiscal consent and same night minutes. Colleagues, any questions on these items? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it. Please let the record show that Councilman Ford Councilman Canale rather, has made his way to the dais. Late, I'll note. I'm an hour behind. Item number 1, resolution to reallocate and appropriate $2,500 from Arpa funds to Methodist Healthcare Foundation to pay for city first responders to attend the foundation's mental health breakfast. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. There is a request for same night minutes. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Second.
Moved by Canale, seconded by Warren. Councilman Canale, any comments on this item? Where are you reappropriating the money from, Councilman Canale?
Premium pay.
From premium pay. Colleagues, any other questions or comments on item number 1? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Chair is an aye. This passes with unanimous consent. Just making up time. I don't see the administration down here. Go figure. Item number 8, Councilman Jones, a discussion regarding the fiscal year 24 Memphis City Council Community Grant Program. Chairman Jones, as the great steward of this program, I'll give you the floor, sir.
Well, colleagues, based upon some of the discussion items that we had at the last meeting, this is back in committee. One of the things I just left a note for Ms. Owens to include is have provisions where if we have an interim council member, that interim council member can only allocate 1/12 based upon the amount of months that it's anticipated that they will serve, because we don't want an instance where somebody can serve for only 2 months, but they end up spending all of the grant allocations where the permanent member may not necessarily have an opportunity to make grant allocations. So that's going to be an amendment that's going to be downstairs. Ms. Owens, is there anything that I missed as far as why we have it up here in the committee? Okay, so one of the other things, colleagues, we wanted to discuss and nail down was what would be the time period as far as the date is concerned. As we've heard from the concerns from the people who do the real work here, that being our staff, having a year-round, thank you. Yeah, having a year-round type of grant allocation and application season puts a lot of work, undue work on the staff, and it is a way to prevent that. We're looking at having some deadlines and having some dates and sticking to those dates. So what you'll have here are some dates that we're proposing. So we're looking at having the application period between May 12th and June 12th. So we have 30 days to get it out to the public. Hey, this is your application period. I think that 30 days is enough for everybody to hear about it. We set firm deadlines for that. That being the date, then what it also reads is that late or incomplete applications will not be submitted to council members for consideration for a fiscal year 24 grant. Organizations that submit a late or incomplete application must wait until the start of the fiscal year 25 grant program to submit a new application to receive funding. So what this is doing, colleagues, is just setting a firm date, sticking to it. We still will not have the hearings until we actually have completed the budget or approved the budget. But this is just talking about the application process, application time period, having 30 days to do so. And then after we've approved the budget, that's when we'll hear from the new. Okay, so one of the other things, colleagues, is that the mid-year report, based upon some of the feedback from colleagues, is that having, typically would be in January if we were doing it on a calendar basis, we'd have a meeting with 30 different applicants coming in providing a mid-year report. So we've done away with that aspect of it as well. They still will be required to present a year-end report, and that will entitle them to be heard for the next year. So much to Councilman Canale's delight,
Very excited.
We've done away with those. So we, just trying to make a little bit more efficient use of our time in order to take care of other business that will come before the council. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the work that you put in on this program over the years. And I think
Owens, give her the credit.
That's fair enough. Our staff does an extraordinary job, and this is to lighten the burden on them. And honestly, it's to set expectations. I think one of the things that really came to light, even though we want to try and get as much money out into the community as possible through this program, is by setting these, it sets expectations for council members. It sets expectations for the recipients. It helps our staff, and it helps Chief Ford's staff and the administration of it. So there's not this constant rolling of when am I getting my money. Now they've got a set of dates in which they can, if they do what they're supposed to do, they can expect to receive those funds. And I know the timing of those funds can be very important. Councilman Dr. Warren.
I appreciate the effort here. I'm just concerned that people are going to come and one office as we go through as we move forward with really good things that really would benefit by it, and we're going to cave.
So I'll respond to that.
I'll just say that.
I'll respond to that. We've done that before, right? So JB's had a couple of things that have come, and they've come out of unassigned or some other bucket of money. This is specific to this program. And if there is something in which comes before this body and you've got 7 votes for it and you've got an allocated bucket of money that doesn't upset the comptroller, then you are the appropriating body. But I think for this program to continue to be successful, right? Like it's not, that's the thing. So I think kind of like Canale today, he brought, what did you bring today, Ford? He brought a $1,500 or $2,500, basically what's a grant, but he found it out of the Arpa premium pay. So it's a grant, but it's not out of the grant program. And I think it may be semantics, but I think it's important that there be some sort of division between that. But fair point. Pressure's pressure. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry I came in a little late, but I guess I came in just in time. Okay, I love this community grant, and I'm forever trying to get as much as I can possibly get for the people. So don't be surprised if I ask for more. But in the meantime, for the day-to-day operation, I think we probably should extend the application period to 6 weeks, okay? Meaning that it would last until July 1st. That would give as many people an opportunity to file and get everything in. I also would strongly urge people to allocate as much as your money as possible. The reason being, this time next year, you don't want your nonprofits to still be waiting on getting their money because you waited until December to turn it in. If you turn it all in as soon as possible, you can be assured that your nonprofits actually receive the money in a timely fashion. We know next year we're going to have a new administration, and they cannot guarantee, I don't guess Ms. Ford can guarantee anything that the new administration will do. So to ensure that your funds are actually being received by your nonprofits in a timely manner, I would strongly recommend that you have them all turned in by the due date. And no funds should be allocated after November the 7th, in my opinion, of this year. Not carrying it over to I think we went to February or March of this year, if I remember right.
Well, what's in this one, and I'm open to amendments, what's in this one is February 28th of next year.
I think you need to end it this year because who knows what's going to happen next year.
Ms. Johnson, I'm welcome to any type of amendment that you're willing to provide.
So Councilwoman,
I
let's.
want to make a motion on all of these.
Yeah, so let's just so staff can stay with us. Let's take the first one. So, Councilwoman Johnson, are you moving to amend the council grant program
to be open from May 15th through July 1st, 2023?
Councilman Jones, is that accepted as a friendly amendment?
I accept that as a friendly amendment. However, I would now only Ms. Owens is here, so I don't want to put her on the spot. But I would like to hear from staff as far as what they think that time period would do with it, whether that would create an additional workload on them.
No. So most of the.
Well, it's done then. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councilwoman Johnson. Yeah.
How about three more points?
Yes.
Okay. So friendly amendment accepted.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay. I think that all council members should submit their organizations for funding no later than November the 7th, 2023.
Friendly amendment accepted.
All right, we're just rolling along here.
November the 7th.
November 7th, 2023.
Keep in mind, you don't know what's going to happen January 1st. So with the administration, they may
Is that
decide
whatever that
to leave it on
first
their
meeting?
desk 2 or 3 months before they figure
Whatever
out what's
that first
going on
meeting
with the
is.
grant funding. Okay, think ahead of them now. We got to be ready. Okay. Then I think that rather than us individually constantly turning in changes or a request for funding, we should have 3 dates. On these 3 dates, you can turn it in. That way, every week, we're not dealing with a grant.
You're not going to hear me complain about that at all.
Okay, cool. So I'm recommending that by July 25th, everybody has 75% of their grant allocation awarded. Then the other 2 days would be September the 12th and the last day being November the 7th.
I kind of like that.
At least 75%.
75%.
75%'s out the door.
25th.
Well, we're not going to have time to interview people if they turn it in on the first.
Let's be honest here. 95% of the recipients are it's the same. There may be a few new ones here or there, but let's be honest here.
Okay. So I know that we have 3 meetings when the council members may submit nonprofit organization for grant funding from the community grant funding. And those days are July 25th at 75%, September the 12th, and November the 7th.
And to be very clear that all 100% of funds must be extinguished by that November date, first meeting.
7th,
Yeah.
by November the 7th.
Shirley, you good with that?
Since I can't speak for the administration for next year, I think that's a great.
You never know. Everybody up here is assuming that you won't be reappointed. You never know. You never know.
We're going to make sure this is taken care of for sure. Okay.
See if we can get 1 to 8 more people in the mayor's race. Councilwoman Johnson, any other amendments?
That's it, and I appreciate your
Councilman Jones?
Thank you for the input.
Okay.
All right, colleagues, any other items? Just to be clear, I think just so everybody understands, Ms. Owens is going to do her amazing job and get these documented, but we'll have to, this is already on the floor tonight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll amend this tonight from the floor. We'll enter it as a substitute amendment or as amended tonight because it's already on for consideration. That was a discussion item. And Chief Ford, if it's okay with you, I'm going to have Director Cash come up because I think it'll be shorter, and then we can spend as much time or as little time as we have left because we're behind. So, colleagues, what we're going to do here is we're going to skip to item number 7, update from the Division of Housing and Community Development's Accelerate Memphis and Arpa funding programs requested by the chair. As Ms. Cash, good afternoon. As she is making her way around the room and
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to need to steal one of those copies. Colleagues, I asked for this because if you'll recall, we appropriated $7.5 million in Accelerate Memphis funds for affordable housing and $3 or $4 million, I can't quite remember, somewhere in that wheelhouse. I know Director Cash is going to tell us, out of ARPA. Unlike other projects like parks where it's a cover line, we went ahead and basically appropriated and let the administration do their job in the administrative side of things. And so they took in applications and awarded projects. And so I asked Ms. Cash to come and tell us kind of how, and Councilman Jones actually, to add to this, Councilman Jones also raised the issue as we are looking at projects in the future so that there is some consistency and continuity and an even playing field or a fair playing field that we potentially adopt as a council or try and run through the process that HCD has in place as we try to award or look at other opportunities for affordable and workforce housing. So I've asked Director Cash to come and walk us through how they've awarded that money, if, you know, and award's probably the appropriate term, how they've awarded the money, what process they took, where the projects are, and, you know, kind of as a template going forward, because I know that we're barely now in budget season, but I have big plans personally, and hopefully I can find 6 other people for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund this budget season. So with that, thank you, Director Cash. The floor is yours.
There we go. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main. The presentation, I've got an ARPA report at the beginning, so if y'all kind of flip to the end, and I apologize, it makes sense to me. I'm just trying to respond to exactly what you said, but it's gonna be out of order from what y'all are looking at. So the last slide is really our trust fund. It talks about what we look for, what our requirements are for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. With the Accelerate dollars, as Councilman, and I appreciate y'all having me here to share this update. As Councilman shared, we were given $7.5 million through the Accelerate Fund for affordable housing. Those funds, because of the type of funding it was, could be for multifamily only. And so that's $7.5 million. And what we did was we put that into our Housing Trust Fund program to go ahead and use those restrictions and requirements to not create a new program to deploy that. So that's why you might see Accelerate Housing Trust Fund maybe used interchangeably. But this is really, I'm not gonna read through this. Y'all can look at it in your slides, but really this talks about the benefits of the programs. We wanna make sure that we're filling gaps and making these major projects come to fruition. And then the second portion of that portion is really talking about the application. So our projects, or at least the funding, needs to support households that are 80% or less of the area median income. That is around $43,000 if you're just one person. It increases if you have multiple people living in your household. Projects must be in the city. You have to have site control or an option, and appraisal pro forma, really to make sure that the program or project that we're funding is feasible. You have enough funding to get over the finish line. Or you are showing your plan where you've got to get this one more bank to commit to get over the finish line. We generally will issue a conditional approval. And what that means, it says, okay, we'll commit this money to you, but before we sign on the dotted line and do any exchange of funds, we do need to make sure you've got 100% of the funds, because we don't want to get in a position where the project is half started or find ourselves having to go back and look for more to make your project complete. And then the last thing just talks about the documentation for what we're looking for. And so these different proposals, if you go to slide 9, this is kind of your header. These different proposals went through that process. They applied, they submitted the documentation. I think in all of the cases, we said no initially and then came back to them and told them what information they were lacking to get over the finish line. And let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and start the presentation here. And so here's what we've got. We've got 4 projects. We have committed about $7.1 million of that $7.5 million. This first project is senior housing. Senior housing is much needed in our community. All of these will be affordable units, and I believe they will be project-based vouchers, so really deeply subsidized. These are probably renters who are earning 30% or less of the area median income, and that's a really hard market to find affordable housing, but quality housing as well. Out of this, about 10% of the units, 9 or 10, will be set aside for veterans. This is on Peachtree. The project owner is the Housing Authority in partnership with Penrose Development. I already talked about the senior housing units. They are scheduled to close in June. They actually, this tells you a little bit about how difficult it is to get an affordable housing development off the ground, but they've got about 6 funding sources into this one project. And so they're waiting on that last one. They've got an application out right now, and they expect to hear back, I think, in May, close in June. They will start construction 30 days after closing. That's a requirement of one of their funding sources. And it's about a 15-month construction schedule. You'll see here, this is Legends. I think north of this is Poplar, if you kind of flip the project. And so that's 2.5 million, excuse me. The second project we have funded is Northside Renaissance. There's a lot of really great work going on in the North Memphis community. This project is included in that. So this is a multi-use facility, but we are funding the 3rd floor of the building for affordable housing. There will be 41 affordable units. You see here, the total project cost is $8.9 million. I actually think that's low. I think they parsed out the housing portion for the whole building. But we've awarded them $2 million. And then there are a couple of different accommodations within the building. So new gym, performing arts space. I think more tech is going to be in the building. There'll be other building amenities. It's not too far from the North Memphis Library. That might not be the correct name of the branch, but not too far from a library. So we're really excited about that project. And it should close in the summer. I think they are waiting on one of their last financial transactions for the total building, and then we'll close on that project and they'll start construction. This one is new to the pipeline, but not new in the project. We actually, back in 2018, released an RFP for this land south of Claiborne Temple, which you can kind of see in the distance there. Definitely south of the Forum, the big building that you all see kind of in the upper corner of your presentation. And so this is the 4th Advance project. This is a little bit new for the trust fund. We are funding a portion of the project. So they'll have private financing for the majority of the project, but we do want to increase affordability. This is part of the South City neighborhood. And so within that, we will be funding about 28 affordable units. I think 8% would be those deeply subsidized, 30% or less of the area median income, which are really, really hard to find. And then the remainder are 80% or less of the area median income. There was something else I was going to say about this site, but I'm blanking on it. So we do need an update from them. I think we just gave them a commitment maybe November or December of last year, and we told them we'd circle back in March to really see where they were with their financial commitments. But this is a really great project. We're excited about it. The Burroughs Foundation is leading the charge, and I actually just was at Claiborne Temple, which I know council funded a couple of weeks ago. I was there yesterday, and we were talking about their development, the restoration of that temple, and so that's a huge asset to the community. And I'm remembering the other thing I wanted to say. So the South City, this is in the South City neighborhood. As a part of the South City development, there were so many units that needed to be replaced. And so this, although it's not a part of that actual South City, this will count towards the market rate and affordable units. Yep. Absolutely. So we're excited about that. For a while. For a while. We're nearing the end though. We see the light at the end of the tunnel. So the last one is Place of Grace. Once again, and you can see here on this picture, these photos are pretty awful. This is at 7th Street. This is a partnership with CAP, is the nonprofit agency. They worked with CRA, Community Redevelopment Agency, to get the land. And I was excited about this, and there are a couple of other projects that are similar where we are not only providing affordable housing, but also, as you can see, reducing blight in the area. And so this will be 30 affordable units. It's a relatively low-cost project in terms of the amount that we've been funding out, $600,000. The total project is about $900,000, and I think they will start before the summer ends. I think they'll start construction in the next couple of months. I think they have all their commitments. So that is the Accelerate Housing update. Chair, I did have an update on our ARPA if you want me to go there, or you let me know because of time.
Yeah, I think we've got a little bit of time, and I know Councilman Ford just stepped out, but does anybody have any questions about the Accelerate awards or anything of that nature? No? I think it's really important. I mean, it's 198 units with 7.1 million. It's not apples to apples, but you're like $35,000 a door, basically. So the thing that's tough to swallow is you extrapolate that out, just for the discussion, but just to get 4,000 units, you're talking about $135 million of subsidy. So, I mean, like, that's the problem. We need like 30 to 40,000 units. So that's the real rub. And so we've really got to lean on our federal partners in the state to bring their checkbooks, because we can't do it alone. Even if we wanted to take taxes to $5, I mean, it's just not going to get us there. So, all right. I was hoping Councilman Ford would be able. Let's do ARPA on real touch, because I think that's a big one.
Okay.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
And so we will go to the beginning of the presentation for this one. I'm going to start at slide 2. And here, HCD has about, I think, a total of $9.8 million that we are administering in ARPA funds for affordable housing projects. Part of that is council's home repair projects, and then some are some affordable, safe and affordable housing set-asides that you all had. So for home repair, to talk about that first, we've received about 159 eligible applications. We've received maybe 200 or plus more, but there were ineligible due to income or some other reason. We've got 150 that have been reviewed. About 50 are in the physical assessment phase, where the contractor is going out to look at the house and assess the site, or working with the homeowner to understand what the needs are. I put an asterisk by this 8. I've got 8 repairs underway. This is a little bit of a moving target, depending on what day you ask. The number obviously will be different, but we tried to check around. We got information as late as this morning. That's what we believe to be in progress at this time. And then we've got about 32 completed projects. Right now, the average cost per unit, which I imagine this will increase over time, but we've got about a little bit over $12,000 being spent per unit. The total budget for repairs is $5 million. And then we've spent into that $5 million about $500,000, which I think we should be expecting another pretty hefty invoice within the month. And so just a couple of images before and after. These are some pictures that you can see of these windows that are in pretty rough shape. There were some weatherization issues at this home, and so the windows have been replaced and they look really good. This was an AC unit. I'm backwards here. My right side is the before picture, but you can kind of see the electrical and the unit, and then the left side is the after picture. That's the AC and heating unit. This is a hot water heater and before and after. So the first 2 pictures was one house. This is a second house. Once again, just to show you kind of the breadth of the repairs that have been done. And I thought I had another picture, but I didn't. And then these are just a list of the types of critical repairs. People do come in needing some paint in the kitchen, or maybe the door is a little bit off color or something like that. We don't do those. We try to connect them with other resources in the communities. We really want to keep this money towards critical things that are keeping people in their homes. So that's on the repair side. On the new construction side, there are 2 major projects that we're funding. One is Habitat for Humanity. They're building about 16 homes in the 8 in the Uptown area, 8 in the Carver, Castelia Heights area. These will be home ownership, 80% of area median income or less. People will go through a program and they will purchase these homes and, of course, put sweat equity into building these homes. The construction date is March 23rd, so a couple of weeks from now. And then if you look and see, once again, we are addressing the affordable housing challenge, but also helping to eliminate blight. And so we're really excited about helping to support these new homeowners in these areas. And then the second major project, both of these are funded at $1.25 million. And so there's some leverage going on in both projects. But the second one is through the works. This is the Lincoln Park subdivision. I think it'll be, I need to get my numbers. It'll be the first actual new subdivision in South Memphis, probably in 2 decades or more. And so we're excited to be partnered with that. It'll be 33 single-family homes, 2 duplexes, and the Works is working with their potential homeowners on homeownership and shared equity models. There may be some families that are ready for homeownership. There may be some that need a really nice place to live, want homeownership eventually, but need to work on a couple of little credit issues and kind of get some of their equity and credit and income built up in order to be there. And so, once again, excited about that project. I think we're hoping for a pre-development meeting probably between March and April. And the last we checked, their plans have been submitted to engineering for various approval.
You guys cut me out of the photo. Just kidding.
No, sorry. Were you right on the?
You can see my
side?
foot, my fat foot. I was there, freezing it off.
I'll crop you in.
I think that was.
That is
yeah.
I apologize.
No.
We did the second part of the presentation at the beginning of this. So that is the presentation. That's where we are really on Arpa and Accelerate.
Perfect. I have a couple quick questions on the home repair. You've got the term eligible application. I saw your kind of general criteria. Are you saying that I'd love to just see total applications. I'm sure it fell within.
Yeah, it was. The ones that we've got as denials, it was about 70, and it was various reasons. Some were where we had taxes, and we try to work with people on taxes if they're a year behind on a payment plan. But so one reason is taxes, one reason is income. In a couple of cases, we did have a few homeowners. It was not many, but a few that owned multiple homes, which that's
we want to do
primary.
Well,
And
I
then
say
you have
that.
to own.
Well, look, let's see. I guess first priority is primary residences.
Right.
It doesn't hurt my feelings if we're helping uplift a neighborhood in general too, because there's inherent value. I think what I'm concerned about though is it's. And I don't know if it's on our end, if it's on the customer end, but do we you guys have that fantastic 13-person communications department, a bunch of special forces operators. Are we getting the word out in a meaningful way? And I don't know the answer to that. It's more of it really is a question.
Yeah, I think we can always across all of our programs do better. There's always going to be somebody that doesn't know about the program. I think the challenge with home repair, with so many already on the list, to get the word out more, adds more people to the list, which is wonderful. But then we get those calls from the people who are number 107 saying, when are you going to get to my house? And so
let's talk about that.
Yeah.
How do we accelerate? Obviously, I think you told me you're using approved contractors
Right.
and trying. So how's that going?
It is going well.
You mean Blue Level City's taking trade?
It is going, I'm looking for my word better than okay. I mean, I think it's definitely improved since the last time we met before you. I think last time one of our programs only had one contractor. For one program, our weatherization, we've got 3 approved contractors, so it's better. But once again, there's that push and pull. And we actually had a conversation today where this is not one of these programs, but certain programs can only pay so much. And so the contractor chooses, where they want to go and be paid. And sometimes they go for the program that is most helpful to the consumer. Sometimes they go to the program that's paying the most. And so, we continue to look for partnerships to try to figure out how to crack that nut. If y'all got any recommendations, we'd love to hear from those.
Well, I guess I'd turn the question back to you and say, what is it that we can do? I mean, I could sit here and send you a list of names of guys with a hammer or women with a hammer, but I don't know that that's going to do you any good. If it's an insurance issue, if it's a bonding issue, if it's a rate, what do you need?
So we do have some that have insurance issues. We work pretty closely with OBDC here to try to get folks who have trouble with invoicing and other paperwork issues to get them kind of caught up to speed. There are some other communities. I think Baltimore is one that does this where it's not the city, but it's a foundation or somebody that's kind of outside of the city that does a bond for all the contractors.
Yeah, why not work with the Black Business Association or Lyft? And you could take, I don't know what the bonding capacity is, but if I've got $5 million and I've only spent $500,000 over 2 years and my bonding issue is $1 million, I'd rather put $1 million bond up or an umbrella policy and let Lyft or someone hold, a city partner hold that because you're getting a 2-for-1, right? Like you're getting an acceleration because you're taking minority or small business owners and you're giving them an opportunity that they don't have. And then obviously they're investing city resources into neighborhoods that need them, and the direct and indirect benefit of that. Look, at the end of the day, it always comes down to money.
Right.
So
you guys been doing a long time. Y'all are pretty capable. We're here to help. It's just, we don't know exactly what role that is.
Okay.
So, colleagues, any other questions or comments on the program? Councilman Ford, I know that this was something that you championed. I didn't know if you had any questions or comments. Yes, sir. All right.
Can I
yes,
just
ma'am.
say one quick thing? We weren't able to get this today, Councilman, but what I do want to do is next time we bring an update, tell you by zip code or by council district the percentage of applicants that have been approved in the pipeline.
I know the mayor has, as he likes to remind me, maybe potentially more subscribers than the Daily Memphian Diz newsletter. It'd be great to see maybe a banner across the top for home repairs or remind people that some of these programs, because I think that's the other thing too is, people forget. It's just a real short-term memory out here, but trying to remind people, and we'll do the best we can. I think I've got 423 Twitter followers, so, I can help there, but ain't going to get the word out.
Yeah.
So I think that's just the biggest thing is processing the app. What is the timeline of processing the application?
The processing is pretty quick. Once you get through that, I would say maybe 2 weeks or so at the most, because we're sending them in and we're trying to pre-qualify them before we send them out. The wait time is really between that assessment and getting the work started, just because there are so many people in the pipeline. And so I think if we can figure out how to get a couple of more contractors, maybe think through that bonding issue, we could start to chip away at that a little bit quicker.
Or raise it up. Like, you guys, again, and I say you guys, the administration has been doing many different versions of this program, and you've got all of the relationships and partnerships. Why not go ahead and say, I'll just take an MLGW approach. Why not go ahead and order 50 water heaters? Right. Like, why not go ahead and make the contract sized up enough to where it's worth somebody's time, but low enough and broken down enough so that you're not pricing out small businesses or minority contractors.
Right, yeah.
So,
that's something to consider. We hadn't thought about that.
Antonio's got storage space somewhere. I think you could just $8 million over there in the Coke facility. We'll find a spot for it. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. How are you determining the cost of the repairs? You going out doing an assessment? Is that someone in-house doing that?
No, it's an external. So what happens is the homeowner will say, I need all these things done. An external contractor will go out, look at that form essentially and say, okay, here's what we can do, here's what we can't do. Usually the can't do is because it might be over the threshold. Our maximum amount is $25,000 per house. And so some houses get that, but as you saw, our average was like $12,000. And so some don't end up needing that, but that's how that process works.
Thank you. Great question. Again, if there's anything that we can do to help accelerate this, but I think ultimately it's going to be some sort of financial incentive to those contractors. And I think trying to size up these projects, because again, like we've got great example, we have summer coming around. So we know that one of the big asks is going to be HVAC repair and or window units. So we could get on that and probably pick a supplier or even a facilitator, a broker for that transaction, because you're getting kind of a 2-for-1. I got it. You're doing great. Appreciate it. Colleagues, we're going to move on to, with very little time here, trying to be respectful of Councilwoman Swearingen Washington's committee, to item number 6, an update from the Finance Division on Q2 operating and CIP, and an update on Fund 245. Chief Ford, good to see you, ma'am. Whenever you are ready. Oh, we're getting
Good afternoon,
double team here, double
council
trouble.
members. Oh, yeah. Am I in trouble? No.
Good trouble, right?
Good trouble.
More moral support. Which one did I pull from this committee? No, we did them all. Yeah, I just went out of order. I usually like to move things through my committee when no one's in here. That way you don't know what happened. Just kidding. But I am, Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington, I am going to pull number 5 from your committee or push it for 2 weeks just out of time. Okay. And if anybody else wants to volunteer something that they have on the next committee to push, no one's going to be upset at you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you very much. I'm sorry the date on this is from our last one where we got pushed. And I just a caveat before we get started. We will be talking about Q2, so I'll remind you, Q2 was December, and we're now in the beginning of March. So because we got pushed a couple times, we are going to get on your schedule for Q3 for the first meeting in April. So hopefully we won't get hit again. But I will try to update to in particular areas, council members. Again, Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis 38120. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. This review is provided just to discuss trends of revenues and expenditures compared to budget, and then to identify any budget adjustments that have been or may be necessary for our continued and effective operations. These are unaudited, so these are presented for management purposes and for your discussion purposes, so thank you. Okay, so page 2 or slide 2. This is just the reconciliation from our adopted budget to the Q2 funding budget for both revenues and expenditures. And these are budget items that have been presented to you via resolution for budget adjustment to accommodate acceptance of revenue and or incurrence of expenditures beyond our adopted budget. So as you can see, we started out at 750 for revenues. We're now at 751 million for expenditures. We started out at 750. We always had the encumbrance of the roll forward for expenditures from the end month. So we are at 767 into our funding budget. So next slide, this is a depiction of the FY23 Q2 revenues by revenue category. As the summary indicates, the total revenues are 73% of the funding budget, but there are a couple of specific transactions I just want to bring to your attention and talk a little bit about. The local taxes category is at 76% of budget, includes our ad valorem tax collections, which are not only our largest sources of revenue, but the collections also trend about 95% budget during Q1 because of our due date of August 1 for the taxes. The local taxes also encompasses the local sales tax revenue. The local tax revenue right now for this category as of December was 78 million, which was trending 54% of budget, and collections have been averaging $13 million monthly. This is compared to FY22 collections of 74 million for about the same period. So we're trending $4 million over the same period year over year. In your state taxes category, that is at 55% of budget. That includes the state sales tax revenues, and revenues for Q2 for that one alone, for that category, is 39 million. And we have average collections for the state portion of approximately 6.5 million per month. And the average is comparison year over year is 36 million. So you're about 3 million above year over year. Charges for services is 62%, is slightly above Q2 performance, primarily due to the increase in revenue for street cut inspections, MLG&W that we passed last year in last year's budget. And also included in your charges for services are line items related to parks, which is trending above budget, which is your concessions, golf cart fees, pro shop sales, and green fees. Parks will be bringing a resolution to next council meeting to adjust the revenues and related expenditures for those line items. It will also encompass the request for a budgetary adjustment to accommodate the inclusion of revenues and expenditures related to the Liberty Bowl. So during our FY23 process, The divisions were told to budget flat, and this process erroneously did not capture the FY22 adjustments for the reinstitution of the Liberty Bowl. So we'll be fixing that for you. Interest is trending significantly over budget. Thank goodness. That's always a good thing. And but overall revenues are at 73% of budget at Q2, and due to the timing of certain revenues, this trend is very consistent with prior year. And this is just a chart depiction of the information that we just discussed, and you can see it gives a little more visual indication of where we are to budget. This is the year-over-year revenue comparison by revenue category. You can see we have some ups and downs there. Some of these are especially in the federal grants, whereas our CARES money and everything started to come to its very end. You can see the year-over-year comparison there. Also, obviously, in state grants, we did not have any state grants for FY23 compared to FY22. And this is just the year-over-year revenues, comparing them. We always break out local taxes because it's such a big category and it throws the other charts off, but you can see the comparison. This is just visually from FY23 to FY22. So this slide summarizes the Q2 performance of expenditures to actual to funding budget. And as you can see, we are approximately 51%, which is about what you would expect at December. Personnel is at 48% of budget, and we're going to talk about some salaries and overtime and some other some slides to follow. The materials and supplies is trending just slightly below budget at 45%. And the transfers out are at 100%, but that's because we have a weighted distribution in Q1, and this is there are two specific items in this category. One is the library retirement fund, which was $939,000, and the hospitality or the hub was the $550,000. So we are at 51% total. This is the year over year. Do I have that? Right. Budget. Okay. All of a sudden, I had a momentary panic. This is the year over year by division, and if you remember from our conversations early, you see the city attorney is trending high year over year. That was because we reallocated the insurance expenditures all back to them instead of trying to disperse those and allocate them across divisions. It made more sense, so that's why you see some of the big changes there in terms of the funding budget. And this is the year over year for those divisions, and you see the big jump there, the 95%. And this is the one you've all been waiting for, right? Is the overtime as of December. Specifically, you see in fire, at December, we were already at 112%. Finance is at 213%. I can explain that. It's little bitty numbers, but that is the seasonal time people that we had in finance this year in our Treasury Department covering for some COVID illness sicknesses. So we had a little bit more overtime than we anticipated. But as you can see, fire and police are at December, we're at 71%. I'm going to give you some updates into February where we are in just a few minutes. This is the overtime year over year. So from our same period in FY22 compared to FY23. So you can see some of the significant differences there. Some of them not so significant as we might have thought they were to be. So police and fire overtime, I just wanted to say that fire is at 43% of budget for their full-time salaries. Overtime is at 12 million or 112% of budget. But the total personnel category for fire is at 52% of budget at December. For police, They are currently at 44% of budget for full-time salaries and 71% of budget for overtime, but their total personnel category is at 50%, right where we thought they would be. So what we plan to bring to you in your next meeting is a resolution to readjust some of the budget funding between the full-time salaries line and the overtime so that we can maintain that balanced budget within the personnel category, but keep it specific to those lines. So we will be bringing that to you. Okay, so that kind of brings us to the end of this, but before we move on, I just wanted to hit a little bit of February for you, hopefully. Because I know it's been a little while. We haven't totally closed February yet, but the majority of the entries have been posted. And as you might imagine, in February, we should be averaging about 67% of budget if we were on track. Our revenues for February are at 83%. Our total expenditures are at 66%, or pretty much right on budget. Personnel is at 63%. Overtime within that personnel line is at 111%. So again, we'll be bringing you that resolution to correct or rebalance between the full-time salaries and overtime for both police and fire. Materials and supplies is at 58% and grants is at 87%, but of course those are really highly weighted in Q1. So any questions about
on revenues,
operating performance?
Yeah, on revenues, you mentioned that we're, I guess it's about a half a point on an annual basis. Maybe I missed about $4 million. I assume that's going to get chewed up here in a hot minute in overtime.
We do, we are continuing to monitor that. And as you know, by state law, we must stay in balance. So as we start to see in the later months, those overtime lines moving, we will be coming to you for an adjustment other than just in between the salaries and the overtime line if that is necessary.
Okay. I know the clock. Yeah, Chairman Jones.
Chief Ford, in our revenue numbers, are any type of opioid payments included in these? If so, what of those? I know that the counties have received some. Has the city received any allocation? And if so, how much and where would we find that?
Those are in a restricted fund, so they are not in this fund. Yes, we have received from it, and I'm sorry I don't have that amount with me, but those go into a restricted fund as they can only be spent for certain specific.
Okay. If you could email me what that amount is, please. Okay.
I'll email everyone.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, since we're out of time, but in the next couple of weeks, if you could email us an account of any restricted or committed funds as well, that way we don't have to, everyone can see it. If they've got questions, they can email it back. We are tight. What do you want to do?
I can blow through CIP pretty quickly.
Okay. And before we get into CIP, there may be a lot of questions on this, and I know Chief Ford's going to touch on it, but we're going to go, like she said, we're in about a meeting or two, we're going to have Q3 back. So don't get caught up too much today on that, and then we'll see how much we've got left. Go ahead, Chief Ford. Thank you.
Full screen mode, right? Hi. Thank you. Sorry. It's always scary when you put me in charge of IT, right? Thank you for that. So again, this is Q2 for capital improvement. And again, I do have some updates for you to kind of to move it on into the current period. I would like to take a moment of personal privilege, if I may, Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to introduce you to our new CIP analyst, Tristan. Tristan Gately-Sweat. You're going to be seeing a lot of him in the coming months. But I wanted to give credit where credit is due. He came to me and he said, Chief Ford, your report doesn't make any sense, and I need to talk to you about reformatting your report so that it provides greater transparency and we can answer questions more quickly. And so what you will see today is a revised report from what you have been accustomed to seeing. And I thank Tristan for that. And I think, yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. No.
Sir, you're out of order.
I'm sorry.
You're out of order.
Blame stays here.
Yeah.
Kudos go there. Blame stays here. Again, so this is just the Q2. Guys, we kind of do this every year about just reminder that the CIP budget is a one-year allocation, even though as we present them, there's usually a 5-year plan so that you can see if it is prior years and it's moving into forward years or subsequent years. Just quickly, the definition here, our GO bond spending, which is our general bond, general obligation bonds, was $95 million or 95.2. Capital pay-go spending, which is something that we have never done before, and last year in the budget, you authorized $26 million of capital pay-go spending. The adopted budget for sewer is $137.5 million, and the adopted budget for stormwater is $17.3, or for a total of $276 million for our CIP for FY23. So there it is. He's going to give you the picture first. This is our GO bond status as of December. You approved 95.2. We have appropriated 75. And as of December, we had spent approximately $10 million with an additional $20 million in encumbrance. For the, transfers in of 26 was approved in allocation. We have appropriated 16.1 of that. We have spent $180,000 and encumbered 2.8. What the next thing you see is, and I don't know, Chairman, if you want me to spend a lot of time on this, but this is by division or by category for our CIP spending for FY23. Your revised report now shows you what the project name is, although you had that. But if there were additional revenue sources, we used to break it out separately between GO bonds, and then it got confusing if you had state funding and
Right.
federal funding attached to it. So now it all together in one category, what this looks like. The budget allocation, our appropriation, the amount that we've spent, the percentage of spend, and if we had encumbrances. And then off to the blue is to kind of give you some general perspective about the cumulative. So for as long as that project has been going, the project allocation and appropriation.
Yeah, let's skip over this whole thing. Everybody's got it.
Everybody has
Colleagues,
it.
yeah, you can look through it by division, by project. If you've got questions, you can email me, or we can bring it back up next time around. Or you can also obviously email Chief Ward and her team. But just for the sake of time today, we're going to skip over all those divisions. And we can bring back any items that you want to discuss that you are happy with or not.
Right. Then your last page is your carry forward. These are the amounts that you approved to be carried forward and what they were into FY22, just to kind of give that some, and that's it.
So general comment, Chief Ford actually gave me the heads up. So, and I appreciate that from her. The big thing that I noted earlier is we approved a significant amount of funding, and ordinarily the administration is very good about chopping wood through that. This year, I don't know that they're super pleased with their performance, but we're going to wait for Q3 to see where we are.
And we did have, we are in constant communications with our divisions, and many of them, we're here today in case you had questions. We have been struggling catching up on some of the back end of the supply chain issues. We are moving through those, so those are starting to pick up, and we've had spend more than what you see here, but that spend has been on prior year allocations, a lot of it, and catching up. So just kind of wanted to put it in perspective that they are aware, and we are working through some of those to ensure that those contracts are getting bid and that we are getting the work out on the streets as soon as possible.
Chief Ryan, did you have anything to add? You good? Yeah.
We summed it up quite nicely.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah.
Colleagues, again, please take time with you or your staff if you want your staff to kind of do a summary, but it's a very good document. And if you've got specific things that you want the budget committee to address, I'm happy to do that next meeting or the following. If you want to meet with Chief Ford or her team, please do that. But we'll wait for Q3 CIP to really dig into it. Let's do a fire round on Fund 245. And again, if anybody's got follow-up, can we, Can we just skip to the numbers? Get get into the numbers. At the end of the day, there is a page 4 dictates or stipulates how the fund is to be used, what the rules, what the guidelines are. It's on there if you want to read them. You've seen it before, but for the sake of time, let's just hop in and hit the highlights as you see it, and we can always bring it back. It's in your. It should be in your big books if you got them. I'd blame Clay. Clay, you're fired. Clay's like legitimately sweating in the back. We like Clay. We'll keep him.
Who said yeah?
I'm tired.
Hey man, I moved this.
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Because we knew what it was meant to do, right?
Right.
So this page is really just showing you cumulative through the actual, through the revenues, as you can see, and how those revenues have been allocated. And just to kind of bring a note down to the bottom of the page and your street maintenance. If you recall, we came to you last year and said, okay, we have money in here, and we've met with the associations, and they agree that we should use this money here for street maintenance. And we have purchased or have gone out and purchased approximately $16 million worth of equipment related to our street maintenance, and then provided construction areas and signal maintenances and things like that related to street maintenance of another $16 million. So that was all kind of, we're still spending down on that, but that has been allocated and contracted in. So the next page, as you kind of wanted to see, what does it really look like? You know me, I'm a little conservative on revenue. So I've kept the revenue kind of flat, but didn't keep the expenses flat, just to kind of see where we are going. We do have annual requirements currently for the pension. Our actuaries worked that out. In 13 years, we will have met that entire obligation at a $1.8 million per year. Then we have the recurring healthcare expense that we don't know what that is kind of until we get to the end of the year and we get our last report. And then our OPEB expense. Last year we were at $5 million, I think. Yes, we were almost at $7 million for FY22 in actual and OPEB. So we bumped it up to 7. But you can see between, and then again, we set aside some reserves for those, and those reserves are continuing to build. And then we start allocating out. So the healthcare, that is to offset the healthcare expense for police and fire. And then, as you recall, part of this was a retention bonus for police and fire that we had planned out through FY27. And then what is left, kind of 3/4 of the page, the estimated remaining proceeds is what we're actually looking at. And again, if you recall, last year we pulled about $14 million out of Fund 245 into the general fund to kind of relieve some of the budgetary pressures there related to street maintenance and our engineering and public works across that area. And we also brought you an ordinance that would allow Fund 245 to permanently fund the pre-K initiative. And as you can see, basically we try to expend everything out and get it to work as quickly as we possibly can within the year that the revenues are received. Obviously, if we come higher revenues, that would leave additional money there in the remaining proceeds. But that's kind of the plan. We presented, this plan last year with our budget, but I wanted you to see, because we did update some of the numbers related to the required health care and OPEB for you to see. And then we've got an actual real number on the retention bonuses for police and fire.
Thank you, Chief Ford. You're modeling out allocation for healthcare. Obviously, it's a transfer in. So one of two things is going to happen. Either the transfer stays flat and the general fund picks up the increase, right, or the transfer goes up to meet its current kind of percentage match.
That is correct.
So I think that's important. And
thank you for saying that. I don't know if Chief Smith is here, but obviously, we have some changes going on in our healthcare plan right now. As Dr. Warren at our last healthcare oversight committee, we are going out to offer open enrollment into a plan that does not include one of the hospitals that it formerly did. So,
Well, we don't have time. Let's bring it, but let's bring that to personnel. Michael's not here. That's important. If we've got time next council meeting, let's put that in personnel and government affairs.
By next council meeting, we'll have information.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then obviously, you got the capital pay-go, which is just a cool way of saying we're spending cash on street maintenance.
Yes.
Which great is transfer in, and ultimately, I think as we go into budget season, our roads need help. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not saying that this is the bucket of money, but if I've learned one thing, we've got to be real about the fleet maintenance issue with police cars. And this is ultimately with the public safety. Thank you to the citizens for doing our job. But, if we're going to be serious about trying to catch up with our fleet orders, we're going to have to be real serious about, I'm talking $4, $5, $6, $7 million worth of cars that have to be ordered. So just something to think about. But anyway, colleagues, any other questions about this? Any other concerns, comments? Again, you got to give credit where credit's due to the ratepayers, and then both to the IAFF and MPA who spearheaded this. I think this has been a huge help to the city staying on a balanced budget. So, all right. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you for coming. We'll see you. When do you want to come back? When do you want to?
So we'll be back. We'll be back in your first meeting in April for the Q3 for CIP and operating. And anything else you would like to see, we'll be glad to report for you.
Yes. Thank you. Last housekeeping item, then we'll quit. I've received some budget initiatives from Councilwoman Logan and a few others about what you want to see in this year's budget. And Councilwoman Robinson, I think, sent a few too. But please, if there's anything in there like a library, community center, a curb cut, a speed hump, I don't know what it is, but please send it so we can try and consolidate it. I'd like to get it into a resolution. I know you've shared some of it, but I'd like to get it to the administration as soon as possible so that we're transparent about what we want and they understand where we're driving so we can try and make this last budget season as a group as smooth as possible and not upset Jason in Nashville.
Might take our city.
Might take the city. With that being said, no other business.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
We here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present. Okay, for item number 1, the Animal Ordinance, Title 8, will not be heard today. It is still under legal review. The second item is the ordinance to rename White Station Library as the Officer Red Memorial Library, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren and myself.
I'm sponsored.
Second.
You want to be added?
Me too. Everybody.
I would like if we could possibly have everyone on this, if there's no objections.
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what the rules were after we did the naming commission.
Ordinance.
An ordinance.
It's an ordinance because of the initiative that Councilwoman Easter Thomas brought, and I think Attorney Wade would love to chime in and tell me I'm wrong.
But let me finish asking my question to make sure that we do the right thing. Do we need to put the word memorial in there and we can do a memorial plaque on the inside and just call it the Jeffrey Reed Library? I don't know what came out of that committee, but I was concerned about using Memorial Library and just make it the Jeffrey Reed Library. And if you wanted to do a memorial plaque, you could put it on the inside.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Does she got to make a motion?
I'm asking, I am asking the maker of the motion, can we make that change? But I don't know if we ought to make the change because I don't have the information in front of me of what that committee came out of with how we rename city property, streets, and so forth. So if Alan Wade wants to answer that before we put that on the table formally, please do so.
Thank you, Attorney Wade.
Before the ordinance, we had the option to do ordinance or resolution. There was specific language actually in the park charter provision that allowed you to do it by resolution, and we litigated that and won. After the renaming ordinance, any renaming of any city property requires an ordinance and not a resolution.
Okay.
What you're doing is probably a hybrid of some kind because you kind of renaming it, but you kind of not renaming it. So, I mean, to be safe, you probably would do an ordinance to do it. And memorial is irrelevant.
Okay. Dr. Warren, will you accept my
I'll accept that. And
amendment?
the family was unable to be here today, and it's even if we didn't do an ordinance, it's nice we are because they'll be able to be here on the third reading.
Okay, thank you. And please add me. They're responsible.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yeah, I need clarification, please. Are we saying that we only want to put a plaque on the inside? Or are we want to really, I want to put the name.
We're going to
change
rename
on
the whole library.
We're renaming the whole library. Okay. I'm just saying the memorial should be something on the inside. Okay, And just I wanted to make sure. his name, the prominent name of the
So the
library.
library will be the Jeffrey Red Library,
Mhm.
okay? And we can have a memorial plaque
Appreciate
on the inside.
Allowing me to be a co-sponsor, but I think that's a
Yes, ma'am.
wonderful
I think
idea.
everyone is going to be co-sponsoring unless they object. Yes, I think Officer Jeffrey Red Library. Yes, thank you.
Jones is in the queue.
Okay. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wade, what we're trying to accomplish here, would this resolution do it, or do we need to bring an ordinance?
By now you have to have an ordinance. And I think what she was doing was renaming it, but she wanted some memorial inside the facility.
Okay.
She wanted both.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We want both.
Okay.
We also need to replace that library.
The third item is a presentation of Tyre Fine
I think
Arts.
we need to vote, don't we?
Oh, do we?
But before we do, I tell you what, could this resolution, if there is a replacement, let's just say in the next 2 years, that there's a new library that's on that site or in that general location, does the ordinance need to
Speak to that.
change and be reflective of any future changes in that general area, that it would be the red? Because if we tear it down physically and build something else, the name can go away.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
We can get the language in there.
Gotcha.
Very good thought.
So do we need to make a motion, make a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The third item is a presentation from Tyre Fine Arts Foundation Stop the Violence Project, requested by Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I appreciate it. At this time, will the representatives come up for the Tyre Fine Arts Foundation Stop the Violence Project? You know, we talked about it all day, the need to come up with various ways to help crime, prevent it from occurring. And this particular organization has a unique concept, and I thought it'd be really nice for them to come forward and present their idea. We're tight on time, so I hate to say it, but let's try to keep it between 5 and 10 minutes, okay?
Please state your name and address for the record. The floor is yours. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Push it. There we go.
Great. Excuse me. Good afternoon. I'm Flo Roach with the Tyre Fine Arts Foundation at 702 Sunstone Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. Tyre was formed in 2014, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, fine arts organization, where we serve our community through the arts as well as leadership training. And our latest project is what we're here to talk with you about today very briefly, and it's called Mama's Tide. I'm a retired school teacher, and I had 2 African-American students to die from gun violence in the same week. And it shook me to my core, and I started writing about it, writing a song and writing a play, writing this, writing all of that. And so this project is called Mama's Tide. Now, that came directly from me as the person who lost these 2 young men. And it's because when I'm upset, I don't say Mama's tired, Mama's tired. And so it's coming from the perspective of mothers who have lost sons and children to gun violence. And it is a video, and not only a video, it also has a companion piece with it that is a curriculum that we want to put into every youth leader's hand to work with these students about stopping the violence. So we have a video. We may not be able to see the whole thing. I wish you could, but if we can just show some of it, I would appreciate it.
So, this is what we do. At this point in my life, juvenile court, I'm coming to pick you up from juvenile court. I don't want to hear what you got to say. I'm disappointed in you. I am so disappointed in you. I thought you were smarter than this. To follow a group of boys with guns? Did I say don't speak? I'm not taking this serious. You think this is a plaything, right? Is that what you think? Okay. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You are going to end up going to jail for a long stretch, not as a child, but as an adult. And God, worse than that, or end up in the grave. Get out of my sight. I can't stand to see you. Get up and go to bed. Get out of my sight.
I got a party to go to.
Party? Seriously? I said, get up and get out of my sight. Go to bed. Get out of my sight.
Funny up. Come on, so nice, dude. Hey up.
Criminal receiving a 34 with a weapon, 1549 East 18th Street, 1549.
There are now some 40 million handguns.
Firearm injuries represent an epidemic in the United States. Join us in this campaign.
Whoa, watch it. Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up, nigga? What you wanna do? What's up? What y'all niggas wanna do?
There are now some 40 million handguns.
Firearm injuries represent an epidemic.
For the sake of time, let's stop. Very good. Any additional insight that you wanted to share?
My name is Joyce Mitchell. I live at 4989 Gardenwood Drive, 38116. And it has been an awesome experience to work with this phenomenal actress and former school teacher to be able to create a video that speaks to our youth and to our city and to our community as well. So the video gives us an opportunity to start talking, to have conversation. We have compiled a curriculum called Stop the Violence, Mama's Tide. It is a companion curriculum that can be used in an advisory class, behavior intervention, counseling, community outreach, faith-based organization, social emotional learning centers for grades 8 through 12. We worked with teachers, young teachers who were very close to this, and also to mothers who are also very close, and other family members. It has the curriculum overview, the curriculum plan, the sample scope and sequence. It has standards, curriculum guide with supplemental resources. But I think one of the major parts of it is that it has a lot about the teacher's choice. It has a plethora of activities, so teachers can choose and select. You can start the video, stop it at any point, have a conversation, then come back and have students do reflections so we can hear what their voices are, whether it's in homeroom or if it's at the boys club or if it's at your a Sunday school class or any of the youth activities and organizations around the country. Some of the questions that will be outlined in that is, what is violence? Whose responsibility is it to combat these issues of street violence, and how should you do so? And also a question, how does gun violence impact the life or your life and legacy of individuals? So a teacher, regardless of the subject area, whether it's art or English or social studies, would be able to use it and extrapolate all of the things that may be pertinent to that particular class in order for this curriculum to work. So you have the big picture, of course, of the video itself that is very impactful, but then you have a companion curriculum that teachers or youth advisors, youth groups anyone can use in order to let it make sense. So that's why we call it the companion piece of
Thank
it.
you.
You're welcome.
Is this available on YouTube? Not yet. Okay. All right then. Thank you so much for bringing that and presenting it to us. We never know what it's going to take, but every little bit is going to make a difference. And we truly appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, colleagues? Seeing no more questions, we will conclude this presentation. The next item is a presentation from JIF, Juvenile Intervention and Faith-Based Follow-Up. This was requested by Vice Chair Smiley and myself.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I guess we're going to have to wrap up this committee at 3:15 in order for us to go through executive in preparation for our 3:30 meeting.
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Megan Galtney, and I'm the Executive Director of Juvenile Intervention and Faith-Based Follow-Up, and we're located at 254 South Lauderdale, Memphis, Tennessee, 38126. So I'm going to try and go through this information as quickly as I can because I understand we're limited on time. So JIF, just to give you a brief history, is a nonprofit organization that has been around in the city of Memphis for over 50 years. We actually started out as, we changed our name in 2003 because we created more of a formalized partnership with juvenile court, and that is when we became Juvenile Intervention and Faith-Based Follow-Up. Our mission in the city of Memphis is to break the destructive cycle of juvenile crime through Christ-centered intervention. And I wanted to point out before I moved on that we are actually the only Christian nonprofit that is offering diversionary programming to young people who come through juvenile court here in the city of Memphis. And our vision here in the city of Memphis is obviously to see kids in the city of Memphis, our youth, flourish free from a life of crime. Just to go over what JIF briefly does, we address something that is a very pressing topic here in the city of Memphis, and that is public safety in relation to juvenile crime. That's everything that we do at JIF. So we actually intervene in the lives of these young people at a very critical point in time, and we work with them through mentorships. We do that with educational support. We also offer them personal and professional development, wraparound services, and a wealth of other things as we deploy tactics in the varying levels of programming that we offer to youth. We have different solutions or our approach at JIF. One of the most important things that we do at JIF is want to instill in these young people a Christ-centered value system. Again, that is something that distinguishes us from other nonprofit organizations that work with at-risk kids. We do this through mentorship. We have a 1-to-12 ratio in cohorts that we have here or have at JIF. Those are our classes. So we have a case manager that is matched with a young person, 1-to-12, and that is how they build these relationships with the young people that are referred to our organization. They build trust with them, they earn their trust, build rapport, and that's how they maintain these lasting relationships with our kids. One of the ways that we hold these young people accountable is through our restorative justice approaches that we have with young people. And we hold them accountable by showing them the impact of their actions to other individuals like victims in the city of Memphis. We also help youth successfully reintegrate into the community, whether that means their schools, their actual place of employment, the community overall, their homes. And we also have our case managers create individualized plans for each one of those young people to help them set goals that are attainable and realistic. And I think two of the most important things that we do at JIF is we don't pass judgment on these young people when they come to us. We also love them where they are, for who they are in their lives. One of the things that I do believe is that there is a stigma surrounding these young people when they come to us. Oftentimes, these kids in the city of Memphis are judged for what they've done and not who they are, and that's something that we try to change when they come to JIF. They come to us with insecurities, they come to us with a lack of trust, and they come to us with an endless number of needs. And that is how our approach is different from other nonprofit organizations in Memphis, because we smother them with love and take a holistic approach when working with these kids. And we don't just offer intervention services based on what they've done. We try to embrace them as a whole child and understand that there are so many other risk factors that drive their behavior, and that juvenile crime in the city of Memphis is a complex subject, and it's something that we do our absolute best to address accordingly. Who we serve. So historically, JIF has served 15 zip codes in the city of Memphis, and something that we changed in 2002 is that we decided to start offering services to young people who reside outside of these 15 zip codes. We were in many conversations with juvenile court and realizing that there were intervention services needed for young people outside of these 15 zip codes. So if a parent or guardian is willing to provide transportation for that child, we are more than willing to offer those services to the child. If transportation is not available for that child, if they have their own electronic device, we have now created a hybrid model of programming at JIF where they can actually participate in a virtual space while we have kids in the building. We get referrals from two different resources or two different referral sources in the city of Memphis. We get young people to come to us through the Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court System from various departments, whether it's the Children's Bureau, Evaluation and Referral, Youth Services Bureau, or the Public Defender's Office. But one new way that we can also accept referrals now in 2022 that we started is by way of community referral. In years past, JIF has taken a two-prong approach when it comes to public safety and juvenile crime, and what we're doing now is trying to take a more preventative approach. So now we allow people from the community, entities in the community, whether it's a church, a school, one of our community partners, to actually make a referral directly to us and divert that young person from court. So what we're doing is actually offering a preventative service to where we can keep those kids out of the court systems, and we can actually offer them services before they come in contact with the juvenile justice system. I do want to say this before I unpack what our programs look like. JIF is located at the corner of MLK and South Lauderdale, and we have over 30,000 square feet in our building that is dedicated to serving kids in the city of Memphis. We have a commercial kitchen where we serve hot, well-balanced meals to every one of the kids that step foot in our doors, because we want to make sure that they are full and ready to learn when programming starts. We have an activity room, a gymnasium, and we also have a washer and dryer on the facility in case there's any laundry needs from one of the young people that we're serving. Our evening reporting center is one of the first stops that a young person can get referred to JIF, and those referrals come through juvenile court. We do not take community referrals for our evening reporting center. JIF is actually the first evening reporting center that was started in the city of Memphis. And as you can see, we serve young men ages 12 to 17 in this program. It is a 20-day detention alternative. So instead of that young person being detained in the juvenile court system for whatever they might have done, they come to JIF to have a safe environment to keep them out of trouble during evening hours before they go back to court. Our early intervention program is our next program. It's a 9-week program where young people are in our building for 1 day a week. We serve both male and females, ages 10 to 17. One thing that I do want to touch on before we move forward, something else that we accomplished in 2022 is we actually successfully launched our first all-female cohort in JIF. So historically, we've only served young men and had male cohorts, but we actually successfully launched our first all-female cohort. We have hired a female case manager, and we are actually offering more gender-specific programming when it comes to young ladies in the city of Memphis. Lastly, we have our JIF case mentoring, also known as JCM, and this is for our more aggravated offenses. So it is just for young men in the city of Memphis, ages 12 to 17, and it is 16 weeks of programming where we have them at JIF 2 days a week. It is led by a case manager, and this is for 3 or more offenses, young men who have 3 or more offenses in the juvenile justice system, including aggravated offenses. All 3 of our programs, we have curriculum. I knew that I was limited on time, so I'm not going into all of the curriculum for each one of our programs, but it's varying levels. We do have numerous tactics that we deploy when we are doing this programming, and I just want to touch on a few. So what we do is we really evaluate the charges that we see from the previous year, and you can see the top two things that we address at JIF are gang intervention and gun prevention, because those are things that we see on a daily basis in our organization. So we've partnered with the multi-agency gang unit, and they talk to every single cohort for gang intervention purposes in our building. And we also have the ATF come and talk to the kids about gun violence and gun prevention. Two things that I want to talk about real quickly. Positive outreach activities. I wanted to just unpack that just for a second to let you know that we work extremely hard at JIF to create community partnerships so we can expose our young people to absolutely everything that the city of Memphis has to offer. So we take our young people to the National Civil Rights Museum, the Stax Museum. We just took kids the other night to a Grizzlies game, the Redbirds games, Memphis Rocks, the Botanic Gardens, and we try to make sure that we expose them to as much as we possibly can in the city of Memphis.
I hate to stop you because you have such a rich presentation.
Okay.
Is there any way that you can send this presentation to us?
Constance has it.
Okay, and we would love to be able to tour the facility.
Please do. I charge each and every one of you, please come see the work that we're doing at JIF. We have an incredible group of young people in our building 5 days a week, and we need city leaders to be present. Please. Thank you so much
for coming. Any additional comments, colleague?
Yes.
So I toured the facility before. I think it was prior to my election. How many young people do you all touch?
In 2022, so historically, I think, so I've been at JIF for a year.
I was about to ask you, how long have you been there?
A year. I've been at JIF for a year. But please come back because I have my director of operations in the back of the room, and we have actually updated the facility quite a bit in the past year. So I really hope that each of you will come tour the facility. So on average, I think the most that we have served at JIF is 350 kids.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Is that a year?
Yes, annually.
Okay.
Right now with the staff that we have available, we have the ability to serve 438 kids. That's our capacity. In 2022, we served 335 young people.
Okay. And then my next question is, what's your overall budget?
Our overall budget currently is $1.1 million.
$1.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And like all nonprofits, we could always use more funding. I want you to know that funding at JIF equates to service of a child.
The reason I'm asking, I think this council spent a significant time talking about ways to reduce crime, and we were talking about organizations that do the work in the community. So that's why Councilman Johnson had Mother's Tyre come up and have you all come up as well, because we have to figure out what we can do in terms of, with the limited funds we have, making sure we providing funds to the organizations that actually have some type of valuable impact on crime deterrence. So thank you for what you all do, and I'm looking forward to viewing it again and coming back and visiting the facility again with the updated facilities.
Please do. I've included my card in every one of the folders that I provided. Just reach out and let me know. You're welcome to tour the facility at any time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If there's no further business to come before this committee, we are adjourned.
Councilman Jones, want to see how fast?
Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the meeting of the executive session of the Memphis City Council for our March 7th, 2023 meeting. Ms. Owens, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Smiley.
I think I'm here.
Councilman Warren. Councilman Covette. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Jones.
Here. Colleagues, we have a couple of items. Item number one, Councilwoman Easter Thomas isn't here, so we'll roll that to the next meeting. We move on to item number two, which is an ordinance to amend. Yes. Oh, okay.
Out of nowhere. Ish. Keep it moving.
Well, so she's here, but colleagues, looking at how much time we have, we'll push this to the next meeting. Item number two is an ordinance to amend the city council meeting dates for 2023. This is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle.
Move it.
Seconded.
Okay.
Gosh, why? I knew in December that I could not make the June 6th date. As the budget chair, I would like to be there. If not, I have full faith in Councilman Jones. But if you will be benevolent with me and move those dates just the following week, from the 6th to the 13th and the 17th to the, or 16th to, they're in front of you.
6th to the 13th, and then the 20th to the 27th. Okay. So it should be in your notebook. Notebook under executive.
It's an ordinance, so it's just first reading. If you want to vote me down in 3 readings, that's fine.
So,
but I cannot.
We can vote you down now, buddy.
All right, I have 7 to pass it.
okay. So
I need to go wash my hands, man.
has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Oh my goodness. Roll call.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay. So it is the opinion, unless there's a roll call, it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So it'll go down tonight for first reading. Item number 3 is an add-on resolution honoring Animal Control Officer Lawrence Higginbottom on being named the Animal Control Officer of the Year for 2022. This is sponsored by yours truly. And may I have a motion on this item? Okay. Has been moved and seconded. Thank you, colleagues. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item number 4 is a resolution asking the Memphis Shelby County Board of Education and Administration to allow 901 Block Squad to interact with students in all Memphis Shelby County schools as needed to prevent violent activity. All council districts. This is sponsored by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley.
We need to reduce crime. We need the school board to participate in reducing crime. 901 Block Squad does really good work. And Councilman Canali would like to be added as co.
Is there anyone who does not like to be added as a sponsor, please?
Me too. And I
note that. Okay, so this has been sponsored by all council members. Has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Colleagues, item number 5, which is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinance for the City of Memphis dealing with city real property management. I'm going to hold that for another 2 weeks. If there's no objection, we're going to hold that to the next meeting. That's item number 5. Yes. Yeah. And so that brings us to the item number 22 will be held until the April 25th meeting. Items number 1, 7, and 23 have been withdrawn. So that means that, so I'll repeat, item 22 and, 5 and 22 have been held, 5 has been held to the next meeting. Item number 22 has been held to the April 25th meeting.
23 is your real property ordinance. We thought you were withdrawing it.
Okay.
That'll actually be a hold.
Okay, yeah, so 23 is actually going to be held. Okay, yeah. So the items for hold is going to be item number 5, which is item number 23 on our agenda. Okay. Item number 1 and 7 have been withdrawn. Item number 22 will be held until the April 25th meeting. Yes. Ms. Covette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just colleagues, it is my intention to pull the case known as the Dream Hotel off the table this evening at the chair's discretion. I'd prefer to do it first things first because we got a lot on the agenda. But we do have an agreement. I want to thank all the participants, Mr. Bells, Mr. Intrador, and all of your teams. Y'all have done a phenomenal job working together. Colleagues, of course, will present the case to you and the amendments, but coming off the table, good to go.
Okay. No objection. That item will be moved downstairs and will be held during our regular meeting. That brings us to our add-ons. We have 8 items for add-ons this afternoon. Number 28, a budget resolution to amend fiscal year 23 council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. Request for same night, request to add this to the fiscal consent agenda in same night minutes. That's going to be the case for the next 2, I'm sorry. The 29 is going to be a budget resolution to amend fiscal year 23 council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Number 30 is a budget amendment to amend fiscal year 23 council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford. Item number 31 is a public safety ordinance to provide for police reform, codify policies and procedures for Memphis police officers related to traffic stops, use of force, use of body cameras, anti-profiling rules, personal conduct of officers, and establishing reporting requirements by the Memphis Police Department for officer misconduct, interaction with citizens, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Request to add this to the consent agenda for first reading. Item number 32 is a public safety joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and the Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting the Shelby County District Attorney's Office and the courts to create and maintain a data dashboard. All council districts, sponsored by council members Carlisle, Canale, Covett, Ford Sr., Johnson, Jones, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, Swearengin, Washington, and Warren. Request for same night minutes. Item number 33 is a budget resolution to reallocate and appropriate $2,500 from Arpa funds to the Methodist Healthcare Foundation to pay for city first responders to attend the foundation's mental health breakfast. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. Request for same night minutes. Number 34 is executive is going to be a resolution honoring Animal Control Officer Lawrence Higginbottom to be named Animal Control Officer of the Year for 2022, sponsored by yours truly. And then 35 is an executive resolution asking the Memphis Shelby County Board of Education Administration to allow 901 Block Squad to interact with students in all Memphis and Shelby County schools as needed to prevent violent activity. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Smiley. And then number 30, those are requests of same night minutes. And item number 36 is an ordinance to amend the Memphis City Council meeting dates for 2023, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. And that's going to be for first reading. If there is no other business to come before executive, to repeat, our same night minutes items are 9, 10, 11, 12, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 35, add-ons 28 through 35, and seeing no other business before executive, see you downstairs in 3 minutes.